What's up, everybody? Welcome on in. Today we are going to break down and announce the Game Like Jam 4's theme game, which is SkiFree. You may be familiar with it if you used a Windows computer that was from the 90s. You might have stumbled on it. This was part of Windows Entertainment Pack 3 or whatever. It was a cool game, and I think it's gonna be a really nice one for us to do because it's simpler. We did some hard ones, man. we did Balloons Tower Defense. We did Puyo Puyo. These were not easy games to recreate, but this one, I think this one is going to be good for beginners, people who are more advanced, and I'm just excited to do it because I feel like there's so much more creativity that I can like inject into this because it's kind of like a blank slate. It's like a palette just waiting for me to put art on it. So I'm super excited about that. The game is embedded right on the Jam page. I'm really pumped. This is the most people we've had joining a game like Jam, so that's pretty hype. I can't wait to see what everyone comes up with. There are a couple categories, so this is a game jam that we're doing every other month or every odd month, and it is called a Game Like Jam, where you are tasked with making a game like another game. It's to reduce scope so you don't have to think about, you know, what's my game gonna be about? Is it gonna have this? Doesn't matter. I already am telling you what it's gonna have, which is kinda nice because it's super easy to just have a game that's too big. Let's be honest, you can still overscope this game, so we do want to keep ourselves in check, but also have fun with it because look at that. We have best twist on the original. You could go all out as long as we can step back, look at that game and say, yeah, that's like SkiFree, then you're good to go and you've done the right thing. You'll also be rewarded. One dev team will be awarded for having the most like the original game, which is a really fun thing. So yeah, and then there's also like a runner-up award. You don't get anything for it other than recognition. You'll be on the Hyper Game Dev page. Look at that. Look at it. There's all the old winners around there. And then if you go back to that page for perpetuity in history, I mean, if you literally right now hop into Google and type in Game Like Jam, okay? Look what's gonna come up. Look at that. Right there. Frogger. The Frogger Game Like Jam. Guess what? People are gonna click on that and they're gonna see the winners. So that's the best I can give you guys. I don't have any money, but I can give you recognition for the awesome work you did. So yeah, this was the first one we did, Frogger. We had some awesome entries on that, and then after that we did Balloons Tower Defense, which it was difficult. It was not an easy one. But we had some great, amazing entries. And by the way, being a winner is not. It is not the most important thing, okay? It just isn't. It just isn't. There were so many great games that came in that we got to play, that we got to see, and honestly, do it for you. Do it because you want to finish a game. You want to be able to say, I made these games. This will give you that opportunity to actually see what it's like to get from the beginning to the end of a game project, because you don't have to worry again about what the game's gonna be about. Puyo Puyo was the last one we did. Some awesome games that came out of that one. Winners and everyone else alike, which if you ask me, we're all winners. So I do make my own, and that's what this stream is primarily going to be. Welcome, Rolrick. Hey, Rolrick, thank you for being a member and supporting the channel. I appreciate you. You mean a lot to me. It helps. Maybe someday we can have prizes. Thank you for helping maybe ever make that possible. You real one. Yes, we are skiing. We are taking to the slopes. Is that what they say? So yeah, I do make my own Game Jam game, but I do not, Game Like Jam game, but I do not submit it, because, I don't know, it's just weird. I don't wanna be competing in my own jam. Like, what if I win? I won't. But what if I did? Be tacky. Yeah, I made jam and I won it. I don't know, I don't like that. So I don't submit mine, but I am going to be doing a bunch of live streams throughout the month. You can see the proposed schedule here. If I run into a panic mode because my game is taking too long, I might wedge in a couple extra. But for the most part, this is the schedule. And then at the end of the month, actually at the beginning of the next month, right here, oh, not there, that's a clock. Right here, we do a showcase. And that's when we play through as many entries as we can get through. So yeah, that's what's happening. So this stream right now is going to be me breaking down SkiFree. I want to break it down. I want to see what the components are and understand what the task ahead is, assuming you want to do a faithful recreation. Now it's possible that I get bored with that and I say, actually, I just want to start building something now. And then that's what the stream will become. So if you're new to Hyper Game Dev, welcome. My name is Lise, and I probably should have said that first. My name is Lise, and I like to just come here and share my learning process making games. I'm not an expert by any means. I just love trying to make games and learning how to get better at it. And so most of the time I'm just sitting here doing this, trying to write code and getting help from you guys if I'm lucky. So yeah, so I'm gonna start working on my game probably whenever inspiration strikes. But first and foremost, let's break down this game. And I would love if you subscribed. If you're one of those people who's new here, press the subscribe button. Because you know what? You might find kinship in this community because we're all just here to learn and share our journeys and learn together. And that could be, it might be nice. Maybe it's gonna be nice. Hit subscribe. And yeah, all right, so I'm gonna start breaking this down. That's it. I don't got any more spiels, so let's do this. Welcome, Jonas. Jonas, thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting Hyper Game Dev. You like Rolric are among the realest ones. Hope you guys are doing good. And let me know how your project's going. What are you thinking of doing for SkiFree? How are you gonna interpret it? Are you gonna go for a faithful recreation, or are you gonna do something different? Or are you thinking of challenging yourself? By the way, there's the harder challenge. Yeah. So I did include like kind of a wild card vibe. This is Surf. It is by Microsoft. They're trying to like compete with the Chrome dinosaur game. Impossible. But that's what this is. And you can like, if you have Edge browser or you use it, like why, I don't know. But if you do, then this, no, whatever. It's fine. It's just Chrome. But if you do use it, you can access this game anywhere, even if you're offline, which is kind of cool. But it is basically SkiFree. It is essentially SkiFree, except with a different coat of paint and a few different mechanics that I think increase the scope. So if you are looking to, add in some extra features and you're not sure what, this will give you some good ideas. One of the more notable things in SkiFree, there's a big Yeti that'll come get you once you get past 2,000 meters. Here, there's a similar thing. You can actually still play it in the snow, but whether you're playing it in the snow or here, there's still a monster that comes, but you can actually like intercept that monster. I did not intercept it, but if you like go through like this like blockade area, they'll get stuck. So there's a few like extra things that I think increase the complexity a bit. But again, if you do want to increase the complexity, is the way to go. And then look at that, you can choose your characters so that there's some fanciness there. Speed ups, health, all that kind of stuff. Now, I'm not gonna go out of my way to super break this down, but I'm probably gonna take some mechanics from this for my own SkiFree like, so I'm sure we'll come back to it at some point. So what's our theme? Welcome, Karan. Our theme is SkiFree. It is SkiFree. It is a game from 1991 that was included with Windows 3 and continued to be on computers after that because people just liked it so much. It stuck around, and we're gonna go deep into that right now. So again, the idea is to make a game that is so similar to it that you would call it a SkiFree like. So you can get really creative. You can change all the art assets. You can almost make it unrecognizable, as long as we who are participating in this jam look at it and say, yeah, that's kind of like the theme game, then you're good. Because ultimately, those are the people who are going to be voting on the entries, are people who've participated. All right. I'm so pumped because this game is going to be so easy to break down, right? Probably. Oh, by the way, I got to give a special shout out to Nick who just re-upped their membership. That is super hype. Thank you so much. Where is it? There it is. Nick Ba! You've got 3 gears and you are a hyper. I appreciate you. Now, okay. Now this is pretty embarrassing, especially if you're new around here. You're gonna cringe. All right? But This is what I do for any donos that come through while we're live, any memberships that join up, whatever, super chats, all that. I sing you a song. I sing you a song, and I'm not a good singer. So I'm gonna do it though. I'm gonna do it because it's the way we do things around here. Can I sing to this song that's playing right now? Oh yeah, okay, Rorik, you gotta step. Rorik's like, I don't. Okay, I'm sure you should be scared. Okay, can I sing to this? I don't know if I can. Let's pick a different song. All right, I can sing to this. Oh, Nickba. Oh, Nickba, you're fantastic, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nickba, you're coming in here and you're being my bra by being a member. Nickba, you're fantastic, yeah. You're coming in here and you're being my bra by being a member. Oh, Nickba. You a real one, Nickba, you're fantastic, yeah. Cause you're coming up in here and you're being my bra by being a member. And there we go. Wow, that was chill. That was very laid back. Thank you, Nickba. Thank you, Nickba. There's your song for being a member. I appreciate it. Also, if you're already a member, you can use your monthly highlighted message to also command my terrible singing. Angelic, you say? Thank you. I credit the song. The song guided me. Fear dissolved. All right. Okay, so SkiFree. Yes, indeed. Let's see what we got. I'm gonna just kind of have this page here. Where I write down things, and it's got it's Milanote. It's like this thing that lets you take notes, and I like it a lot. So that's what I'm gonna use. We'll draw stuff. We certainly have like a character, right? And you have like a couple different paths you can go down, right? Let's see. Dude, the jam time has begun, if that's what you mean. It's true, it's go time, man. There's only a month left? A month and 9 hours. It sounds like a lot, and it is, but it also isn't. Okay, so you've got a few different modes, right? You can go to, what are the different modes? Let's start if we can restart it. Unfortunately, the only way to really restart it is to refresh the page, but that's okay. It loads pretty fast. I couldn't get the function buttons to work in this emulator. Okay, wait. Okay. Oh, we can climb up. Yeah. Okay, so this is important. So this is an interesting thing that actually the surf game that's down further below, it doesn't have. Which is that you can actually stop and climb up. I don't know if it's possible in the ski mode on there, but I doubt it. Okay, so the way you choose modes in Classic SkiFree is you have these like 3 things here, right? These 3 like signs, and you ski through those. So there's slalom. There is freestyle, and then I can share this with you guys too if you want to see the breakdown, but I understand if you don't want to. Tree slalom sounds a lot like slalom, but I guess I actually have never done tree slalom. I don't know. I don't know. It was like way over there. I'm a lefty. I'm right-handed, but I tend to like go to the left when there is an option to go to the left. I don't know. Maybe it's something about me. I think I'm a contrarian in that sense. Because it's like natural to go right or something. I don't know. Alright. Not natural, but okay. Enough about that. Oops, I deleted it. Tree slalom. Okay, great. Character, slalom, freestyle tree slalom. So you start out the game, you are moving forward, I guess we're moving forward constantly, and you can choose these different modes, and then the movement kind of breaks out into some more as well, right? So I could say movement. Maybe I'll make a little section for this. Jonas says, fun fact, this game was the basis for a mini game in an episode of Game Changer on Dropout earlier this season, I think. Really? What is that? This is like SkiFree is having a moment right now. My partner loves Dropout. They like have a subscription and everything. So that's like a big deal. That's like kind of a big deal. Look at that. Wow. I'm gonna have to watch that. Thanks for letting me know. I want to see it. I want to see it. SkiFree's coming back, baby, and we're leading the charge. There's also some like cool, like the person who made it seems like pretty cool. Like they have this website, Chris Pire. They have a website that just has so much stuff. Now I don't know what's been updated particularly recently, but so they probably aren't going to have that Dropout episode, but they have found themselves very interested in chronicling places online that have featured the game or fandomed about the game. But I think this is, you can tell by looking at it that this is an old website. But it's still kind of interesting and it's cool to look at. Probably one of the most fun things that I found was on this page. This is crazy. This is actually wild. So this page, most of these links don't work, but the most important one does, and that's the ski32sounds.zip. Okay, now Windows is gonna have a whole fit with you trying to download it, all right? It just is. I don't even know if it's letting me do it now. It doesn't think it's safe. But what this is SkiFree with the original sounds. So they literally went and reached out to the developer and said, where are the sounds? Where are the sounds? And the developer literally had, the original developer of SkiFree had all of the sounds already. They just didn't actually include, sorry about the glitch there, they didn't actually include those sounds in the game. So I think it was, I don't remember why, it was like it would make it too big or something. Some reason in development they ended up not putting the sounds in. So this person added the sounds back in where they were supposed to be, which is kind of amazing. And like in my heart, I really wanted to like embed the version that had sounds. I was trying to embed it on the Hyper Game Dev website, but it turned out to be way more complicated than I had time for, so I didn't do it because it's not like a DOS exe file, but it's still pretty hype. And like, if you're curious, I'm curious again. Though I will say they're on the cringier side, but it has charm. Okay, there's an element of charm here. Here, let's cut this. And I think what I love about that too, wait, why isn't it in my app sounds? Why isn't it showing up as an app? Oh, I don't know if I can even show you the sounds. That's so weird. I guess oh, there it is. Whew, that was close. I thought it was funky. Okay, here we go. Blinding everybody's eyes. Wait. Oh, it's still not coming through. Give me those sounds. We want the sounds. That's what I'm going for here. Oh, it's still not coming through. Well, that is a pity and a shame. I wonder if there's a good reason for that. Let's see. I'm gonna give it one more good try. I could try one of these different ones. Yeah. Oh wow. Well, you'll just have to download it yourself to find out. I could horrifyingly give you the desktop audio, but that'd be dangerous. I probably shouldn't do that. So you're just gonna have to check it out for yourself. It's a little corny. The sounds are not amazing, but it's interesting to like see where the dev was gonna take it. I'm gonna give it one more shot. We're gonna give it one more try. I'm not giving up on this yet. And then I'll give up on it. Let's see, maybe if I reload this. Sad. Sad. Old programs, I tell ya. Things are weird with old programs. Yeah. Alright, no sounds for you. There was a Club Penguin minigame that was basically this game. I mean, it's commonly recreated, right? And I mean, if we think about it, what is it basically? It's basically an endless runner, you know? It's basically an endless runner. I don't even know what else to say about that. Like, it's Subway Surfers without lanes, you know? But you know, I'm sure there was like even more like a reference to it, right? Like if we go to surf, for example, you can actually change it to ski mode, which I'll be honest, doesn't look as good as the surf mode, but but it does give you sort of that vibe. But it makes sense too, Club Penguin, right? Like that's an icy, wintry type of game, so. Yeah, makes sense. I see that. Welcome, Timeless. Good to see you. Yeah, go download that though. Go listen to it. Yeah. It is. That's literally what it is. It's just the Edge Surf game, but it's gonna be our more difficult elevated challenge if you're so interested. Sorry I couldn't get that sound to work. I don't know what it is, but you guys should go listen to it because it's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it to understand. All right, let's continue breaking this game down. Right, movement. So I'm just gonna call this little section movement. Movement. So you're not really, you played this game once, right? Like, who hasn't played it at least once? Okay, maybe someone hasn't played it, but it's one of those games, you know? It's one of those games, even if you never used a computer that had Windows 3.0, you know? I mean, I wasn't planning on it, but I mean, maybe I will, you know? I think it'd be interesting to break it down in the context of having broken down SkiFree and see like what's different. But we could if you want. I definitely want to prioritize breaking down SkiFree. And then, but it's interesting, right? Because there are some things that this changes. Like, for example, you can stop, but you can't move up. You can't, like, you know, you can't walk up like you can in SkiFree. So it does remove some things as well. And yeah, it won't be that hard. We can break it down too. I played this game because it was referenced in an XKCD webcomic. That's so interesting. I love hearing about like where you guys have encountered it, because like I don't know that I ever had a computer that I didn't set up like as an adult that ran Windows 3.0. I don't think I ever had that, like, you know, in its time period. But like at school, right, there were computers that had this game. I definitely played this game at school. I played it on like friends' computers. I definitely encountered this game. So it's weird because I don't think many of us played it probably on Windows 3.0, but I'd be interested if you did. It's your call. I don't know the difference between them, but there probably is one online. Yeah, probably. Played it as a kid? Nice. School is where you're showing it, right? That's like because it's like you're doing school stuff on the computer. It's like, hey, psst, check this out. If you navigate over to this folder here, it's called SkiFree. I'll trade you my lunch if you tell me about SkiFree. If you've encountered it in school in the computer lab, exactly. A webcomic, or you've never heard of it before, we all share a nostalgia for old Windows games. That's right. It was ported to Flash multiple times back in the day. Oh, right. Of course that would be a place to encounter it. Not even on a computer or on the offline computer, but online. That makes sense. I remember playing it and being not very good at it. Yeah, I was a young kid with no gaming skill. I mean, it's hard. It's like it requires mechanical skill. I mean, except for freestyle, where you can just kind of do whatever you want. But in order to succeed at it, you do have to be able to like carefully navigate and avoid things. Although, you know, the arrow keys or the numpad make it a lot easier, it still is pretty difficult. And then at the end, you lose no matter what, which is one way that I think it's quite different from Surf, because in Surf, you can actually defeat the monster that chases you. In SkiFree, after you hit 2,000 meters, you are guaranteed to get eaten. And you can speed up a little bit to prolong it, but like another monster will spawn and get you. So it's inevitable that you're gonna get eaten in SkiFree. However, in Surf, oh, I just died on my own. You can trip up the monster in like obstacles, and you can in theory keep going and keep going. It also adds this like health system, so there's like 3 hearts and 3 like speed boosts, and if you run into something, you can't just like infinitely keep running into stuff. You actually have to avoid running into things. So it kind of becomes, it feels a lot like an 80s arcade game, in the sense that this is theoretically endless, but the constraints for survival are so tight that you're probably never gonna be able to survive that long. Okay, here we go. See, I slowed him down. He gets hung up. And so that's something else, right? If you were building pathfinding if you were gonna emulate this one, and you're building pathfinding for those monsters, you're gonna have to make sure the pathfinding isn't too good, right? So that way, for some reason, if it gets hung up enough on the obstacles, it can't continue to come after you. So there's a lot little stuff there to think about. All right. So I'm gonna keep breaking down the original, but yeah, I actually, you know what, Rorik, I think it's a good idea. I think we should break down the other one too. You didn't have the patience. All I wanted was to free fall at max speed. I love that. I love that. You deserved that, right? The game kind of doesn't allow you to do that. It doesn't. You're inevitably going to hit something. Now, one thing that I have listed on here is you press the F key, you go turbo speed, which I think a lot of players didn't realize, especially back in the day, because it wasn't like stated anywhere. But if you press the F key, you will go a lot faster, although I'm not demonstrating that very well. Let me reload this page. It's running a little slowly there. Oh, that emote did not come through. Noted. Okay. Okay, now I'm gonna go super speed. So you go a lot faster, but it doesn't matter because you still end up running into things. Now I will say, so like that version that I downloaded, right? That, even though we didn't get to enjoy the awesome sounds, that allows you to make it quite long. So that is one advantage to downloading it, which gives you a lot more like visibility ahead of time, so I can see what's coming in front of me. And actually Surf does that as well. Surf gives you like a giant screen if you expand it. So this if you want to live out that fantasy, Rorik, of going fast speed, download ideally the one with sounds, hit that turbo key and maximize it. I think you'll get to enjoy that experience. And then I'll show you Surf as well. It gives you that same enjoyment. Click on this link right here, and now we've got a big old window. You can even zoom it out, and now we've got like a really clear view of everything. Just a little pro tip. Now the speeds, now you don't get like a constant turbo in this like you do in SkiFree. In this one, you use those lightning bolts, and that gives you a boost. You still press the F key to use the boost, and you have to collect those throughout. So it gives you a little bit less of that joy of going super fast, but yeah. Right, that's true. That's true. People in the 90s only dreamed of having this much visibility. That's correct, because typically monitors were not as large as they are now. Very true. Excellent point. Yeah, I mean, it's awesome to be able to see a game like this. So that is raising a question, right? Do we want to make our games be able to do that? To be like gigantic and have like giant, you know what it kind of makes me want to do? It makes me want to like, I don't know, find like the biggest monitor resolution I can possibly find, friggin' 8K, 12K, something like that, and see like if the map starts to like disappear at a certain edge, or if it actually is designed to build out all the way. Because that becomes probably one of the biggest challenges of this one, right? 320 by 260 was luxurious. That's like a Nokia phone resolution. Because that is gonna be like a big, it's gonna be a big thing to think about, is, are you gonna make your game endless? How are you gonna generate the map? You know, is it gonna have culling where if you're a certain distance away, it starts to disappear? Is it gonna check? Well, yeah, that is the question of the day, right? Now, that website that I linked before, a couple of the websites that I linked before, I would assume are going to dive into those questions. But I feel like there is SkiFree how map is loaded. I do think that there are some, maybe there was like a Reddit post. Somewhere the dev was interviewed and discussed how the level was, like how big the map is. But I don't remember where that is. I'll try to find that because it is interesting. But it is possible as well. See if they have any other SkiFree. My guess, like if I were to guess, and this is just like knowing what I know about modern ways to make games, right? If I were to guess, I would think that it is generating things. I don't know what chunk loading is, but maybe, probably. I would guess that it is generating like an area around the player, and then depending, I would even go so far as to say the player isn't moving. I don't even know. What do I think? What do I think? Yeah, I don't think the player is actually moving. I think the level is moving around the player, would be my guess. And so you're actually loading and unloading parts of it as you move. But I don't know. I'd be interested if anyone found, I'm sure there's something out there. I could swear there is a Reddit post about it where somebody said that they interviewed the original developer or reached out to them. I could swear. But it's a good question. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't want to get hung up on how they did it. I'm interested in how can we do it, right? How are you going to do it? Because that's all that really matters. But it is interesting. 10,000 is the maximum commercial resolution. Let's get a 10,000. Let's go. Okay, so the movement. Let's talk about this. So you are. It's not really constant forward. You start out moving forward, right? And then there's kind of like these different controls, right? So the mouse and the arrows don't do the same thing. The mouse turns you. I'm sharing Google secrets. I'm sharing the site reddit.com and the double quotes. Don't share the secrets. There's also minus AI, which I just don't feel like typing, but it is kind of nice because it doesn't put all that up there. Dude, it's good stuff. Everybody should know that they can use these tricks. I'll tell you more. SkiFree before 2022, that's not going to eliminate all AI images, but yeah, but it'll help. It'll help. This, unfortunately, the before and after date thing doesn't work super fantastic. Like, you know, I can still find what's a benign news event that occurred. I don't know. Let's say we were talking about Dropout before. Dropout, College Humor before, let's say, 2007. Something ridiculous like that, right? Not AI mode. Jesus. You'll still get some results. This is 18, so it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not bad. It's not bad. Sometimes, though, you'll get stuff that slips through and it'll say that the date is old, but it's like, obviously, that was not possible. I mean, this is something right here. Why did this result come up? That's not from before then. So, you know, it's not perfect, but it can help. It can help. All right, anyway. What's with the search query? Is there humor worse since then? I don't know. It's just, Jonas earlier mentioned that Dropout did a, which used to be called College Humor. Dropout did a episode of something related to SkiFree. And so it was just on my brain. And so I just looked up, you know, to see if we could find a reference to it being renamed to Dropout before 2007. If I searched that with that in there. And I did. So it's, you know, it kind of works. It sort of works. Sometimes it's even more egregious where it will actually say that it's from 2004 or something, and it's obviously not. No, I would say they're probably better now than they were. But then again, it seems like they've always just kind of adapted to modern humor, so yeah. I have nothing but good things to say about them. Okay, oh. Okay, sometimes the arrow keys don't work too great in the on the embed page. Number 4, that's pretty fantastic. I bet though that means something. Welcome, Pepe. Thank you for continuing to support Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate you, an OG supporter. Welcome, Pepe. Look at all those gears next to your name. My gosh. Wait a minute, you recognize that game? You played it? Yes, that is the game we are playing. We are making the game that you played when you were 7. Exactly. Guys, by the way, I haven't linked it today. Join the Game Like Jam. Hit that join button. Link is in the chat and the description box. It helps more people find out about our community. It helps the jam grow, and you'll get updates about the jam. Maybe you'll be like, hey, you know what? Actually, I do want to make a game for the Game Like Jam. So, yeah. Join the jam. Check out the page. Play the game. Relive your childhood memories. You deserve it. Yeah, so some of you guys did guess it, but not many. Like 2 of you guessed it. We had a lot of Solitaire. We had a lot of Rodent's Revenge. Rodent's Revenge would have been a good one too. But I think this one just has more charm than Rodent's Revenge. Okay, so the movement, there's a couple different kinds of movement. There's the mouse, which changes like your direction, like you rotate, right, one way or the other, but you can't actually walk with it. Whereas the arrow keys let you walk left, right, and up. But you can only walk left, right, and up if you're horizontal. So actually, one of the best guides that I found for the controls was written back in the game FAQ days. It's still there, but it's not as ubiquitous as it used to be. But this guide basically breaks down all the controls super well. So pressing left will basically do the same thing if you were to move your mouse left, except if you're horizontal, you'll walk. Same thing for going right and going up. I think this is nice, especially if you want to, like, you know, play around with some fun things, which I think this is kind of something that Surf lacks, is this, like, basic, like, charm element. So, you know, you can, like, walk around, go find a tree. I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off, but nope. If you jump over that tree, it'll, like, set on fire. But obviously I'm not doing a good job at that. If you find a dog, I think it'll just like, lift its leg and do its business. There's just like little Easter eggs like that you can walk around and find. So depending on like what is important to put in for you into your SkiFree it could be worth adding the walk, or it could just be like an extra feature that you don't really need. Something to think about. I'm gonna see if I can jump over a tree. The dog is kind of hard to find, actually. And you can obviously like run into people, come over here and just like try to like try to mess people up. Jonas joined the jam, but you're gonna see if you get hit with the inspiration to make a game this time. Been super focused on music lately, and that might not change for a minute. I love that. You make such great music. You help us. I love that you offered your music skills for other people in the last jam. Honestly, like, game dev is not just coding, right? You know that. But game dev is music, game dev is art, game dev is writing. There's so many components, and, you know, I bet you're gonna, if you're interested, you could make some banger tracks for folks. Obviously, if you want. Snow Dance. Nice. What is that? Is that like your idea for the name of yours? I love that. It's a good name. Oh. It crashed. The game got broke. Oh, and then it started working, and then it was too late. Alright. So, breakdown. I'm having a breakdown of the breakdown. You start out moving forward. Mouse rotates you around. Arrow keys 2. And then if horizontal, arrows walk you up, left, right, or down. And then there's also these like distinct speed differences, right? So when you're horizontal, obviously you don't move at all. So I'm gonna actually incorporate that as well into this movement. Let's pop a table in there, perhaps, and we'll say horizontal. I don't know if this is, maybe I'll say this. I'll say position, speed, bonus, extra, can walk up, left, or right. And then if you are horizontal, that's true. If you are, let's see, just like at like an angle. Let's see if I can find the game. Now there's a different angle. Do I want to call this like oblique? How do you describe angles? Angle types: oblique, acute. I guess I could do like degrees as well. Obtuse, acute. Obtuse or acute. I kind of like that. That works. So there's the obtuse angle, the acute angle. Okay, got it. And then, whoops. And then move. I closed the game. And then moving straight ahead. Okay. So obtuse, I guess we should say angle. Horizontal, no speed. Obtuse, is that like medium speed? I think. I can't really tell if, oh, it tells you in the top right. 6. Okay, so oh god. We're going 18. Now we're going 6 meters per second. Now we're going 13. Nice. So we could even, I mean, for whatever it's worth, we could even break down, shoot. 0 meters per second. I always liked obtuse and acute because you can also use them to describe people. I love that. I love that. You know what you are? Acute. You were cute. You were a little cute. just a little cute? Don't be obtuse. 6 meters per second if you're obtuse. And if you're acute, was it 13? 13 meters per second. Whoa. Now, obviously, you don't have to have this level of granularity or precision or whatever. But I think it's nice to have some numbers if you want to be truer to it than not. Parallel. Oh, I like that. Parallel. Well done. I guess I need to start making a credits list now. I guess I need to do credits. I think it's time. Q, you're moving at 1, oh yeah, 0, 90, 180, 270. Acute moving 1 to 89, negative 89, or 1 to 89 degrees, or obtuse if neither. Yeah, I mean, those are some words, yeah. I hear those words. I really do. Okay, I'm gonna duplicate this. So we have a new credits list. These do go into the game that I make for whatever that's worth, which may not be worth much, but it's at least worth honor. The last one I made was the Puyo Puyo like. That was Blocky Dig and Match. This was my game that was kind of like Puyo Puyo. And I'll show you what the credits look like. For whatever it's worth, I want to make it so it isn't only vertical. I want to make it so it goes horizontal or vertical, but I haven't gotten to that yet. But I'm done with this for all intents and purposes. So credits look like that. Literally, I take that exact spreadsheet and I just plug it in here. I have like a plugin that lets me put it in there. So yeah, all those titles, they go right in there. And you're kicking it off there, Timeless. What do I even say for this? Game breakdown? Game concepts? We'll say game breakdown. Game research? Let's say game research. And I'll give Jonas one too. Okay. Continuing on. So then there's the forward. I don't know what angle I would call that. Isn't that parallel? Maybe parallel doesn't make sense. Because when is this one? We're just gonna say forward. Vertical. I think vertical and horizontal works good. Welcome, Girthy! But I still give you credit, Timeless. We're very generous with those. 18 meters per second. Okay. Also, yeah, right, exactly. So we're just gonna say horizontal, vertical, 18 meters per second. Okay. Now there's probably also like a certain amount of like air you can get when you hit the ramps. Let's see if I can, oops, okay. It's so hard because you want to like, I mean, I think that's important, like part of the gameplay is like, you know, you're trying to like aim up for something, and in so doing, you end up like moving down a little bit. Like you can't just turn around in one flip motion, right? You have to kind of loop around like that. Oh, you actually can with the mouse. Oh, that's fun. Okay. That's interesting that the mouse gives you that extra control of straight up turning around. It's interesting. Maybe you want that. Maybe you want to replicate that, you know? Mouse rotates you around, arrow keys too. Mouse allows total flipping left, right. If horizontal, only arrows will let you walk up. He spin. He really do spin. Look at that spin. Boop, bloop, bloop. And you can still kind of do the little loop around, but why would you do it when he could just spin? You know what I mean? He might as well spin. Okay, so there's also obstacles. Now, these different modes confer different things. It's gotta be motion sickness and nursing poor skier. Oh, the poor skier. Good. This is my god sim. I can make him feel whatever I want. Jesus. Okay, so the different modes. Moving forward constantly, you pick a mode. I guess we could, like, say that there are obstacles in the way. Must avoid obstacles. Can... Let me zoom in. Can collect... or can hit ramps. More speed equals more height. So I think, like, the obstacles... I mean, I don't know that really need to... Must avoid obstacles, otherwise you temporarily stop. I think they also... I feel like the ramps also give you speed. It's kind of hard to tell. The ramps are crazy, right? Right? Welcome to Coffee Stain, a long-time abominable snowman victim. First time downhill skier. Welcome, Coffee. I mean, we've all been there. We've all been there. I feel your story is safe here, Coffee. Good to see you. If you fart while skiing, you are technically jet-powered. Yeah. Wow. Jeez. Eat lots of fiber. Eat lots of fiber to have an advantage. I forgot to make sure the fake pixels are all... You forgot to make sure the fake pixels are all the same size. I don't know what that means. Okay. I think hitting ramps is wild because it's like, is it like physics or is it like a little animation that plays? Because it really feels like the interpolation curve when you're flying through the air, like you're launching up and then you come down, like it's got that curve to it. And it's one of the few, I don't know, does the player sprite actually move? Because normally, here, let's test this proper. Let's test this real proper. Give me like a thing. Give me like an arrow, sure. What else do we have? What is this? That's not that helpful. Well, whatever, let's use this. It's just a little shader graph. But I'm gonna put it right next to the character, and I want to see, does the character move position? Pixelated assets are also the same scaling for me, that would be for right. Okay. Might be a sign function on top of the rest of the motion logic. Right. So, and to me, the motion is happening at the level. Like my guess, and it's just a guess, that the level is what's motioning. So, based on my guess and what you're saying, yeah, perhaps it's like adding some kind of sign function that interpolates that movement. Uh-oh, did I brick it again? Sometimes it doesn't like when I leave and come back. It gets a little buggy. All right, you know what? We'll just refresh it. Who can blame it? It's not on its original hardware. Poor thing. So the character is right. Oh, it does. I mean, even when it jumps, you can see it's kind of interesting to see. But it's still, you know, it could be just an animation, right? It doesn't mean that the character is moving per se, right? But yeah, when you I forgot about the jumping. When you click, you jump. Did I put that in the controls? I might have forgotten that one. I don't think I did. So jumping does get you above that block that I've put on the screen there. And it seems like it slows you down for like a second. Oh, I guess that's the same animation that plays when you hit a jump. Oh, and not all oh no, you go way up. You go way up. So I guess, you know, it feels like it's still kind of following the same position. Very little. Sometimes you go way off screen. That's crazy. What is that? Why is it like that? Right, it depends on your speed too. Oh, I'm trying to hit a boost right as soon as I approach this. Now I'm way, way off screen. So it seems like based on how fast you're going, when you hit a ramp, it sends your character further up, and then it's kind of wild. Because then you can also, can you come below it too? Oh, there's the tree getting set on fire. Okay, there's a lot of things here that I wanna, or a couple things here. So, must avoid obstacles, or otherwise so actually, or should avoid obstacles. I'm not supposed to call him Bigfoot, yet I do. I actually appreciate that. It was pretty clever. Make a pixelated vivid tree just to make it white. What are you talking about? Okay, I'm going to say maybe another table. I could just put it in here too. I'll just put it in here. Just keep it simple. It's not really movement though, is it? I feel like you should put that somewhere else. This isn't meant to be a perfect document, just enough to kind of help me. Should avoid obstacles, so obstacle type, effect on impact. So we've got the rock, trees, rocks, trees, player stops moving and crashes for a bit. Is Millinote better than Obsidian? I think they're different. I think they're quite different, is what I think. Personally, I did not like Obsidian that much. I much prefer Millinote, but then again, Obsidian is doing something quite different, isn't it? Like, Obsidian does have like these like plugins, these user community plugins you can use, which are pretty cool. But, you know, and maybe some of them have mind maps and stuff. Yeah, it's not really fair to compare them. They're super different. Super, super different. So I don't just use Millinote. I also use Notion, which I think is pretty similar to Obsidian. I feel like it's much more fair to compare like Notion and Obsidian than it is to compare Millinote and Obsidian. So to me, Obsidian would be a good supplement to Millinote, because what I don't think Millinote is super great with is like having like really organized documents that you have a collection of. What I think Millinote is great with is just being able to slap down like images and links and apparently maps, to-do lists. You can kind of have like this free form slapping around of things, and I really love that. Whereas sometimes I need that structure that something like Obsidian can provide. So yeah, I think they're just quite different. I kind of want to understand like how long they crash out. There's rocks, trees, and then there's also like lumps, speed bumps. We'll call them speed bumps. I think just the player slows down when you hit those. Oh, we're still on turbo. Okay, here we go. It actually kind of forces a jump. Let's see, does jumping speed you up? So we're at 18. When I jump, it makes you faster. So does a speed bump make you faster? It's hard because I gotta aim. I think they do. So they do the opposite of what I thought. So they're actually mini ramps. Oh no, some of the, oh, there's two different. There's the single bump, and then there's the like pit. Wow. I didn't even realize this variance here. Oh. Ah, yes. Yes, you got me. Yes. I was skiing here, man. Dang. All right. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that like they implemented the Yeti because there was like an overflow issue if the game went on too long, and so that was just a way to make sure that you don't keep playing endlessly. But I don't know if that's really true. Yeah, the speed bump decidedly slows you down. So we're at 18. It seems to do a third of your speed, because it brings me down to 6. It actually seems to go from 6 to 9 back to 18. So it seems to be like thirding it or something like that. Okay, and then the bump, just to confirm, the bump is a mini ramp. My mind is blown by this. They are quite difficult to hit, so I guess I'm not terribly surprised. It's not like they're really in your way so much as apparently you're lucky to hit them. Yeah, it speeds you up. I'm trying to like figure out how much it speeds you. 18, and that went up to 24. Okay, I got it. 18, it gives you a boost up to 24. That brought me up to 27, so the ramp gives you a considerably higher speed boost. Okay. Lump. Oh, I missed it. Dang, they're hard to hit. Okay, got one. 25 that time. So it is relative to like the speed you're at. That got me up to 27. Dude, I think they're just ramps. But they're not. So it's interesting. The speed, the ramp gives you the same amount of speed as the little lump. The single lump. However, the ramp gives you more air. Crazy. Crazy. Okay. So, single lump. Whoops. Single lump. Slight jump. I wonder if it's even like a regular jump. Yeah, I feel like it just gives you, it seems like it's the equivalent of jumping. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say it's the equivalent of jumping. Forces a jump. speed increases. Rock's speed goes away. Mult or lump conglomerate. I'm sorry, it's so... that's an obtuse way to describe it. Lump conglomerate. Does this make you jump as well? Oof. No, you jerk! So it is a Stack Overflow, perhaps. Because it's at 32,767 distance. Interesting. Garbage collection. That's super funny. It is garbage collecting. It's garbage collecting me. I'm the... Jesus. Why does he do air guitar when he eats you, though? So, by the way, I think what he does is he picks his teeth with your leg. I'm pretty sure that's what he's doing. I think he's just friggin' savage. Naturally, of course. If that's what you're referring to, let's see if we can find a still of it. Probably if we pulled out a GIF and just broke down every frame, that would also be a way to do it. Oh, it's with the ski pole. You're right. It's the ski pole, not the leg. That's less savage. Yes, it's probably the ski pole. All right, at this point, I should just download the GIF. But I need, like, the right GIF. The correct GIF. Lump conglomerate is called moguls. I know, right? Unfortunately, it does take on such a meaning, doesn't it? Wow, apparently this is a difficult GIF to find. The longer I look at him, the funnier he gets. He's pretty funny. He's pretty funny. I mean, there's a lot of charm in this monster. Here, let's type it. This one is the guy he's just jumping around. Here we go. Nope. That's nope. Nope. Oh, there was the dog. The dog is hard to come by, man. Alright, well, it's apparently too much work to find the getting eaten part. But yeah, I'm pretty sure, indeed, he's picking his teeth with a ski pole. Sorry. Okay, so the lump conglomerate, do we... Right, he ate me. Do we jump when we hit the lump conglomerate, or no? It's so hard to hit. When I don't want to hit it, I hit it all the time. I guess I should just not want to hit it. Maybe that's the secret. I mean, it's hard to tell because I was already, like, mid-jump. But I wonder if it does, like, play the jump animation on the sprite, but it doesn't actually move you up in the air. Like, the skis spread out, but you don't actually get lifted, is what I'm guessing. Here we go. I mean, you kind of do jump up a little bit, but not much. You pretty much stay put. So it's just like a very crappy jump. It's somehow a jump that makes you slower. You do get lifted, you can jump over trees. With the lump conglomerate, you can jump over trees. Because I don't mean the single lump, I mean that one, the like, yeah, the rainbow. Yeah. Okay. No, but thank you for, like, helping. So there's a lump conglomerate. I keep missing it. They're so hard to hit when I'm trying to hit it. Oh, there's a dog. Wait, oh, no, I gotta get the dog. Get the dog. Oh, it just says woof. Oh, it just says woof. It just stays there. Okay, no, it starts moving again. Woof. Oh, no. I don't want to lose it. This is very important. Because I believe there's a special animation that plays if the dog runs into a tree. Now, this is also interesting. Like, I bet it's quite difficult to have the patience to do it. But I don't know. Like, I feel like you can infinitely move left or right. But does that same stack overflow issue come into play if I go far to the right enough? The dog just took out that skier. So I mean, look, these these are like components, right? Like the dog just infinitely like nerfed this. The dog just strands the skier forever. Oh wait, did the dog pee itself? Wait a minute. Wait a minute, what's that yellow puddle right there? When's... Okay. No, but it's interesting that like the things in the world interact with each other. Right? They don't just pass through each other. They are set up to actually do things with each other. That's kind of cool. Oh, nice, Bart's. Welcome. You can find the info about the objects on the FAQ site. Got it. Good call. Right, we should just take that if we can. Coffee says, I could be wrong, but it still gives you a bump into the same dog like 3 or 4 times. It leaves a yellow puddle in the snow and runs off. Yeah, there it is. Wow. Okay. Dude, that skier is done for. At least, it's like the dog is kind of evil, man. Like, I do wonder if, like, on some level, it's, like, constantly knocking over the skier and it's, like, stuck in a loop. Or if it's actually programmed that when that skier gets knocked down, it never gets back up. I don't know. But it's feeling like the dog just sabotaged that skier. Yeti will catch you if you go too far right. Okay, I didn't know that. Or too far up. I didn't know that. I mean, I knew when you go down. It makes sense. Okay, cool. I trust you. Like, what would you just gotta make that up? All right, well, let's read this. Let's. I mean, it's fun to play, but it's also nice to have information that's correct. Super jump ramp. Small rainbow horizontal lines. Whenever you move over one, you perform a super jump and can perform tricks and jump over all obstacles. Rock. You can jump over rocks to perform a super jump. It's not as big. You can jump over rocks to perform a super jump? What? If you jump over a rock, it will give you a super jump? That's wild. Oh, it's like incorrectly saying that the stream is an ad. Whoops. That's fun. Nice work, YouTube. Good job. Always treating your streamers right. So we can count the number of objects that have been spawned and make Yetis appear when you have skied past many things. Whoa. What? Are you talking about like exploiting the game to make more Yetis spawn? Or like, I don't know what you're saying, but it's kind of interesting. I'm very curious. Well, I mean, this is better than anything I could write. Like, what am I doing breaking down the game? This broke it down. I had no idea there was a rock jump. How do I even do that? I'll do it if you tell me how to do it. Trees, 2 types of green trees, the small green trees and the large ones. If you pick up enough speed, you can sometimes jump over the small ones. You can super jump over either of them. There are also dead brown trees. These trees can be set on fire if normal jumped over. If you super jump or rock jump over them, nothing happens. Beginner skier. These guys are beginning skiers and are colored cyan with purple clothes. Oh, this guy. You just jump as you approach a rock. Gotcha. But share it! I want to get into building the game. Save me the trouble. Like, I don't need to make this. Share it. Unless you don't want to. Then, keep it to yourself. Hoard the information. That's, well, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. These games, they often crash on easily avoidable obstacles and move slowly. You can also crash into them. Try to avoid them. They can fall in 2 different ways. If you jump over them, they fall forwards. Any other way, they fall backwards. I mean, that's a bit of detail. Like, you don't have to program these things in, okay? Especially if you're vying for that most like the original. You just don't. I think it's difficult to narrow down what are the people who are voting going to decide count as most like the original. I think if you have 2 SkiFree entries into the Game Like Jam and they both are super similar and one allows you to jump over a beginner skier and they fall forward, and any other way they fall backwards, and the other doesn't have that, I don't think that's going to give it an advantage. I think it's going to come down to other things like the quality of the art, the quality of the sound, how well you designed your settings menu. I feel like it comes down to perceived quality and having similar things. Like we had in the Bloons-like Jam, or not the Bloons-like, let's say the Puyo-like Jam. We had some really high quality games that were similar to the original. I think Yupo Yupo is a great example. Really, really high quality. Totally reminds us of the original, and it's got great assets, good sounds, good visuals. It's clean. The gameplay is solid. It's a nice replication of Puyo Puyo. However, it doesn't have the one of the most important things. It doesn't have an AI opponent, and I think if it had an AI opponent, it could qualify as most like the original. Like for the first, number 1 in most like the original, right? So I think it turned out that was one of the most important things, is that you're fighting a clear AI opponent. And so then Shadow and the Circuits edged it out. But, neither of them have like those fine details where it's just like the original, They don't do that. And so I think, and even though this feels really different, right? Like, what are we doing? We're walking around. How is this like the original? But it's when you get into this part, right? You've got the AI and you've got the regular player that you start to feel like, wait a minute, this really is a lot more like the original game. So I think it really comes down to like those features that make us say, oh yeah, that's like the original. The Bloons-like had an interesting aspect too, because the top 2 were both super similar. I would even go so far as to say Mervkins made the one that is almost a spitting image of the original, like down to the art assets, without, and Mervkins did not copy paste the art assets, recreated the art assets, and you have something that is just shockingly similar to the original. Some small changes, but like very, very similar, right? But then you have this one, which won the most like the original category. And it actually has a few differences from the original, but it otherwise is pretty much the same. But I think what edged it out is it was a little more adventurous with its art assets, right? So the art assets and the shaders and stuff, there's a few more effects, you know, and I think that might have pushed it to the top. So again, the reason why I say all this is just it's fun and interesting to like split hairs and just like see like, wow, how is this game made? They have differences depending on how you jump over it. But you know, I encourage you not to get hung up on those super fine details, because I don't think if you're interested in competing, right, I don't think that they are the most important thing. You sent it in Discord. Let's check it out. What has Bart's been doing? Bart's been doing the work for us. Is it the perfect guide? Is it all we need? Are we done here? Can I start building a SkiFree like? If you're remaking SkiFree, you should make a ski lodge that is the goal to reach and call it the Winking Skier. If you know, you know. I do know. I do know. That's a Skyrim reference. Oh, I know. Okay. Oh. Oh, this is nice, Bart. This is beautiful. Super jump ramp. Can be jumped over. Yes. Whoa. That's such a nice, like, thing to account for, if it can even be jumped over. Just jumping over ramps. Knocks you out. No. Special effect makes you do a super jump. Rock. Can be jumped over. Yes. Knocks out. Yes. I like how you do these colors too, where green is like, this isn't a bad thing, this is a bad thing. Gives rock jump if jumped over. Wow. Small tree. Yes. Knocks out, yes. Big tree. Cannot be jumped over, does knock you out. However, it can be jumped over with a super jump. It's interesting. Beginner skier, slow and crash into things, fall when jumped over. Burns jumped over very fast, will knock you out. Oh, so like you can't knock out the snowboarders. They're just too cool. Ski lift pole. Right, if you're under the ski lift chair, you actually get extra style points. So it's interesting that I think the scoring is probably one of the more interesting things to look at, like in terms of something we can replicate. Because you do get these like style points in addition to getting like time bonuses. And you know, I don't think the like high scoring is very robust in the original. It doesn't really, I don't know, it doesn't inspire in me a desire to keep being better. I've never particularly felt like I want more style points. But yeah, if you're like especially doing tricks, I think under a ski lift chair, you get more points. I guess presumably because you're like showing off to people who are watching. Mogul? Is that what it's called? Oh wait, you weren't kidding when you said mogul earlier. I thought you were just like making a reference to corporate stuff. It's actually called a mogul. I didn't know that. It makes you jump, doesn't knock you out. Group of moguls, slows you down when approached straight down. Yeah, this is super useful. Can I use this in the breakdown? And then what I'll do is, you know, obviously give a very visible credit. But I would love to just like not break all this down. Coffee lives in Canada. I ski. I see. Understood. Oh, and the ski lift chair spawns skiers and snowboarders. I didn't know that. This is great. I mean, this is a really, really valuable bunch of information. Slows you down when approached straight down. Nice. But nothing happens when you approach at an angle. Stump can be turned into a mushroom when knocked from the bottom? What? Why? Oh, the beginner skier. It is the beginner. Get it. It's like trying. I mean, there's so much personality in that animation, right? Like, it's just, it conveys that, yeah, they're just like trying their best. Even like the way that it's like animated, you know, like kind of meandering around and getting stuck a little bit. Oh, the beginner skier getting stranded. These poor people. Do they stay permanently down when you bump them? Oh no, they crashed into each other. At least they have each other. Okay, there's a rock. I wonder if it's like a certain rock. This might not be the right rock. Whoops. Okay, I screwed that up. Use the mouse to turn around. Okay, it's not that rock. It must be the square-like one. I guess that's a big rock. And then this one's like a small one. Looking for a small rock, going down, down, down. Looking for a rock. Ooh, I'm gonna fall down. Those are kind of rare. I guess if they have a special property, it makes sense that they're rare. I gotta see it, man. I want to see it. There it is. Go. Okay. I gotta get lower. Whoop, whoop. Okay, there it is. It's a mushroom now. Wow. And you can still crash into the mushroom. That's a stump. Oh, it does look like a stump. Okay, I was gonna say that don't look like a rock because it's not a rock. Understood. And you did. It does say on here stump. I don't read good. Okay, got it. Mushroom when jumped. Oh, when jumped over. So if you turn it into a stump, or if you turn the stump into a mushroom and then jump over it, you get 100 points. Dogs pee when you run over them. Red sign must pass on the left to not get extra time. Turns into a smiley sad face. And I think this is probably, these are some of the more important things too. The red sign and blue sign for the slalom stuff. Yeti cannot be jumped over, and it doesn't just knock you out, it eats you. Comes at you at 2001 meters down or 126 up if you go too far left or right. Wow, this is awesome. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to snag it and just slap it in here and save myself the trouble. But I will give you great reference. Thanks, Bartz. You've done a great service. I gotta give you 2 breakdown credits for that. Hell, that's 3 breakdown credits. Technically, I'm gonna give you 4. Technically, that's a credit for every single thing you wrote in there, but let's be reasonable. Welcome, Dungeon Martian. Thank you for supporting the channel and being an awesome mod. You like one of the realest. Appreciate you. We are definitely jam-ratting down the slopes. So I'm just kind of breaking the game down, looking at the game, thinking about it, being helped by Bartz. And Bartz made this awesome chart. Bartz makes charts. And I don't need this anymore. So I will make a separate little column here. This game is 100% true to real life skiing. Nuh-uh. I mean, it does kinda seem like it, right? Like, do you think you can, if someone was like preparing to go skiing, and would you recommend they play this as practice? Okay. Chart by Bartz. I feel like we linked your itch. Yeah, we should link your itch. Why not? Okay, then make it considerably larger. I always get eaten by a Yeti when I ski. It's very important. It's very important to remember. There are obstacles and ramps and more along the way that impact movement. And more. Obstacles and stuff. Okay, so that saves me some breakdown trouble. Does Yeti really go after people that ski for over 2,000? Does Yeti really go after people that ski over 2,000 meters? Yes, sweetie. Play this game and save yourself a lift pass. There you go. There you go. I'm sure whatever that means is true. You heard it from Coffee Stained. Hold them to it. That's why Canada became metric in the first place. Easier to measure than 1.24 miles. Wow. That makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. Good for Canada. It did the right thing. Bart's is sad because of the Yeti. I know. More Yetis. There's even more Yetis in Canada. Oh god. SkiFree is not realistic enough. Okay. So this is pretty good. I would rather... Okay, but I also want to look at... Oh, I'm about to get eaten. That's why we also call it a Yeti instead of Bigfoot, because we're metric. Whoa. Whoa. That sounds true. When I was a kid, I thought Yetis were polar Bigfoots. They are? So I assume, one thing I always wonder is if you go in the wrong gate, do you still get scored for something else? I don't even know. I just want to see. So if I want style points, I gotta like jump over stuff, hit ramps. Can't you do flips and stuff? Right? -7 style, I jumped. I hit a jump. How dare you give me negative style? I think I was very stylish. Thank you very much. And then, am I initiating the flips by clicking? Is that something that I'm doing? Yes. It seems like if I click... it does a flip. Oh, we got 8 style. All right, I'm gonna try to keep my 8 style. We're gonna stick with the 8. Oh, we at 10 now, baby. And then you get this horrendous score. What the heck is this? What am I looking at? 10, that's me, because that's my style. Got it. Why does it say -93 and -140? I don't know. So your score is your style. I thought it was your distance. I guess it depends what mode you're in. I assume that the mode I was in was freestyle. Those are my old high scores. Oh, okay. Wow, -93. That's brutal. Yetis are like gentrified Bigfoots. Understood. You can use the mouse to spin fast, like in the air, and that gets you more style. Wow. Okay, so it's freestyle. So that was freestyle, right? And that guess that makes sense. It has the word style in it, so I guess style is important. Okay, let's do tree slalom. I don't think I really ever do that one. Oh, it's just got the flags, but there's more trees. Gotcha. So the slalom is about moving. Oh, and if you miss one, none of them matter anymore? Cool. Great. It's very punishing. I think the Microsoft Edge Surf game is a lot more generous in that regard. And will let you, like, I don't know, miss one. Dude, I'm not doing tree slalom. It's horrible. Get out of my way, beginner. Oh, I just saw the snowboarder spawn. What? Did I miss one already? Give me the smileys, dang you! I demand smileys. I just must be missing a first one. Okay, make sure you go through the right start gate. There we go. Smile at me. So I don't know if it's actually true that you can't miss one. I'm sure I'll miss one. I just might not have correctly started it. Now this one, there's a time ticking at the top. So it actually changes the behavior of the scoreboard. Style is still there. It's still relevant, but I'm surprised I'm not losing style for just wiping out constantly. But sure, whatever. Oh, I guess, oh, I missed one. Oh, okay, so I just hadn't gone through the correct gate. That's why, or the starting line. And then probably the reason I was wiping out there is because that mogul conglomerate was giving me a little error. And as such, every time I clicked down, probably, I was doing a flip. And so I was just like flipping into wipeouts constantly. It's interesting. I mean, you know, it's definitely interesting behavior to try and replicate. Doesn't mean we should replicate it, but it's interesting. So that's, I mean, I'm troubled. Oh, it adds time. I was gonna say I'm troubled that like the missing gates doesn't punish you, but it does. Because it increases your time. Okay, that's really important. And then the only thing that it's tracking is your time. Okay, got it. This is good to know. So I'm going to keep track of all this here. Move down, it's happy. That's right. If you move to the right of the arrow, it's happy. That's correct. Or you move to where it's pointing. Absolutely correct, Coffee. You might as well just play it in chat. You've literally just, you've done it. You've recreated the game. It might be cool to have the slalom, but the controls might need improvement to make it easier. It is quite difficult, right? I mean, I'm just like, doop, 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 doop. Well, and I think that's also where the surf game is interesting. Because I think it handles it a little better. Let's go. They call it zigzag, I think. But it really creates these like boundaries here, and you can see instead of doing like the left or the right of a flag, you're actually going through these like little tunnels. And it's much easier. It's still kind of hard. It's still kind of difficult, to be fair. Oh, and so, okay, you couldn't see because this was in the way. But instead of giving you this like extra time, if you miss it, you actually just lose if you miss one. And you get a high score based on how many in a row without missing that you're able to get. So, you know, I think that's one thing I do like about having Surf is it presents a nice alternative way to handle the gameplay that arguably is more, potentially more generous. So I guess those like wave pools there are kind of the mogul lump, but it behaves quite a bit differently, doesn't it? And there's no, I don't think I can jump, so it removes that whole jump concept. Okay, so I'm gonna miss this one, and then it's just gonna say best new streak is 12 gates. Oh, and I died. I actually wasn't sure if I could keep going after that. Let's see. I'm gonna miss one on purpose. No news streak. But I guess that wouldn't be a streak anymore. The surf game points more to the cursor, but the ski has a sudden jump of the angle. Oh, you're right. Well, it's interesting because I think it just adds one more angle. So there's our obtuse. There's like the middle. Wait, no, it doesn't. Wait, no, it does only have. So there is obtuse, acute, and then vertical. But maybe you're right. Maybe it is pointing more to the mouse instead of just like procedurally, or not procedurally, but just like adjusting the way that the character is moving. The character is moving towards the mouse here. There is something different about it, for sure. Like, this isn't really pointing at my cursor, right? I see what you're saying. So this is actually just rotating the angle, or it's just moving it to that set angle, regardless if that is where the mouse is actually pointing. Which makes it more difficult because it's not quite moving the way you'd sort of expect it to move. Yeah, that is different. Okay, and then I assume it's the same on Tree Slalom, where it scores you on time. Okay, so Slalom has you avoid or ski around the arrowed flags. If missed, plus 5 seconds. I don't even think a timer starts on freestyle. Does it? I don't even know. I can't remember. Let's find out. It does not. No timer on freestyle. Okay. Timer begins. Ski around the arrow flags. If or any that are missed, add 5 seconds to timer, sure. Finish line ends timer and collects best times. Freestyle, a little different, but not that different. You're still going down the same slope. No timer begins whatsoever. Really, there's only one, there's not even much to say about it, other than finish the line, opens a high score menu that shows the highest style points achieved by the player. And then finally the tree slalom, I'm just gonna assume is identical to slalom. We can try it, but there are more trees than regular slalom. Okay. So those are the different modes. I mean, I feel like, what, are we missing something? I feel like this is most of the game at this point. We've got the movement, style. Oh, the Yeti. I haven't accounted for the Yeti, technically. Well, actually, that was accounted for over here in the obstacles and stuff. So moving forward constantly in a seemingly endless map. I think that's everything. I mean, what am I missing at this point? Flipping, I guess we should clarify that. That isn't really here. So let's talk about that. Although you do kind of talk about that over here in Bartz's chart. So I do wonder if it wouldn't be nice to point to that a little bit. Goal is to accumulate as many style points as possible based on, I don't know, stuff. In this mode, you have to earn style points by jumping in the air and either flipping by pressing up and down in midair, or spinning left and right in midair, and then landing it. You rack up style points. You lose points by crashing into objects. If you don't have a satisfactory score, you can always go back up the mountain to do more tricks until you like your score. Oh, that's pretty cool. Wow, so it is kind of endless in that sense, as long as you climb back up the mountain. That's awesome. I don't know why, it's like kind of cool. Goal is to get as many points, style points as possible. Can climb back up the mountain before hitting finish to get more points. That's awesome. To the tune of Do You Want to Build a Snowman? I don't know that song. What is that song? The Abominable Snowman, he's a little down the slope. I don't think I really feel I want to be his meal. That's a mother effing nope. If I knew that, I would be singing it right now. I know Frosty the Snowman. I don't know that one. Maybe I do and I don't realize I know it. Accumulate as many style points as possible, and then extra point possibilities exist, and then I'll point this to the chart. I will attempt to point this to the chart. There we go. From Frozen. Oh. I've never seen Frozen. I've never seen Frozen. I don't have children in my life. I don't have children. So I don't have little cousins. I don't have little anything like that. I don't come from breeding stock. So I never had a reason to go see a children's movie. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Is there much else to say? I don't think there's much else to say. I feel like this is a game. Did I miss something? Oh, I guess I didn't put flips in here. So we should say that. Doing flips or spins in the air and landing it gives points. And so that's like some movement-based stuff. And I think clicking the mouse, yeah, clicking the mouse makes you jump or flip. Clicking mouse makes you jump or flip. Pressing down / up in the air equals a flip. Pressing left / right in the air equals a spin. Okay, and then I'll link that here. No, link it to this one. And then I'll share this, again, I'm not saying it's comprehensive, but it's pretty darn close. It's pretty much the fundamental components to understanding SkiFree. Yeah, I think that about does it. So then I kind of want to turn my attention to Surf. I will share this and I'll put it on the jam page later. But there's a link. Here. Seconds. Oh, getting scores. Working with minutes and defined seconds. Okay. I think the only important thing about SkiFree is that the Yeti comes and eats you randomly. It's not random. It's after you hit 2001 meters. It's the only important. It is the most iconic thing, of course. I agree with you on that. It did feel random as a kid, right? It's like, it's not fair. But I was busy. I was doing stuff. I was skiing. I know. Alright, so well, anyway, there's a link to the guide, and again, I will make sure I put that up on the jam page as a resource, along with the game FAQ page, which is indispensable, and some of these others as well. But I'll do that later. For now, let's look at Surf and see kind of the things that it adds in that's different. I mean, right away, I'll tell you what, why don't I make like a separate board for it? Or maybe I'll just... Yeah, it's a game facts guide. It is. It's a very old FAQ guide, like 2003 is when this is from. It's classic. It's classic. I love the classics. I like seeing a classic. If you're watching this right now, and you also like classics, and you like live streams, hit that like button. Hyper smash the thumbs up button. Have you pressed the like button on the stream yet? Consider pressing it. It helps more people find out about this stream, learn about our jam, learn about the community, and it can just be a really nice thing. So it'll do a little animation, it'll go boing, and it's like really nice. It's like super satisfying. So hit that like button if you haven't yet. Gotta remind you to do that. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Yes, I mean, I don't know if I want to break down Surf that much, but I mean, immediately, right, it has the hit points. So if you crash 3 times, it's game over. You're donezo if you hit 3 items, which is super, super, super different 15 viewers and only 12 likes. Is that the truth? That is the truth. That was accurate. What do those three do? What are those three do? What are you waiting for? They're like, look, I'm just here to see what this is about. I don't like it. I don't want to like it. And honestly, that is fair that that's how you guys feel. I respect that. You can't go horizontal. I feel like what I'll do is I'll just say the biggest changes. Rorik! Hey, look at that. We actually got somebody that is here right now. That's awesome. Thank you, Rorik. Congratulations, Timeless. You just got gifted a membership. Let's go. Thank you so much, Rorik, for doing that. That means a lot. Remember to turn on your gift memberships. That is an option. Not everybody has the option, which is annoying, obviously. But for those who do have it, you should check it. If you don't have the option, don't worry. People who don't have the option have still gotten gift memberships. So here's how you do it. You hit the join button right there, right? Join. You click that, and then on the top right, there's these three dots. Click on that, hit gift membership settings. Again, you might not have this. And if you don't, you're probably okay, maybe. But if you do have this toggle, make sure you toggle it on. That way you can be just like Timeless and get a gift membership. Membership gets you emotes on screen, a bunch of special extra emotes, and an extra live stream. Secret parts of the Discord, look, they got padlocks on them. That's how you know that they're super secret. So many extra perks. So hopefully, that's a little intriguing. If not, that's okay. But luckily, Timeless is going to join us as a member, which is awesome. Now, as I said, I will embarrass myself with song singing. I will do this, okay? I will do it. So here we go. Let me pick a song intentionally. Let me find a song. Let's do this one. Okay, so this one's gonna be a joint member song for Rorik and for Timeless. Here we go. Do what I gotta do. Hold on, my my headphones came unplugged. I can't sing without hearing. Okay, here we go. Next bar. Here we go. Rorik, you're full of fantasticness. Oh. Rorik, you're so full of fantasticness. I can tell 'cause of the gifts you're giving out. Rorik, you're full of fantasticness. I can tell 'cause you're so very generous. Rorik coming in here and giving out gifts and we're all so happy. Rorik coming in here and giving out gifts and now we're just like yay. Thank you, Rorik, for being so fantastic. You're full of it and not in a bad way, in a very good way. Rorik, you're full of fantasticness. Timeless is timeless. You can tell 'cause it's in their name. Me and mine are so thankful for the time that's gone. 'Cause we don't need any more time. It couldn't be more wrong that we need time. 'Cause we're living in a timeless time. We're living in a timeless time. You can tell because Timeless has Timeless in their name. That means that they're not insane. They're just outside of space and time and stuff. It's cool. Timeless. Thank you for being here all the time. You're timeless to me. We don't have to live within the boundaries of time because we've got timelessness. I am I am so sorry to everybody who had to endure that. But thank you. Thank you so much, Rorik. No, not fire. Thank you so much, Rorik, for gifting that membership there. It means a lot. And Timeless, thank you for being engaged enough that you would get gifted a membership, because it's not just about flipping that toggle, it's about flipping that like button up, because the more engaged you are, the more likely YouTube is to give you one of those memberships. You guys are too kind. You guys are too kind. That was, come on now. See you later, Coffee Stain. Please name your game Skibbity. Skibbity. It's actually pretty funny. You know what? Maybe someone should. Welcome, Mindswept. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. If your Google birthday is below 18, you aren't okay. Oh, come on. I see what you're saying. Like, you should just lie. Yeah, that's fair. All right. Great. Right, surf. Yes, of course. I will pivot to something like everything is normal. Nothing out of the ordinary and strange just happened. Everything is fine. Right. Oh, wait, look at that. What is that? What? It has boundaries? What a cop-out. Why am I so disappointed? Okay, so let's say this. I'm gonna say for surf, and then I'm just gonna note the differences. Surf differences from SkiFree. All right, I won't break it down like in a deep way, just kind of note the differences. So I'll put a link to it on here. I think that could be valuable, potentially. Why am I so disappointed? Oh, is that, wait. Is that something I said? Or is that something you're saying? I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. Okay, and then we're gonna add another note in here, and this one, your game's time stops at 9 hours, 53 minutes, 19 seconds. What do you mean your game? Like a game that you're making? A game that you made? Are you making a SkiFree like right now and you're already on the time part? I said when I saw the boundaries in surf. Oh, I am disappointed. Okay, I thought you were talking about something else. Okay. Because I know you like the kid that you don't like the member songs, but you like the member songs. Yeah, whoa. I broke it. I broke it. Oh, it's broken. Microsoft. I can't move anymore. I'm stuck. I wonder how long we can be stuck here. I've escaped. I have escaped. Wait, it's turning blue again. What's gonna happen? What's it gonna be like? I think the way I escaped was I clicked off of the window, and then when I came back, I don't know. Oh, it's nothing. It's just they just didn't make the boundary go that far. Now, to be fair, this isn't technically the Edge browser game. You may have noticed that. This is somebody's GitHub project where they extracted the surf game and released it as like a project that you can use and check out and stuff like that. Unacceptable! Wow. We're just drifting. Well, I'm obviously gonna leave that there and just see what happens, right? Like, I'm not going to not leave. Like, I want to break this as much as possible. I'm only human. The real Edge browser game has no bounds, I'm sure. A feature needs to be in your game? Okay, but now, okay. Now I'm curious, right? So we're gonna boot up Edge and we're gonna try it. No, I'm not using Edge, believe it or not. But we're gonna try it. And I think you just do the like Chrome thing where instead of typing Edge : or Chrome : / you do Edge : / and then you type surf after that. It's a black box. The home menu is disgusting. The home menu, oh, of Edge? Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what Edge is Chromium with Microsoft ads. Or the kinds of ads that Microsoft would do. That's why I have a custom homepage. Although they often reset it because they're jerks. Okay, so that's how you access the Surf game. You can see it is a little different than the version I've embedded. It's different. It's not quite the same. You can also use, there's a link on the Jam page that links you to this as well. Although if you're not on Edge, it'll be different. So clearly they've updated the version. Now they've got stars. Yeah, it's Chrome with Microsoft ads. I mean, it's fundamentally the same. But there's this stars thing. Okay, now I want to see if we can break the boundary. You can't die though. One of the most important changes is that you can die. Oh god. But I kind of like the risk it adds. I think it adds some good things to SkiFree. I think it makes good changes. Oh dear, I shouldn't have risked that. Although I like that you can go horizontal. Oh no! Dang. Oh, I think we have to switch to like zigzag. That's why I wasn't getting attacked, because I was in the zigzag mode. And that's why. Maybe zigzag does have a boundary. Maybe endless doesn't have the boundary, but zigzag does. Oh! I see. So the official version actually you just wipe out if you go too far outside the boundaries. That's why that hacked away version from the original is probably hitting a boundary, because it doesn't punish and kill you once you reach the edge. Maybe they patched that out and it used to be that way. I like this. This is quite nice. I actually think this is even better than the one that's embedded on the page. Like that nice score at the top, it's very like juicy and satisfying. Oh wow, it wipes you out. If you miss a single one, it wipes you out. So it's quite rigid in that sense. But I rather like that. It's really giving you this like sense of, it's kind of teaching you the game very quickly. And the punishment sort of makes me want to like do better and be better at it. So that's kind of interesting. Oh, come on, that counts. I'm good. I'm within the bounds. Thank you. Oh yeah, there is. You're right. If you turn on high visibility, it'll show you the hitbox. Yeah, it's a nice accessibility feature. Not an accessibility feature I ever really considered, but maybe I should be considering it more. Dude, this is hard. This is like almost as hard as the slalom on SkiFree. And then you have the hearts to contend with. It's good. I kind of think it's fundamentally a better game than SkiFree. Yes! You can cheat your way in. Oh, there's a dog! Oh, we got a dog! So instead of the dog peeing itself, you just pick it up for a little while. It's probably for the best. Oh, dear God. Oh, come on. Oh, I died. I see. Yeah, this is really fun. Yeah, and as devs, I mean, the hitbox is quite useful, isn't it? So, you know, you have to, like, program your game a little harder, I think, on this one, if you're emulating Surf more than SkiFree. Gotta be a little bit more thoughtful about how you put it together. Oh, yeah. We got a dog. I don't know why that's good. It's gone now. It seemed like a long section. Okay, we're cooking. We're getting better at it. We're getting better at it. Uh-oh. Come on, come on. Yes! It sucks though, because if you are gonna cut in like that, you're gonna lose a hit point in doing it. Wow. Nice. Alright, good to know. So, differences. Hit points. That's a big one. 3 hit points. You start over if hearts go empty. Boost is locked behind pickups and only lasts for a short time. Can't walk around. That's a pretty big one. You can't necessarily outrun the monster, but monster / Yeti can be foiled by kiting it into obstacles. It does have this time trial mode, which is quite different. Slalom is zigzag and scores you based on number of gates cleared. I quite like that. I think that, again, I think it's made good changes to an extent. I don't know that I think all the changes are good, but I think some of the changes are good. Time trial mode is for racing quickly. What is time? I don't know if I've even tried time trial mode. You know, it's kind of like some nicer score display. Oh, there's also these things that you kind of bump into. Oh, there's coins, apparently. What do those do? Why would I want a coin? I don't know. It's very bright, isn't it? It's much brighter than the one that's embedded. See, oh, the whirlpool. But it's not just a whirlpool. There's other ones that won't knock you over, but they'll just sort of bounce you into, like, the opposite direction. Oh, and there's heart pickups as well. I don't know if there's tricks. There doesn't appear to be any tricks. Whoa. Why was I invisible there? Yeah, no tricks. Tricks are gone. What is the coin? Maybe the coin gives you more time or gives you less time? So it's at 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh god, if I can even make it to another coin. So if I hit the whirlpool, you'll see I just like bounce the wrong direction. I think it lowers your time. Would be my guess. I think that could be more clear, like from a game design perspective. It's not particularly obvious. Two seconds. Okay. I mean, that's something. I'll take it. Trying to find which things flip you around besides the whirlpool. Maybe like the beach ball. Whirlpool just kind of changes your direction. You can't go up, so I can't really check to see exactly what the coin does. Oh, okay. Okay, here we go. Yep, you're right. 2 seconds. Good call. And then there's a finish line at the end. So close? What do you mean so close? I didn't lose. Why would you say that? How dare you? Okay. There's a translucent barrier on the sides of this one. Oh, let's try to break them. Time trial mode is for racing quickly. Has coins that subtract 2 seconds. Let's give Dungeon a credit for that one. Game research. Okay. Time trial mode is for racing quickly. Has coins that subtract 2 seconds. Something I didn't mention. 3 points out of your hearts go empty. Heart collectibles exist to refill health. Boost is locked behind pickups, unless for a certain time. Okay. I think that kind of sums it up. Now, out of morbid curiosity, let's play with the barriers. New game, time trial. Let's go. Oh yeah, there it is. Let's see if I can make it over there. Come on now. He's a wipeout. I wonder if I can still foil it though. Like, what if I click away right before it? Probably not. Nope, no foiling. Well, I mean, in that sense, I think it's actually quite cool that this allows us to see what happens beyond the barriers. Not much, apparently. All right, well, I feel like that's kind of enough of a breakdown. Maybe I'll say one more thing, which is that score in relevant game mode shows at the top in the center, which is quite nice, I think. So that is adding some scope, right? Because you have to add in like health and manage that and make sure the pickups spawn and you can get them and they work good. The boost, you know, balancing in that sense. You know, it's just a nicer score menu than just like simply listing the data, which is a lot simpler. There's some like juice, some creative design going on there. Honestly, this is kind of a nice thing. I think it's quite a bit more difficult probably to like program. Not more difficult, but it's more to think about because you have to have like a state machine that says when you're in that horizontal state, then you can walk. Otherwise you can't. So I actually think you can lower your scope a little bit by borrowing certain things from Surf. Monster Yeti can be foiled by cutting it into obstacles. That seems like more effort to me. Definitely would increase the scope a little bit, rather than just having something that just comes and gets you. Slalom is zigzag, and you score based on number of gates cleared. Yeah, because you have to say that if you miss one, you lose. If one is missed, auto fail. And you have to do like a special scoring instead of just adding time. You have to come up with that whole score system of gates being cleared and manage that separately and a separate scoreboard. I mean, you still have to do the style. It's kind of replacing the style. Oh yeah, there's none of that. I should add that in here. No more flips, jumps, tricks, and no more flips, jumps, tricks, or style points. Also, oh, what was it gonna be? Some obstacles don't knock you down, but just bounce you in the opposite direction. That's another thing. So I mean, that's a little extra work because you have to say this obstacle does this, that obstacle does something else. This is actually quite nice. This is another one that actually reduces scope, which is nice. So we'll say scope reducer. We'll add a little extra note for those in case anyone is actually looking to reduce the scope of the game a little bit. That would be a way to do it. These colors are not great. It's fine. Another scope reducer is probably this one. I would say, in my opinion. Some of those don't knock you down. 3 hit points, you start over. That's a whole health system to implement. Boost is locked behind pickups. Again, pickups that spawn, and there's only a limited amount as opposed to just speeding it up or not speeding it up. Monster Yeti can be foiled. That's definitely more scope. Yeah. Time trial mode for racing quickly has coins that subtract 2 seconds. That's a new pickup to add in. Yeah. I already have the main map moving component set. Dude, let's build! I'm done with this. Let's build. I want to build stuff. Let's code. Let's make a game. Let's get started. I don't even have a project yet. All right, we're gonna shift. The extreme vibe is shifting. Let's build. That's awesome, Timeless. You have inspired me to get it going. All right, new project time. SkiFree, like, I actually kind of already know what my game idea is gonna be. And the name of it is probably gonna be Volcano. I'm thinking we're making Volcano. And I'm very excited about this. So here's my idea. Quickly. There will be, instead of a mountain that you're skiing down, there will be a volcano. And you will not be skiing down said volcano. No, no. You will be falling down said volcano. I want to implement some ragdoll physics, and I want you to just be like this person who's just like flopping down, just like bumping into everything constantly all the way down this volcano. So the game's gonna start out, you're gonna be like climbing the menu, you're gonna be climbing up a mountain, all like, oh yeah, I summited. Look at me, I am a champion. I get the gold medal. It is mine because I climbed. Yes, and then it's going to erupt and lava is going to fall down. And you are going to start falling down. You're gonna tumble to your death. Doop, 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 doop. Unless you play the game well. If you play the game well, you can tumble into like a little rescue trampoline at the base of the mountain. Or volcano, as it were. So that is my game idea. Very simple, very straightforward, you know, and I'll implement as many of the other SkiFree mechanics as I feel I have time for. And then instead of a Yeti coming after you, instead of there being, you know, certain boundaries of a such that you can bump into, there's going to be, now this is probably going to be where I'm overscoping, but you know what? Let's do it. I want the lava to actually like kind of like flow and provide like, you know, especially like in a slalom mode sort of thing, it actually kind of create the boundaries along the way, and then you have to try to avoid those and move in between those boundaries. And then you could like outrun it in a way, potentially, like if the lava sort of stops, like it hits a stopping point, maybe it runs into something else. I want, if it runs into like a tree or something, I don't know why there'd be a tree in a volcano, but whatever, it's our imagination, who cares? The lava will like set it on fire, you know, some fun stuff like that. So that's kind of like generally my concept. So I don't really need to do much particularly going for that at this time. But I thought you should know. 10 minutes in and it's already near impossible. I should nerf late game. Okay. Timeless just like gonna be done in one day. So I am gonna make my game in 3D because I want to. Definitely one of the biggest challenges is gonna be coming up with how the level generates. I'm gonna start with a simple. Do I want it to be a rigid body? I mean, I think it'll be more fun to just... No, I don't. I mean, I don't know. I kind of do. I don't know. Because if it's a rigid body, I don't think it's a good idea. Because you're going to eventually run out of vertical space. Or at least the game is going to get really... I don't think it should be a rigid body. No, I think the level should be moving and removing itself after it gets out of a certain area. I probably could recycle Harvest Earth code. Absolutely. Harvest Earth was a project that I stopped working on because I realized I have no idea what I'm doing in terms of scoping games wisely, and I don't do that. I don't scope games well, and it was a game that I scoped very poorly. But that's okay, you know, we gotta learn somewhere, and it prompted me starting the Game Like Jam. It's why I'm doing the Game Like Jam, is because of how difficult I found it to be to scope to scope a big project. And so I want to do the Game Like Jam, so I have a bunch of games with known scope that I'm very familiar with how to, you know, get a game from beginning to end and what that feels like. So you can check out what those were like. It was a game I was working on this channel for way a long time, like over a year. And yeah, I don't want to work on it right now because I need practice. I need to get better before I'm ready to go back to it. But it was like an endless runner type game. So that's true. I could borrow a lot of things from it. Yeah. Actually, Cam, yes, but also we could do a bunch of rigid bodies connected by joints. I don't know. I actually have no idea if that's possible. But what I will say, I've actually shared this on the Discord, and someone started working on it. I think it's Girthy Lemon, right? Started actually using it. Godot provides ragdoll physics. Ragdoll physics are built in to the friggin' engine. And so there's documentation on it right here. Check this out. Literally, Godot has a ragdoll system since 3.1. So we can actually build a skeleton in Godot that has ragdoll physics, which is pretty sweet. Look at that. Look at that. Roger is making the Spore Creature creator, but got sidetracked into octrees and marching cubes and optimizing them to be faster. That sounds fun. That sounds delightful. Good luck with that. That's so different. You went from one thing to a whole other thing. Spore Creature creator sounds awesome. That would be cool. I'd play that game. Either hit gold or you learn a lot. What with making a game that's too big? If you tab out of the game, it will hold onto the obstacles, and if you tab back in, it makes a giant wall of the obstacles in your game. Did in C# for speed. Nice. Cam doesn't like problems that have marching cubes as a solution. Do I know what marching cubes are? I mean, I know what, like, yeah, actually, you guys are talking over my head a little bit there. Someone understands it. Okay. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. I just kind of want to get, like, the basic fundamental stuff. Oh, ray marching. Oh, ray marching. I've heard of that. Yeah, I could just pull the terrain spawning out of, but you know, there's something about it I didn't like, you know, something about it I didn't like. I'm not entirely sure how I want to handle this, you know. Computator is your third iteration when you do dumb stuff. Cubes that march defend the UK. I kind of want to just, like, for fun, I just want to play around a little bit. Like, I know that this is not an efficient way to handle absolutely anything, but my morbid curiosity is super strong, and I'm going to lean into it. Just to, like, build a toy and have a little fun. Okay, I'm going to make a mountain. Now, I think the endless, I mean, it depends, right? Like, do I want to have an endless mode, or do I want to keep it truer to SkiFree? SkiFree isn't endless. So in theory, we could build one big map and just ensure that the player always dies or not at the end, right? I think having an endless mode would be nice, personally. But if we wanted, we wouldn't have to do that. It's an option. Okay, so let's get a mesh. We're gonna keep it super simple. I know this is just craziness. This is not what my game is gonna be like, but it's just for fun. Sometimes it's good to just follow an instinct. And I mean, look, this is the most basic, this is like not big brain kind of stuff. But I think that's what makes it so fun. Okay, we're gonna make this box super gigantic right now. It's not very gigantic. See, that's where you obviously run into trouble. Okay, it's gonna be so big. I mean, I guess what I'd like kind of rather do is think about like the size of the camera, and especially if okay, let me try something real quick. I'm gonna make it actually quite a big size. I'm gonna make the window be 1080 by 1080, which obviously is not as endless as friggin' Surf or SkiFree, where you can just zoom out like what seems eternally, but I'm gonna make the canvas 1080 by 1080, so it's a big old square. And then if I add a camera in, it'll be that big. You fixed it? The tabbing? Nice. Let's get a camera. Yeah, that sounds like a nasty bug. Let's get a camera. And so you can see it's a square. But I kind of want this to be pretty far out, because if it's horizontal, right, if you're playing in landscape, it's going to need to account for that, and so you're only going to actually see a certain section. If it's vertical, you're only going to see a certain section. So I want to make sure that it's zoomed out far enough, or panned back far enough, that it can include enough gameplay, whichever orientation that you're in. And then I kind of want to remind myself what these project settings need to be. I think I want to set the stretch mode to canvas items, and then the aspect to expand. Okay. We need some environment. We'll just do simple defaults for now. Okay, and I'm going to make this a lot bigger so this fits within the boundaries of the camera. And it does. Maybe even a little bigger than that. Now, what I'm most curious about is how far down on the canvas can we go before performance takes a massive hit, before everything crashes and falls apart. You know, like, how endless can it get? That's what I'm most curious about. Thomas says the obstacles don't reload, so it'll just be a fork bomb if you leave it running. Oh yeah, don't do that. Oh, are you making it in Scratch? Be careful. Be careful with that. So then what I want to do is I want to keep track of how far down the rigid body has fallen, right? And if it has fallen down a certain amount, I would want to spawn a new piece of the wall. I almost wonder, what if we don't make it actually go down? What if we have it be flat? What would that be like? Just so that way, I don't know. I feel like this will be nicer. And then we just like put like a constant velocity on it, and we just kind of do more trickery. I mean, trickery to some extent is going to be necessary. Just add the Yeti and make it restart. Timeless, are we going to be able to play your game already? Timeless is like, I'm done. I'm done. No, the great thing is about getting like your game done so soon is you just get tons of time to like polish, you know? Because I don't want to look at a bright white material, we're gonna change the material to something else. Mine is gonna be a volcano, so I might as well make it like a brown for now. That is an interesting interpretation of brown. Oh, I see. It's because it's a CSG box that's highlighted. And then I'm gonna move the camera to instead be above and looking down at it. And then I'll put like a velocity on the rigid body. Is that a thing? Yeah. Okay. Start it out centered. And then if on the rigid body, I add a linear velocity on the z-axis, let's say 10, it should just start zooming. We're gonna find out. What is this? This is... I'll put it in player. No, this is a main scene. I'll just call it main and call it main scene. Okay. First 4 days, develop. Last 26, polish arts and bugs and relax. You learned that during the Puyo Puyo Jam. Nice. Okay, let's see where we're at. Oh, and it fell through because I didn't give the CSG box any collision. Okay. Very important. Okay, so it's not colliding with it. I didn't do enough collision. That's cool. Great, no problem. Collision layer 1, collision mask 1. It doesn't need to have a collision mask. The rigid body should be looking for 1. So I'm not exactly sure why it isn't colliding. Oh, is it already here? Isn't the ball in the box? No. No, they're separate. I mean, oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, it was sunk in. That's correct. Yes, it was. That is correct, yes. I thought you meant no tree. Yeah, it was. All right, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. I guess I don't really want it in the center. Maybe we should put it on the top. And let's get it closer here. So there we are, we're cruising. We're cruising. Now, I don't have any control over that thing. Let's give it some control. This is gonna be, I'm gonna call this rigid player, or player rigid body. Because I have a feeling I'm not going to keep this. So we're gonna just give it a special naming convention. 26 hours beat the game because time on screen diverges to 0% by 26 hours. Whoa. We're gonna do simple controls here. Nothing too complex. I suppose we'll set up a physics process, and I'll want some things that are important, like speed. Constant speed float equals whatever it's gonna equal. I'm gonna set up the inputs. We're gonna do, I don't know that I want the walking. I kind of don't want to do walking and horizontal. I mean, I think stopping is good. I mean, I still want up to exist, right? I don't want it to not exist. Okay, so let's do arrow and W as well. Give me a left. Left is arrow and W, or A. Make a right. Arrow and D. Mr. Arrow got lost hiking and needs to backtrack his steps to take care of Mrs. Arrow. Oh, that's so sad. I hope he gets home. Mrs. Arrow is sick. She has like an old Victorian disease of a such. Okay. Great. If input is action, I think we only really care about just pressed. If we press left, again, just very crude things we're doing here. I guess we'd want to adjust its velocity. Does it have that? Oh wait, it's extending a node 3D. Don't do that. Is there just like a regular velocity? I don't use rigid bodies very often, but I'm excited to do it. Right, and then there's the angles, right? So, I mean, I don't know if I want that. For mine, I don't know that I'm not really going for a true to the original type of game. I'm definitely going a creative approach that I think I would want you to step back and be like, yeah, that's a SkiFree like, but it doesn't necessarily play just like SkiFree. It's a little sad to make this endless. It is sad. Maybe I should eventually make him reach Mrs. Arrow's home. Okay, but he like reaches it with like broken bones. I don't know why I'm interested in pain. I don't know, angular velocity is strangely intriguing to me. So just for funsies, let's say that the angular velocity gets increased. You probably have to like decrease it again on the probably the x-axis in this case. So angular velocity x plus equals speed times delta. Left is probably going to be minus. If right plus equals, this is going to be chaos. Especially if it just like constantly increases and doesn't like go back down. Oh, it did nothing. That did completely nothing. What if I make this linear velocity? Or what if we increase the speed to like a lot? There might be other reasons it's doing nothing. Cool. Oh wait, I did move a little bit. Make it 10,000. Whoa. Whoa, okay. I think I got my axes messed up a little bit there. That was me just moving left and right. Let's take a look. I mean, oh, maybe it's the... Wait, what axis is it? I don't know, if I'm being honest with you. I'm not exactly sure. Let's try Y. Okay, I'm gonna move left and right, and nothing happens. Not too surprising. Make it Z. What does it do? Oh, nice! It's working. We're just going the wrong ways. Zads? No, not Zads. That's at 10,000. Make it 100,000. All right, we're moving. We're moving down. Yes, JJ, it's SkiFree. I wanted something that just had a lot of opportunity to get creative with what the gameplay is gonna be like. Whoa, did I jump? I think the 100,000 speed is probably having some unintended consequences, would be my guess. We're moving pretty aggressively, and it's pretty unpleasant because it's just like, it's really unpleasant to move around. So let's change this to linear velocity, which probably just makes more sense anyway. In which case, that's gonna be X, right? Yeah, I'm super pumped about this. Okay, that does seem like better, although now the directions are inverted again. And we need to strongly increase the speed. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, Jesus. I mean, at that point, we're really just moving and not necessarily influencing our downward direction. You know, and it feels, I don't know, feels a little funky. Okay, alright. Alright, this is something. Now, we do go faster, which isn't great. Like, when I turn, I'm going faster than when I'm going straight down, which I think I would want to preserve that going to the side is actually slower somehow. And not making you faster. Maybe 100 was good, after all. Because you really shouldn't be able to necessarily cover a lot of ground. Oh, and then oh wow, it's so much more smooth. 100 and 200, there's a big difference between 100 and 200. Following the mouse, that is a whole other thing, for sure. That is an entire whole other thing. So then the other problem with doing this linear velocity is it's stacking. So if the more I click to the left or the right, the faster it goes. So that's not great. I even wonder if we, instead of doing plus and minus equals, we just straight up make it equal those. So that way it's constant. You know, they're not getting unset. So I would want, if the other one was up, I'd want it to bring it back down. Well, no, but they're replacing each other. No, they're replacing each other. No, that should be fine, actually. Actually, that's probably pretty decent. Yeah, nice. Nice, we're still pretty much going straight down. It kind of doesn't feel like enough of a change. And we lose that like oblique or that obtuse and acute angles. So I would want to keep track of how many times have we pressed it. Like you can we kind of want to say you can plus equals it. We just don't want the speed to get higher. So I kind of need to keep track of like a couple different speeds. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do that, sounds fun. So I'm gonna say enum, and it kind of doesn't matter. No, it does matter. It does matter which direction you're going. Okay, so we'll say enum move directions, and then we're gonna have, I'm gonna say left 2. Well, I guess we'll start with center, left 1, left 2, right 1, and right 2. And then have a move direction variable that keeps track of which one we currently are set to. And so if we press left, I would want to say that if move direction is set to move directions center, then I want move direction to become move directions left 1. If it's set to elif, it's set to move directions left 1, then I want it to change it to move direction left 2. So we get that obtuse angle. And then we could have different things happening depending on which state it's in. So I'd want to do the same thing for moving to the right. I'm going to put in a different function for update speed, which I'm probably going to want to bring delta with it. So we can set that and then run update speed. We'd probably want to know if it's going left or right too. So we could also add a direction in there, which will be a, we'll just say it's a float, so I don't have to be doing integer math with floats. And then we can say direction times speed times delta. So it'll update speed. If you're moving to the left, it would be -1 direction. And then we just pass delta in there. If it's to the right, it's going to be a +1. Grab all this stuff, paste it in. So I'll do it like this. And then we just change these to right. Okay. We also need to know which it's currently at. So we kind of want to modify speed. So maybe make a variable for adjusted speed. Can this be a static function? Cannot access linear velocity. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. A variable adjusted speed float equals, really we just want to say like I guess let's say this. I'm gonna call it speed nerf. I probably would want to, let's make constants out of that. I'm gonna say obtuse speed nerf and I don't know what that's gonna be. Negative or well, what's our current? We don't really have a speed right now. We do. It's whatever you set the linear velocity to. So the linear velocity right now. Oh, hey, there's a cat. Welcome, kitty cat. Thomas said, I'm calculating how far away Mrs. Arrow's home is. The height of an oak tree is 60 to 100 feet. The height of the tree is 14 pixels, which means 1 pixel is about 4 feet. The end is, oh, Travis gone. The end is 266 hours or 1040 by 360, which is 5 million feet. Or okay, wow. Wow, that's some numbers. Those are a lot of numbers. Game over screen now. Dang. Are we gonna be able to play this by the end of the stream? Obtuse speed nerf equals, you're doing impressive work. So right now we're at 10 linear velocity on the z-axis, and we're adding a lot of, okay, but we want the overall. So if z is still happening, I guess we're nerfing the z-axis. Right, so I would want to increase, okay, so this is actually a little confusing here. I would want to say, like, this is maybe the acute speed. And then we have the obtuse speed. And that could be 100. Or maybe not that low, but something like that. Something hopefully noticeable. And then the obtuse speed nerf would be affecting the Z linear velocity. So maybe that would be not much. We could even just say let's even just say speed nerf is 2. And we could like double it if you're double nerfed. Let's try that. Okay, so instead of creating a variable here, I'm going to say match move direction. If move direction is set to move directions, technically we'd want to know center as well. That would be pretty important. Your game is playable, just gotta add the Yeti? My god. You're mad. Move direction, move directions. It never gets set back to center though. That's something that's missing here, right? That's totally missing from this. If you press left, yeah, so this is not great. I kind of wish, you know what I wish? You know what how I'd rather set this up? I think I would like to say, yeah, you can cheat the whole game. Yeah, it takes some time to make a game work good, right? Let's do it like this. This is a little crazy, but maybe it's not. What if I just set it up like that? And we're starting the game in the center, right? That's where we begin. So I'll even add a ready function and just, I can probably set a default though, right? Move directions, not center, that'll work, right? Oh, nice, okay, there you go. So that's our default, is the center. We start in the center. Then I can say, if you move to the left, all we have to say is move direction -1, right? But we'd also want to check to make sure that we need to operate within a certain range, right? If move direction is greater than 0, then we allow us to subtract 1. If it's not greater than 0, well, then it's just nothing will happen. Then it updates the speed. If we press it to the right, we need to make sure that it's less than, so this is 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. If move direction is less than 3, no. If it's less than 4, wait a minute. Yeah, move direction +1. I don't know. I'm probably making a mathematical error there. We'll find out the hard way. It'll be fun. Okay, so then we match the move direction, and we can say if the move direction is set to center, I would want to make sure that our I even wonder if we couldn't just have like a variable for current speed, or current linear, or just linear. That's what linear velocity is. So, yeah, it's probably just fine to just do this. Linear velocity x equals 0. You're not moving on the x-axis in any particular way whatsoever. And your linear velocity on the z-axis remains the default. So we actually do want a speed, and that would be 10. Right? And then that's what our linear velocity is speed. Otherwise, x is 0. Okay. If the move direction is set to left 1, there's obviously a million ways to do this. Oops, pasted the wrong thing. If it's set to left 1, I'd want to do linear velocity x. I forget which was left and which was right. I don't remember. Well, we'll figure it out. Minus speed times delta. That should make sense. And then we have the acute speed versus the obtuse speed. Obviously, that's acute. So instead of saying speed, we say negative acute speed times delta. If this is move directions left 2, then this becomes obtuse speed. But we also want to mess with the linear velocity on the z-axis to add in the speed nerf. So we would subtract our speed nerf. If it's obtuse, we want to double subtract the speed nerf. Okay. And then do the same thing for right. Okay. Except this time, it's not negative here. And then the wild card, just, I don't know, do nothing. I'm sure I've done something wrong. I usually have. But I'm curious where we're at. Oh yeah, absolutely nothing is happening. That did nothing at all. It's nothing. It's nothing. Alright, let's get some print and see what we're working with here. The debugger is warning me that I have standalone expressions. Wait, really? Oh, I can't subtract 1 or add 1 to that. Really? Is there some kind of like enum key thing I need to access? Let's look it up. Oh gosh, I have so many things open. I think we can close some of these things. Okay. Gscript subtract enum. There's a way to do this. I'll be shocked by your tabs if I think that's a lot. Yeah, for me that was actually, you're right. It could be worse. What is it? Is yours really bad? Are they like so tiny you can't even see the icons? I respect that. Add or subtract enum key position index. You know what I mean? I changed the index of enum. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. 2018. That was a long time ago. That was a very long time ago. This didn't help me. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna try real fast. If I were to... Let me create an input here. And I just say, whenever an input event occurs, not any input. If event is input event action equals after enum elements. Right, but is that gonna allow me to math on this though? You know? I know there's a way to do this. I just gotta puzzle my way. I could obviously ask a chatbot and get the answer in about 10 seconds, but this is kind of more fun. Did you want to give them different values than 0, 1, 2? So all that I'm trying to do is I've got my enum, right? And then I've got my move directions. Now if I were to print move direction whenever I press a button, what we should see is a number. Except I'm doing this wrong. Can we even just pull this up? Okay, so there it says 2, right? It's printing the number 2 down there. There we go. The reason why it's printing the number 2 hundreds of times is because it's an integer. It's currently an integer. Move direction. Right? So I was attempting to adjust that value by subtracting another integer or adding an integer, as it may be. However, okay, I'm just watching her. What are they doing? What are they up to? But if I do that, it tells me it's a standalone expression. So clearly I'm not making it do things. I think a chatbot's gonna give me the answer real quick. It's 2025. I do what I gotta do. I'm trying to survive over here. Trying to move on. Help me add or subtract move direction. Currently, they are standalone. Don't give me code, just explain how. Checking for movement left or right, intending to adjust move direction with those plus and minus operators aren't actually doing anything because you're not assigning the result back. Oh. If you're reading the move direction, performing an operation like move direction -1, but not updating the variable. So even if the condition is valid, the direction doesn't change. Move left by assigning move direction equals move direction -1. Oh! Got it. So I was just saying 2 minus 1. Because it like is a 2. 2 minus 1. 2 plus 1. And Godot was like, okay, I've heard you. Understood. But like, just so you know, that doesn't matter. Got it. That's funny. I did it to myself the other day. No wonder I didn't see it. It's oh gosh. Well, that's why I'm not using floats. I'm only using integers here in this case. What's up, Kai Guy? Welcome, Kai Guy. Thank you for being a member. Appreciate you. I hope work is going okay. Already knee-deep into code on your new not Minesweeper game. It's not Minesweeper, no, but that was an excellent guess. I was hoping it wasn't one of the card games. Love that it's SkiFree. Yeah, right, SkiFree is like doable, right? It's like pretty easy. You have a lot of room to innovate. I do want to do a card game Sunday, but I wasn't ready for this to be the time we do the card game. It wasn't time. We need a break from complex things. And I honestly think Minesweeper is more the complex side. I don't think it's like impossibly difficult or anything. I just think it's like, you know, it's just like it's kind of dry, I think, to make a Minesweeper game. And I think this is a little more tactile and fun to just like play around and see what happens, you know? So yeah, welcome. Thanks for being a great, awesome member of the channel. I think this is working quite nicely. You can see in the bottom left, the numbers changing, and we are changing direction when I move left and right. Now, look, I'm probably going to completely change the way this is being set up, but I'm curious just to get something slapped together and see what happens. Cam says, I activate 2, Godot. Your wish is granted. 2 doesn't do anything. I activate 3! You have done so. Yeah. Excited to make Rodent's Revenge? Why? That's not the theme. I felt Rodent's Revenge was kind of boring. I mean, it like is a game, right? It is a game. And I feel like it locks you in to a very specific kind of game to make, which is okay sometimes. But I felt like after doing 2 other games that very much locked you into a certain style of gameplay, I wanted to try something that gave us a little more flexibility. And I felt like Rodent's Revenge doesn't give you as much flexibility. But it's a great game. Yeah, it's not a bad game. It's not a bad game. It is still a good game. It was your favorite? Move direction. Okay, so this is good. I feel like the amounts are not great. I'm gonna just bump it up just to like see what happens. Yeah, knowing you, Dungeon, you're gonna just like do something completely different. And you're not gonna make a SkiFree like. You're gonna still make Rodent's Revenge. I feel like you've done that with every game like Jam. You just make a different game. So that would not surprise me in the least. You don't like being given rules, I don't think. I respect that. I like that about you. Okay, this is definitely causing things to get a little more out of control. When have I ever done something like that? I hate that I have to hurry up and play it. I think to really test this, I'm gonna need to, it is a very vertical game. Maybe you should make this a mobile aspect ratio. What does that mean? Like a Mobius strip? Okay, I'm gonna start figuring out, this is fine. I think it needs work, but I wanna start figuring out how we're gonna keep things moving down. We definitely want the camera to follow the player, right? And we need, if that's gonna happen, then that means we need stuff in the environment that Now let's actually move the player to the center. That means we need stuff in the environment that lets us know that anything is even moving, you know? You grew up with Apple computers, so all these early Windows game references escape me, but I would have played a game called Rodent's Revenge in a heartbeat just based on the name. Yeah, so it was a game about pushing blocks around and trapping cats, and then when you've trapped a cat, it turns into cheese. And then you have to push the blocks away to try to get the cheese. And it just is endless. It just keeps going. It has its charm. It has its charm. Again, I think it's more limiting than SkiFree. I don't know what Sokoban means. Sokoban? Is that a similar game? Yeah, so it's not, to me, it's not very fun, but some people really like it, like Dungeon Martian, and I respect that. I respect the crap out of that. I would say it could be a game like Jam someday. It could be. Maybe once we get to like voting for Game Like Jam games, it has a chance. God, it's quite tiny, isn't it? It's quite tiny. Alright, so you push these blocks around, and if you get eaten by a cat, you lose. You don't want that. So I'm quite bad at the game, as you can see. And then you try to get the cat trapped in like a 1x1 block. And corners, they can walk through corners, apparently. And so you like push these blocks and they're like really long. And to me it's a bit dull. But it's not, you know, it's something, you know? I respect it as a game. Like, it's certainly a game. Oh, you have to get all of the cats on the board into a 1x1 square, and then they turn into cheese. And then you have to try to come back and get the cheese. And that's it. That's the entire game. Which, from a simplicity standpoint, like, it's easy to understand. I think making it requires a little bit more work. There's a lot of points of error where, you know, you could have a lot of bugs. But it's a solid game. I think it's definitely a contender if I need like a super easy one again. Totally a contender, absolutely. And I think it should definitely be on future voting lists once that becomes a thing. I'm waiting to like build up enough games that I found that I think qualify as Game Like Jam games, and then we'll start tapping into the community to using like polls and stuff to vote on Game Like Jam games. But I just want a nice variety of ones that are Game Like Jam approved. Anyway, I hate this game. Alright, so I respect it. I admit that it's a good game, but I don't enjoy it. Build a better cat trap. Yeah. It's a really old Japanese block pushing game similar to that. Oh, nice. Game just melts. Yes, we had enough tile math last, right? It's like, we need some variety. I think it's because it's an emergent build your own puzzle game. It is kind of emergent. Yeah, I see that. Totally. And that's your thing. Yeah. Gotcha. That makes sense. Okay, I want to make sure the player is centered here. Now that it's going to be moving with the camera. And then it's going to be really hard to tell that we're moving unless we put some kind of material or objects. So let's go with material. I think that'll be simpler here. Break over jetting out. I'm sorry. Thank you for coming through and spending your break with us, Kai Guy. Appreciate you. You know I do. Let's add... Now, making it seamless, obviously, is going to be a trick, for sure. That is going to be... Yeah, that's going to be interesting. You know, I could do like a bilinear gradient. Probably would be the easiest way to do this. To give it a seamlessness. Just a simple, straightforward, better than nothing kind of approach. So it'll just kind of look like a bunch of lines moving across, just so we can tell we're actually moving. And then there's a certain point where we need to generate a new... And let's actually set... Well, I don't know. Do I want an orthogonal camera? I think I do. I'm a big fan of the orthogonal perspective. I like it a lot. It does mean I'm gonna have to change some things, but that's okay. Where's the camera position? All over the place. Let's just reset the camera position. Oh, that was kind of a mistake. Well, not really. Put that at 90 degrees. Pull it up. And there we go. Now we're centered, more or less. And then I just want to figure out how far it can go. And so that's going to depend on like how close we are to the character and things like that. You know, maybe we could add a little angle on it. Maybe we could put it up just a little bit to the top. Also, the camera, it's looking a little crooked, right? We kind of want it more like this, I guess, apparently. It needs some work, but we're not gonna worry about that at the moment. Oh, and you'd want it to actually be more like this. There we go. Okay. And so once this gets, so right now, I kind of would love to lock it into some better values right now. Some cleaner numbers. 3.6. Oh, geez. Oh, sorry. Negative 3.6. 9.8. And negative 2.6. I hate those numbers. I wish it was like negative 3. And 10. And negative 4. But I mean, that looks fine, I guess. Yeah, that was good. Okay, great. So clean numbers: negative 4, 10, and negative 3. So once we get to about... So we're at negative 4. Once we get to negative 14, let's say, it's time to spawn a new chunk. So we'll just call this a level block. I'm gonna call it level block temporary. I'm gonna actually save this as a scene. So we'll call this level. Okay. I spelled it wrong, that's okay. And then I'm gonna wanna try to add new ones on the end here. So it just keeps extending it infinitely. Now, instantiating them in, as I have learned, can be a bit iffy in terms of performance. This is simple enough, it probably won't be noticeable. But I've had good success with object pooling, and I think this is a good use case for object pooling, because we're only going to see so much at a time. So I don't think it's going to get like too out of control. Pardon me, cats. I love you. You are wonderful cats. I just need you to excuse me. Okay, it did put it in a different position, which was like an option. I'm actually gonna delete this. Let's make this local. Well, I mean, you probably should move it, actually, now that I think about it. Because its position got reset when I saved it. But maybe that's for the best. You keep wanting to spell the game SkiFree with 2 eyes? Why? What is that? What makes one want to do that? I think I accidentally do that. It feels better. That's a good reason. It does kind of look cooler. It looks pretty good. Try to get it pretty close there. Everyone is dyslexic but me. A good argument in favor of object pooling here is how quickly you'll be able to instantiate and destroy them. Though Godot does well at rapidly creating and destroying, it's bad at loading files. Yes, right, exactly. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is we only need to have like 2. I think I only need like 2 at once. The way it's currently set up, I think I really only need 2 at once. And it can just like keep, maybe 3. It needs 3, right? It needs the one that you're currently on, the next one. I don't know. We'll see. We'll start with 2. Go from there. Okay, so now well, we need to resave this. So I'm actually gonna delete, not that. Delete the file I saved. Save a new one with the new sizing. And then if I drag that in, hopefully it will be in the same spot. It is not. Of course it isn't. Transform, reset the position. Let's make sure it's not colliding with the player. It is. Scale it down. It keeps changing the position when I scale it. I wish it wouldn't do that. Don't appreciate that. Okay. Make it local, once again. Delete the old one. And create a new one. Save it. Same position. Alright. Perfect. Good. And maybe I'll even make like a node for level collector. Pop those in there. And then I'd want this one, let's put on some snapping. I'd want this one to be right on the edge, so that way they stick together. I could math the edge, but that would be too easy. It's probably like 8, right? Was it -4? Oh, it was something else. On the z-axis. The main one is at... Oh, it's at 0. Right, because we reset the position. Gotcha. So it's probably at -40. Nope. -41? Perhaps? It's kind of hard to tell. Dude, I have no idea. I think that's definitely clipping. -42? Nope. -41.5? Too far. -41.1? I know, it's ridiculous that I'm trying to eyeball it. I know. I already know. We could just measure it. I feel like I'm just gonna use math. I think we're just gonna use math. Because basically, if I just say, what is the size of this? Okay, I actually do have that formula from my other game, and I'm just gonna grab it. I don't feel like doing this. So in Harvest Earth, there is a formula that figures this out a lot faster than I'm taking to figure this out. And that's, oh god, how does this game work? I don't remember anything here. Okay, and then here, this is the formula. The position for the appending block is its Z position, is adjusting its Z position to the block that's already there's Z position minus that same block's mesh size on the y-axis divided by 2. The y-axis? And then we further subtract the appending block size, and that gives us where the position needs to be. Why is it the y-axis? I don't know. Let's just see what happens. So what I'm gonna do is set up a script here, and let's actually make these be right on top of each other. I'm just gonna reset it back to the center. And then in this, I guess I'd want like a, we'll call it ground. And maybe I'll rename this to ground collector. And then I'm gonna add a script onto there. Actually, I think I've noticed that like doing a lot of these nesting nodes is actually potentially like expensive. Okay, so we're gonna add a script in here. Call it the ground script. And in the ground script, I'm just gonna do something very simple. We're just gonna, in the ready function, now of course I do wanna be able to reference these. So for now, we'll just on-ready them like this. Call one ground 1 and the other ground 2. So right at the beginning, I'm going to paste this in here. And we're going to set ground 2's position to be... I'm even just going to one-to-one swap them out and see what is wrong. I'm just going to find it out that way. Okay, so in theory, right away, it should append it to the end, assuming I haven't done this wrong, which I probably have. Okay, we're already dealing with issues. Oh, mesh. Right, it's a CSG box. Ugh. What is the equivalent on a CSG box? I think size, I think is the equivalent. I think we just say size. Okay, here we go. This is amazing, but not intentional. Wee! Okay, so first question, does it have anything to do with what I just did, or is it something else? It's something else. Yeah, Liz, you're attaching a camera to a rolling rigid body. Yeah, it's going to spin around. You know, it actually makes perfect sense that that would happen. Wait. Oh, man. All right. We have to do this a little differently. And if you think about expensive, remember to factor in how many times it will happen, right? Loading 10 extra nodes is nothing. Loading 10 nodes on 100 nodes, now that's something to think about. That's a great point. And then also, like, when does it load, right? Does it happen at the beginning of the game, or is it happening throughout the game? I do want it to roll. I absolutely want it to roll. Now, what I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to separate the camera out and then tell it to follow the player only on one axis. Cam says, I made a Marble Blaster prototype recently, and the camera did this for you too. There's something very entertaining about it. Wee, let's go, wee, I'm so happy. Yes, exactly. Hopefully Godot will add something that can cause the lag on command. Cause lag? Whoa, is that like a thing that other engines have? Timeless has something fun that'll occupy your time that'll be cool and interesting. Nice, the SkiFree game you're already working on? Or something else? Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the camera, we're gonna pull it out, we're gonna give it a script. I don't need to make it a raycast right now. So we're just gonna give it nothing fancy. Tell the engine to lazy load it now so it doesn't load at a bad time later. Oh God, that would be sick. Oh, I would love that. I mean, I think you can do that. And I think Dungeon actually talked about that to an extent. In the Discord, specifically for loading materials. Not necessarily maybe what you're talking about, but yeah, on the Discord, if you search for stuttery in the Godot section, in the ready function of your game, you can just do load and then put a path to like materials and whatever it is that's taking a long time. But that's only true for like materials and stuff, so it might not quite be the same. For Ian 100,000, add child instance, new line instance queue free, perfect lag machine. It's horrifying. It actually sounds kind of fun. Different worlds like grasslands, desert, icy hurdles. Nice. Love that. Okay, so what I want to do for this camera is set up its physics process, I guess, to follow the player. Which for now, we'll just say is this. We can change it later. Hey, what's up, Lord Overflow? How's it going? We destroying families again. Not this time. We are remaking SkiFree, or making our own versions of SkiFree. The Game Like Jam number 4 theme has been announced, and in fact, it is SkiFree. You can join the jam using the link in the chat or description box. SkiFree, a game from Windows Entertainment Pack 3, back from Windows 3, which has been installed on many computers, been remade in Flash many times. You've probably come across it at some point, is the theme game this time around. It's a simple, straightforward game, but it can allow for a lot of creativity where we can overscope it to the moon if we want. You could even have us skiing down the moon if you really want. So yeah, a nice simple game that took a very short amount of time to actually break down, which was nice. You remember this game? It's fun. It's a fun little game. And the version that I'm gonna work on, which I'm just kind of like playing around a little bit right now, I'm not necessarily making what's gonna be all the final components, but mine's gonna be called Volcano, I think, and it's gonna be about falling down a volcano that is erupting as you're falling down it. So it's gonna be similar, but have some notable changes as well. Take Bigfoot. Did it have a Bigfoot arrive if you get far enough? Indeed. If you hit that 2,000 distance, that's exactly what happens. Is a Bigfoot will come and get you. You already know. You already know. And I mean, the story is that is due to a like a stack overflow prevention. So I guess the Bigfoot, someone said, is like a garbage collector at that point. Garbage collecting us, the player. So you can see oh, you can't because the chat's covered up. Well, the distance is counting down to 0. Once it hits 0, it's gonna start counting up from like 1,000. And then once it hits 2,001, a Yeti emerges and eats you. It just be like that. Something that I haven't added that I guess I do want to add is mouse control. So that'll be fun. We just got to get the mouse X position and determine if it's past a certain point. Does that mean that it moves? Although that's kind of how this works. I kind of like how Surf works, where it really looks like it's following your pointer. But then again, I don't think mine's gonna have these clear directions. Well, it kind of needs it anyway. There's some things I gotta think about, but not really at that stage yet. I mean, we could just have like the legs sticking out and you're well, I don't know, because I do want it to be ragdolling. I also am not sure I actually want to do the oblique or the obtuse and the acute angles, even though I know I already like set it up. I don't know if I want that in my game, but it's interesting to try and set up, at least to like quickly slap together a copy, but I don't know if that's something that I'm interested in. I kind of want to just have like an endless runner where you're avoiding things till the end, and that's it. And then everything else in between is just up to me. There we go. Oh, and there we go. I've been eated. I've done been eated. And now he's gloating. What a jerk. Some old games were balanced around their poor performance and are much harder on modern hardware. Interesting. Just following in their footsteps. That's right. Materials are the worst, no matter how I tried to load the materials beforehand. My Puyo, like, always stuttered when first placing a block or playing a new song. Yeah, I still haven't tried that technique Dungeon is talking about, so I can't confirm that it actually helps. The Bigfoot comes and gets you at the end, just like in real life. Whoa. The big foot in the sky. Released in 1990, has been packaged with Windows until 1995, remade dozens of times, has nostalgia for generations. It came out in 1991, not 1990 to my knowledge. It was packaged with Windows 3, and then beyond that, you had to go out of your way to download and install. I don't even think it was on 3.1 by default. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure you had to, like, choose to install it. Remade a lot of times. Yeah, SkiFree is one of the best games of the early 90s. Yeah, it's up there, right? Getting the mouse position is kind of a task. It likes to center from the top left of the camera. True. Just get local mouse position and get global mouse position. It depends on what you need. Right. No delta back then. Really? It's scary. It's kind of cute too, though, right? But it is scary. It does have some, like, big teeth. Something about its simplicity that makes it both cute and frightening. I like how it's a little, like, chubby. Like, there's a few skiers in there already. It's eating well on this mountain. Alright, I want this camera to follow. The player. So I want to say that its position Z is equivalent to the player rigid body Z. How awful or fine is that? There's no interpolation there. That's okay. Wow, it's pretty awful. Are you sure that's the right thing? I don't think that's Z. I think it's something else. It is Z. But maybe it's calculated quite differently, so that's at -3. We need like an offset. That's at -3. The player is at 0. So we definitely want an offset there. What happens if I just leave it alone? What is that like? Imagine getting that Bigfoot as a little kid. Never playing that game again after that. Yeah, no, I mean, I think it was, I mean, if you like do like a little searching on SkiFree, you pretty much get tons of results of people talking about how this game traumatized them. It is traumatizing. You think you're just like having a nice time on a mountain, and then all of a sudden you just get eaten. It's to teach kids about death. First person view, third person view SkiFree could be interesting. That's true. It could be. I think that's an awesome iteration. Or creative twist. If you could make the game feel like the same in every way, except it was like first person or third person, dude, what if you did like a Doom-like effect? Not even Doom, like Wolfenstein, where everything is like billboarded, and so you've got like pixel art, and the trees are just like flat, but they like face the camera, and you're basically skiing down like the exact same game of SkiFree, except you have first person perspective. That would be sick. That would be so cool. I'm giving that 4 stars in every category if someone makes that. Period. That's most likely original and best creative twist at the same time. That wins in my mind. Only mountain downhill game. I don't know what that is. It sounds like something. It sounds really real. It sounds kind of sad. Oh, I've seen this. It looks nice. Ski-free Carmageddon style, where you go downhill at a ski resort and try to kill as many skiers as possible. Nice. I've definitely played games like that. It's horrifying. It's very messed up. What if you are the Yeti? Whoa. Now there's a creative twist. Be the Yeti. I kind of love that though. Okay, so if I just have the camera left alone, what does it look like? Wait, why is it going that direct? Why is the godot? Yeti free. The Yeti is free and you are the Yeti. So, okay, if I have linear velocity being added on the z-axis and z moves us this way, why is... Oh, the camera's pointing that way. Whoops. Whoops. Oops. I got confused. Yeah, it's funky. Yeti Free would be hilarious with goofy sound effects. Totally. Again, guys, there is a version that has the original sound effects. I unfortunately wasn't able to get it to work on stream, the sounds, but there is a version that has literally the original ones. You just have to download it and install it. For some reason, it's just not working right. But here, trust this sketchy zip file I'm literally pasting into chat. Download it at your own risk. But that is the original SkiFree game with sounds. And let's just say, the Yeti kind of just sounds like a person going wow. Unif Gauntlet Challenge. Make a game with all of your camera rotated 90 degrees. Alright, that sounds like a super annoying game to play, but okay, I'll write it down. It sounds like more of a punishment for anyone who has to play it. But I guess that's a punishment for me as well. Okay, arrow below. Game has cameras rotated, has all cameras rotated 90 degrees. Added. Oh yeah, it is rotated 90 degrees. It's literally what it is. Oh, we do want it rotated a little bit, so it actually is going the right direction. Better not add cameras. Just kind of like get around it, like cheat it a little bit. Oh wait, but this is facing the wrong way. What have I done? I think your problem too. I've made several mistakes here. Evidently. I need this material. That's why I got so confused. Because I had my material facing this way. At least that probably contributed to it. And so I rotated the camera probably to align with that. But it was supposed to be aligned with that. The player be blind to cameras, so it doesn't matter since screen is black all the time. Make the player be blind so the camera doesn't matter. Oh yeah, I think we kind of have something like that. actually, in the Game Dev Gauntlet list. Let's see. Unfortunately, the Find Control F doesn't work because it does a different one. Visual. Game has no graphics / visuals, only audio. We got it. I'll put a +1 from you on that one. Probably have the audio only game. Yeah, we do. We do. We sure do. For those who don't know what the hell is going on right now, there is a series that happens on the second week of every even month here on Hyper Game Dev, and it is the Game Dev Gauntlet, is what it's called. And basically, I do a challenge that is based on suggestions from you guys. We have done 2 of them so far. Here we go. We've done 2 of them so far. I made a game without using the letter E, except for extends. In my Godot script, I was allowed to use extends. So made a whole game without using the letter E, and then also made a game entirely in Wingdings. Even my whole coding IDE was in Wingdings, the entire thing. And I had to still figure it out and debug it. I had some help from you guys to get that sorted out. And then those games are actually published. So if you wanted to try any of those Game Dev Gauntlet games are there. So the idea is to do an extreme game dev challenge within an hour. And those are the games so far. If you want to try those, they are there. It's a harrowing experience, but it's one worth having. And so this is the big list of ideas for future Game Dev Gauntlets. And then also, y'all vote on it. So we do a poll. I pull out 4 of these that seem reasonably doable. That is to say, one of them is I have to buy a giant enter key and smash it every time I need to use it, right? I don't have a giant enter key, and I can't afford one, so I can't do that one. But so doable in that sense. And then different enough from the others that are in the list that it would be interesting to give. And we give 4 of those, and then you guys vote on it. We pick one. Rocket Studio that hosts TriJam was actually working on audio guided game back in the days. Don't know if that project ever finished. Interesting. Not just an hour, within a stream. No, did I say an hour? Yeah, within a live stream. That's right. So there's about 12 hours that I have to finish it. But every hour, you guys suggest another topic that I have to implement into the game. It's fun. I enjoy it. Once every other month, I enjoy it. Any more than that, maybe I feel differently. But yeah, if you guys have crazy ideas like that, coding a game in Wingdings or whatever, I'll add it to the list, no problem. Unless it's already there. Okay, so obviously the camera is way too far away. Can we get like an orthogonal preview over here? Would be nice. Excited for no conditionals or no A's. Yeah, me too. I really hope no conditionals wins a poll. Oh god, why didn't I do this sooner? Jesus, this is so much easier. Yeah, no A's is good. I didn't want it to be too close to no E's. So maybe in the next one, it'll be in the list. We'll see. See what I feel like. Okay, let's see if that's a little better. No conditionals, I'm very excited for. Alright, at last, this looks good. Except, we do want to zoom it in a bit. Sticking out a little far. Real quick. I want to embed it so I can see it while I adjust it. You also don't need far at 4K. That's caused issues before. I don't need far at 4K. I mean, it's the default. So, I don't know. I feel like I should leave it. You might be right. I figure we can stumble on that. I'm not a big fan of just doing it because you tell me to do it. But let's say if we run into the issues, we'll change it. What are all y'all? Hey, Andres, welcome. Yeah, folks have been sharing some ideas along the way. We heard a Yeti free where you are the Yeti. First person or third person SkiFree. My idea is gonna be it's gonna be called Volcano, and you're gonna be falling down a volcano, and there's gonna be lava that's kind of bursting out the top, and that's what knocks you down at first, is a bunch of lava, and you have to avoid it or you die. And you're just gonna be tumbling down until you land, ideally, on a like rescue trampoline at the bottom. I think Dungeon Martian is planning on doing something that is nothing like the game, but that's not terribly surprising. Will there be Molten Yeti coming to eat you? No, just the lava. The lava will be the equivalent. No, that's too much. That's overscope brain. Distorting textures in the Frogger-like. Okay. That's how far away from the camera objects can be seen, but it means that any object ends up being lower quality because the camera is processing a huge range. Gotcha. Yeah, that's good to know. Again, I would rather stumble into it and be like, didn't Dungeon say something about I should do that? Let me make sure I remember it. I appreciate it. I'll tell you what, I'll give you credit. Okay, I'll give you consultant credit. But I'm not ready to make that change yet. Oops, this didn't add those up because these don't have the formula. Apparently. Why does it do that? Oh, wow, these first two. Okay, let me move Timeless down here. I think that's the bug. Got it. Okay, yeah. Let's just delete these rows. Okay, there we go. Reminds me of this mobile game called Faily Tumble. Literally that. Used to play a lot. Silly game. The one that I'm making. You sure it's what's called? Faily Tumble? If it is called that, it is daily. Maybe you mean Daily Tumble. Surely that's what you mean. Actually, I have no idea. Did you make that up? Did you make that up? Okay. We want to get closer here. It's so crooked. Why is it crooked? That bothers me. Tomorrow going for 4-day holiday trip to Latvia. Riga. First time ever going there. Be safe. Have fun. Oh, is the player off to the side? Yeah, that'll do it. Is that a nice place to go? It's a mobile game. Okay. Wait, why is this so uncensored? That is wild. I guess just put X at 0. What's there to do in Latvia, Riga? Faily Tumbler. Okay. Got it. Do I got something to be inspired by here? A study? Oh yeah, yeah. This is kind of what I'm imagining. Yeah, this is basically what I have in mind. This is like exactly what I want. That is exactly what I'm. Wow. Well, there it is. Except I don't want it to be third person. Well, I do, but I want it to be like top down more so. Yeah. Wow. Yep. The ragdoll body. Dang. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna have to give you something for that. I guess a research point of a such. Do some random thing you don't know yet. Visiting an old town itself should be a nice experience. That sounds true. This is awesome, and the fact that you can see the bottom, dude, this is actually amazing. There's no way my game is gonna be better than this. Like, I can't compete with this. It's so awesome that you can see the bottom. Oh man. And it's lava. That's crazy. This is like my game. This is like my game idea, except better in every way. Well, except for the ads, probably, but. Oh my god, look, it's the same thing. It explodes from a volcano. Oh my god, what am I gonna do? I mean, look, who cares? Like, original ideas, whatever. They don't exist. But I'm a little stunned that there's something quite so similar. Making a Roblox game be a challenge? I guess. A game dev gauntlet? Ugh, I hate that. I think it'll be hard for anyone to enjoy observing it, because I'm probably just gonna be negative and groaning the whole time. But, I mean, and then what? Oh man, I really don't want to do that. I think I just have to put a boundary up. Because I don't want to promote Roblox. Do you know what I mean? That's essentially, like, there's engines like Game Maker that will pay you to use their engine on stream, right? No matter what you're doing with it. I don't want to support Roblox, so for that reason, hard no. Yeah, I already finished it. I know, this is like my idea, but like they had it way before me and they did it a million times better. Which is fine, but true. And now I have to somehow not be super inspired by it. I mean, it's doing so many things so much better. I love the perspective, because again, you can see the bottom from the top, which is really cool. You know, there's a lot of things that this does that I wasn't planning on. Mine's going to be a million times simpler. It's a jam game. There's not going to be all these pickups and things like that. But essentially, the ragdolling person falling down a volcano. Yes. I think it'll be mechanically different, because the lava doesn't really play into anything. Like, I don't even see, like, lava chunks. Oh, maybe they are falling on the ground. But there isn't, like, lava trails, like, you know, there are chunks. I see the chunks. You know, there's all this other stuff, like water and these jungles, and you can fly. You know, there's so many things. And, you know, the main thing is in mine is going to be avoiding rocks and the lava that's snaking down. So it is going to be different. But it's really cool to see something like this, and that someone else thought about falling down a volcano and being a ragdoll. I think it's really cool, and it honestly makes me think that I'm on the right path, you know, because it's like, this is an idea that has worked before. Roblox has some game like this. I bet it does. Game Dev Gauntlet, make a game in Scratch and Roblox. Definitely never Roblox. Maybe Scratch. I mean, I don't mind promoting Scratch. It wouldn't be my first time making something in Scratch, so I couldn't even like say like first time using Scratch. You know, it just kind of feels like a dev stream, you know. I don't, to me, it doesn't really fit. You know, I think it'd be more interesting if it was make a game in Scratch and then some extra limitation on top of that, you know. We'll say that's Lord Overflow and Dungeon. The whole purpose of the game is to copy games. Yeah, but it's to copy a specific game, not another. It's supposed to be SkiFree legs. There was a Finnish game that participated on an assembly computer back in the day called Porasturvat. This game probably took inspiration from that. You're kidding? All right. Well, it's on there, so be careful what you kid about. Porasturvat game. Stair dismount. Oh, from 2002. This is cool. Derek, participate! Come on and participate. The participation water is fine. This is okay. I was like, that's credits. Oh, so it's kind of like one of those aiming games. Are you trying to hurt them as much as possible? First ragdoll game? It feels very different than the other one. But you are a ragdoll falling down something. That is something. I just can't believe that there was something where you're a ragdoll falling down and it's a volcano. Like that is what is especially shocking to me. But hey, you know. This looks fun. You know this one? A ragdoll toy, not much of a goal. I like the little red damages that pop up. This is pretty neat. Yeah, I definitely should like take note of these. I think that would be wise. There's more to show that it's possible. Wow. Yeah, I guess I mean, I don't even know anything about the first ragdoll game or something. Game like Jam, SkiFree. And we'll say similar games. And then we'll just add these in. There's that one, and then this one. These days, ragdoll is nothing special. Yeah. No, it's interesting to see like where that stuff started, for sure. Okay, right, credits. I mean, we do have game research. I guess we'll just say that's game research, in a way. In a way it is. It's a different kind of research. On the hardware in 2002 is revolutionary. Right. Alright, how are we looking here? Camera's gonna stay put, ball's gonna roll down. Not exactly the camera that I want, but that's okay. The player is at Z0, and the camera is at Z. Let's put it at Z0 as well. I don't really want it to be centered. I do want an offset, so I'm gonna put in the offset. Three, 2.5, 2, 1.5, 1. Yeah, let's do 1 offset. Start with that. Oh, that's even kind of far. What about 0.5? Yeah, let's do a 0.5 offset. Okay. So the camera's at 0.5. So I do want it to follow. But we need to check the offset. So I'm going to say constant camera Z offset float equals 0.5, and we want to say it is that plus the offset, or maybe minus. I don't remember. Nice. All right. There we go. Cool. And then I want to define the point at which a camera has reached the edge. So it looks like about 11. Nope. 10, 9, 8, and 8. Okay. So when it hits 8, we wanted to put out another one. I'm gonna make a signal bus. This is like a big global place that holds some signals that Godot, oops, that's a control. Signals are this awesome way that we can communicate between scripts and nodes in Godot. So I'm gonna create a signal bus that lets me have this global communication network. Why are you glitching out on me? Oh, because it's behind. Okay. Okay, sure. Yeah, you know what? We do our best. Okay, drop this in here. Now, add it, please? Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Okay, there we go. Now we can add it. Perfect. On the signal bus, I'm going to add a signal called add ground. I'm going to add an unused warning error removal. So there are these warnings that come up in Godot if you have done certain things. In one case, they will give you a warning down in the errors here. If you have a signal that's declared but not used within that same script, we're using these signals in other scripts, so it's okay. And I could just turn the warning off, but I do want that warning in other instances. I just don't want it here. So by saying @warning ignore start, it means on this entire script, it's going to ignore any warnings that it might want to give me about an unused signal. Okay, and then if position Z is greater than 8, now this is tough, right? Because actually this isn't correct, right? Because I actually want it to keep going further and further. That's kind of my insane idea. Like, instead of having the level move under the player, I'm actually having the player move further and further and further, which is probably a mistake. But that's why I'm doing it, for fun, to see what happens. I guess I'm kind of curious. How far on an axis can Godot 3D go? Okay, AI, come on. Recommended ranges to avoid issues. Well, what is it then? There's no strict code limit. The practical limit is determined by the floating point precision of the coordinate system. For most standard games, there isn't a problem, but the exceptionally large worlds, like those spanning vast distances. Okay, but can you give me some numbers? Let's ask the chatbot. Give me exact numbers and site sources. I'm specifically doing the z-axis. I'm just curious. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. Look up max value double point precision. Is that what this is? 16.7 million. It's pretty dang big. Godot floats are actually doubles. What does that mean? I don't really recommend you guys make it this way. I recommend you have the level moving under the player. But if you want to be experimental like me, you can try this. Scratch positions are also doubles. I don't even know what that means. $64-bit floats. All right. So you're saying that it's twice as far as this? What the chatbot is claiming? If I'm at Z position of 10 million and I've been clearing stuff along the way, what are the risks? Vector 2s have 2 actual floats, 32-bit. Probably 2 to the power of that. 248 trillion? Jesus. At a Z position of 10 million, you're venturing into the outer edges of what 32-bit floating point precision can reliably handle. Even if you've been clearing objects along the way, there's still significant risks. Precision lost. That's terrifying. Small movements may not register correctly, leading to jittery. That's what I want to find out. I want to find out if we can hit that. I don't actually. I mean, I do kind of want it to be endless. So I probably shouldn't do this. I think I'm talking myself out of this. But the thing is, I want a rigid body. Was that game endless? The Faily Tumbler? Did it have an endless mode? Because it's clearly using physics. Right? I mean, it uses the word endless 3 times, but it's not exactly clarifying that that means an endless mode. You can have no fall vector with rigid bodies, just make it look like falling. What? Will it be called Ski Endless? No. But I suppose that would be a name. I would not. I would actually prefer if folks didn't name it that. Just as like good game like jam hygiene, which is making sure your name is super different from the game. If you're worried about large floats, you could also translate the player and everything else Y minus 10,000. What does that mean? I'm confused, but I hear you. Just trying to determine if this game has an endless mode. It's out of curiosity. But I feel like it doesn't actually have an endless mode. Would be my guess. Because, I mean, if you're having this rigid body, it has to be like falling through a physical space, right? You can set the gravity scale of the player to 0. Or go to your 3D physics setting and just set the fall vector to vector 3000 or set gravity speed. But it'll still roll, and I'm not sure how that would work. I mean, I have to just take your word for it, I guess, but like, are you saying I'd be able to get like this? Like, so imagine this has the level moving, right? And the player is staying put somehow. Would the physics simulation be this effective? No vertical acceleration? You have the level move up to the player. Okay. That's fine. I'm okay with that. There's so many ads and money grabs, no one has reached the endless mode. that seems true. I use for rigid body add force. Oh. So far, if you go too far, just transport everything back to the start. I know. Player will notice, because it's a rigid body. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Teleporting a rigid body? I feel like that's asking for trouble. That feels dangerous to me. But you might be right. It might work. Yeah, it was never actually implemented. Makes so much sense. Yeah, teleporting rigid bodies. It seems dangerous. I mean, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. Before I get crazy town. I don't really want to dig myself into a hole just to find out, oh, once you get to 10 million, everything starts falling apart. I think I would rather set it up the right way. Of course. This always happens. Try to have fun, and I just can't help it. I gotta do it right. So with that in mind, it's a little hard to tell. I kind of would need to make this sphere have a texture on it so I could be able to tell that it's actually moving. So let's give it one. We'll give it just like some noise. Just so it's obvious that it's rotating and stuff. And then if we were to play this, we should see that spinning around pretty clearly. Now, you were saying, and let me give Cam some credit for putting out some ideas and stuff. I do appreciate that. What do we even say? Movement, gravity, physics, physics movement, we could say. Something like that. cam went on there. 1 and 1. Okay. You can set the gravity scale of the player to 0. Okay, that sounds good. Let's try that. Although I kind of want that everywhere. I wouldn't just want it on the player. If I had anything else in the world, I'd want it to also. So maybe I'll just, you know, let's do this. 3D physics setting. Perfect. Fall vector to 0, 0, 0, 0. Fall vector. What is fall vector? Is that default gravity vector? That must be what you mean. That's only vector there. Okay. All 0. So now if I run it, nothing's gonna happen? Oh. Well, I've added the linear velocity. So it is moving because it has linear velocity. Okay. So if I take away the linear velocity, it's just gonna sit there. But if I were to move the ground, something's gonna happen. It's gonna start rolling. I mean, I'm just passing right through it. Wait, not really. It's actually kind of hard to tell what's happening. Wait, what? What has happened? So what I was trying to do there was move the y-axis and the z-axis. I guess it may not... Here, let me make sure I snap this to the floor. Snap object to floor. Okay, now run it. Because surely there must be some way that I can actually get it to... There must be something I'm missing. Game like Jam 0000. Oh yeah, that's just like a blank. Yeah, it's the template. Game like Jam before the Game like Jam. You put other collision objects on the ground and move it up to the player to make it look like it's falling. What? This is hurting my brain. Okay, let me add a new camera here. Let's get a different perspective on this. Because I am confused. So the way that I was setting it up was that you're rolling forward. But I see, I'm gonna need to like reconfigure it so we're actually falling or something. Okay, I'm gonna make this the current camera. So that's not doing anything. Okay, I see that I'm pushing it up. Okay, that's interesting. Of course, it doesn't fall back down. But I see what you're saying. And then, like, if something were to smack into it, well, assuming it doesn't break it. That didn't work. There we go. If we're gentle with it. But I mean, I feel like the ragdoll isn't gonna work. The player doesn't move beyond a specific range. Other physics objects move up to the player and knock them around and look like falling. But the ball needs to spin. Like, things need to be spinning. I feel like this is not viable. I don't think this is good. I think this is awful. I don't like it. Like, because again, the goal is to look like this, right? If there's no gravity, I don't think that's happening. If a non-plane object hits it, it'll spin. Non-plane? This isn't a plane, this is a box. What does non-plane mean? Not sure what that means. Like, I can make a static body. And also, like at the ground, it needs to hit the ground. It needs to be able to hit the ground. I think this is not gonna work. It's too big. You're just pushing a table against a floating ball. I think this isn't gonna work. I think I'm done with this. I'm not interested in this. This is unacceptable. So we're gonna put this back to the default. And I'm not gonna do this. But what I am gonna do is something else. Let's try something different. We're gonna put the ground back on the ground. And so it's not gonna have any linear velocity, but in theory now, you can see it actually rolling a little bit. Good. I think this is gonna be tough. I mean, like, maybe what you're saying could make sense. I don't really know how. I kind of wish I set up, like, the ragdoll effects sooner, you know? I just need to actually build that out. I kind of want to do that. I'm gonna try to make the ragdoll because I think that's a central question to whether this looks okay for the game that I'm making. As much as I'd love to just give you, oh look, this is like SkiFree. I feel like there's like more components that I'm wanting to put into it than just that. So let's try to get this ragdoll. Plus, I think it'll give a better clue along the way of how the physics changes are impacting stuff. Physical bone 3D. Generate physical bone nodes with create physical skeleton in the skeleton node. Now, I don't actually have a skeleton, so I'm gonna go make one. We're gonna make a very simple Blender model that has a skeleton rigged up. So it's about to take a little bit of a turn, a bit of a Blendery turn here. For the best. It's the right choice. I'm booting up Blender. I'm gonna make a ragdoll character, and we're gonna try to ragdoll it around. And, you know, I'll try again putting it at, like, the 0 Y vector or whatever, turning off the gravity in the player. I think that'll just give a better idea to me as to what's happening. You know, if the ragdoll bones are just all, like, floating and suspended in the air, that would be a problem. We'll see. Blender. Yes, I did say that. Okay. Get rid of all this crap. Hopefully I have Rigify. Of course I don't. Okay. Let's get Rigify so we don't have to make a rig It's built in. Where is it? I thought it was over here. Didn't it used to be over there? Maybe it's somewhere else now. Armature. Rigify. Oh, there it is. Human. Done. Oh, but this, you don't have to do, you ain't gonna do all that. That's too much. Basic human. Much better. Okay. That'll do. But of course we need stuff on it. So let's make a point. I'm gonna merge this plane into a single point, and then I'm gonna add a skin modifier and a subdivision modifier as well. I think a mirror would be good here. Probably want that on the top. And then we're gonna make a person. I'm gonna move this up to the center. Make it a little smaller. Start building this out. It is going to be crude, but also that's kind of okay. I think I want the game to have a very simple character anyway. It's a game jam game, nothing fancy. It's a person! Easy. Just gonna try to smooth out those arms a little bit. That's the thing about the skin modifier. Things can get weird blending. This is art. That's right. That's correct. Absolutely correct. Pixar mom hips, yes. Naturally. Best hips. Alright, we're gonna call that good enough for now. Can always add more characterization and whatever at some point later. For now, it's a ragdoll of a such. Or ragdollable. We'll see. Obviously, I might want to adjust that armature just a little bit. looks good. Then, see if I can remember how to do this. Do I remember how to do this? We select that, right click. I don't remember what shortcut you, oh, P? Control P? There it is. Armature deform with automatic weights. Do it. Okay. Yeah, mesh then armature. Okay. Now we can go into pose mode, and we should see terribly that it works. Not very well. There should be a way to set it to. This is awful. There should be a way to set it to have. Was that a Okay, couple things, Lise. First of all, back it up. Hold on a second, girl. Back it up. Back it up. First of all, you need to apply these modifiers. Okay. Number one. Now, I think there's a way to set it to, when it does that, to give it like certain restraints and stuff, constraints. But let me see how that. There we go. That's much better. Okay, now we're in better shape. Good. Perfect. And yeah, there are some ways to come in here and add in like bone constraints. I don't remember how to do it. And I don't really care. We're just gonna let it be chaos. Okay, so now I'm gonna find my project. In documents. Volcano. We're gonna say player model 1.blend. And it should import it. It's probably gonna be huge. Like way bigger than that sphere. Wow, it's great. It's super great. Awesome. Good. Now this is not a rigid body, so we do have to keep that in mind. Right, so we need to make a new inherited scene. And that's where we're gonna have this skeleton on here. Now back to the guide. We already have a physical skeleton. Generate a physical bone, blah blah blah. Adjusting the collision shape, the physical is a better way to each bone to simulate. Okay. Simulating the ragdoll. This is what we really are interested in, I believe. The ragdoll is now ready to use. To start the simulation, play ragdoll. You need to call physics bone start simulation. Really? Are you sure I didn't miss something? Is that true? Is that true? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna save this. Player model 1. And then back in the main scene, we're not going to use that mesh anymore, and instead we're going to add player model 1 in there. I'm going to on-ready it, set up a ready function, and then we have to say player model 1. But we need to access the skeleton, right? Right? That's just a node. Right, but it doesn't... We technically need to access the skeleton, I would think. Let's say skeleton 1. Let's call it that. Okay. What is that gonna do? Is that gonna work? It's not gonna work. I mean... We're missing collision. I didn't add any collision. I forgot about collision shapes. So we need to come back up here. Collision shape adjustment. The next task is adjusting the collision shape and the size of physical bones to match the part of the body that each bone should simulate. I gotta do this. Once you adjust the collision shapes, your ragdoll is almost ready. Capsule shape, collision shape. Wait, what? Physical bone head. And then it's adding a collision shape on there. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Oh. It might not like that I'm doing this on an imported skeleton. I might want to add the collision in Blender. That's what I'm thinking. I feel like it designed all that for a... Okay, alright. I'll say this. Here, let's save this as... I'm going to call this player model 1 only. And I'm actually going to remove the rig. Forget the rig. Rig is dead. And actually, you could leave the modifiers now at this point. No harm in leaving it. Alright, save that. And let's try that. That way we can just follow that guide exactly as it's laid out. There's a thing where you can name meshes with doc. That's true. That's true, but so the problem with that is this is one mesh. It's actually dash COL. It's like a little flag. And that's awesome. But it'll just generate one collision shape for the entire body. If I wanted it to do each part separately, then I would have to separate the mesh into those different parts. And then I could add that flag onto each part. And then it would generate a collision for each part. Which is like a lot of steps. And like maybe I'll do it. Maybe. But I'm curious to see if Godot, to some extent, could automate it. Probably not, but I'm curious. But yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Okay, so we're gonna make a new inherited scene out of this. Save it. Player model 1 only. So what, we just make skeleton? I guess I'm not sure, like, should the skeleton be a child of this, or the other way around? Generate separately and still have the whole mesh parented to the same bones? I don't understand. And maybe I'm mistaken, but what I'm assuming is true is that this has to be multiple parts. So right now this is one entire mesh. It's one solid mesh. And so if I wanted, I think, and I could be wrong, definitely, probably am, but maybe not, I don't know. I think what I'd need to do, and correct me if I'm wrong, is I would need to say, okay, cut here so that this is a separate mesh. Cut here so this is a separate mesh. Make this a separate mesh. make that a separate mesh. If I wanted to use the collision flag, right? Like, obviously, I could just make those collisions, which is kind of what I'm trying to do in Godot, basically. So I would need to, like, separate these into all these chunks in Blender, and then if I add that flag, and again, I could be mistaken, but then if I add that flag, it will create a collision that matches the shape of each of those meshes in here. And so I'm just trying to avoid having to cut it up into pieces a little bit. Although maybe I have to cut it up anyway. But but then Godot's not going to do deformation on the other hand. So actually this probably won't work anyway. So maybe I should do it that way. If you made the separate collisions, calculated the ragdoll for that, and still have the mesh just as visual. Yeah. Yeah, alright. This may not be what you're saying, but you inspired me to at least bother. So I'll give you props for that. Okay. So yeah, I could say this is... Here, let's save this as, yet again, player model chunks. This will be player mesh. And then I could, like, duplicate this. Making cover art for your game? When are we gonna play it? We're gonna play it today? I'm just kidding. Player collision mesh. And then I don't think there's like a way to have them all be like not merged. That sounds kind of insane. Okay, apply all these. Oh goodness. Oh, that's just because of the overlap. I see. Okay, I'm gonna add a new mirror on here. Whoa. Why was that pre-selected? I don't know. But it's actually very convenient. So then I'm going to separate it. Do I remember how to separate? It's been a while. P. I knew it was one of those letters. Okay, separate that into our chest piece. You don't really have to go hands. I could keep it really simple. I mean, whatever. It's already pretty simple. Like separate, obviously. I know, I pressed S. I was like, that's not right, is it? It's too easy. This is Blender we're talking about here. Everything doesn't just make sense. Oops. Okay, separate that one. Then separate this. Select up to there. Separate it. You can select one loop with Alt and Control Numpad Plus. True. True. I probably should do that, shouldn't I? Oh, I don't have numpad, unfortunately. I know there's a way to set to simulate it, but it doesn't work very well. And it like conflicts with other simulations because I also don't have a middle mouse. So that might not work for me. But that's okay, we can do things a noob way. Wait, where do joints? Joints are like on knees? Should probably do it maybe like there. I feel like this is not gonna work for many reasons. That's okay. Separate. I feel like we could just have all this be the same in the center here. It's a little more annoying to select. Let's actually do it this other way. I noticed the mirror is definitely not working for me here. It's not doing anything. Oh, did I do the wrong side? The mirror is on the other side? Whatever. You might need to fill the holes because now they aren't close objects, so it might not calculate the collisions. True. That's a good point. That's an excellent point. You make a very, very good point. Alright, well then, you know what? I'm not gonna do the other side. Let's do it like this. You got little holes in your knees that go all the way through? Oh my god. Let us know if we can support you in any way. Like maybe a fundraiser or something. Yeah, see a doctor. Definitely there's some considerations that hopefully you're making. I'm sure you're taking care of yourself as needed. That's how it's supposed to be, right? Yes, sweetie. I've made a bunch of things. I made a bunch of things. Oh, they are mirrored. It did separate them with mirrors. Lucky me. That's great. Good. Awesome. Well, they're gonna need to come apart, but that's okay. Might as well enjoy it now. So then what Bart's was referring to that is probably gonna need to be dealt with is these holes. Yeah, these holes are kind of a problem. So maybe I can get lucky and do a little grid fill. Hell yeah. Good enough for me. Okay, and then we're gonna say torso. Sure. Oops. And then hands. Grid fillet. Definitely gotta give Bart some props here. Okay, rename that to hands, which I'm gonna want to separate those into 2 hands, but for now, it's fine. Okay, next one. This is actually garbage. Don't need this one anymore. Forearms. Bracers, gauntlets. Alright, what's next? What's next? Feet, sure. Try to select all, then under mesh, clean up, fill holes. Whoa. That didn't do anything. Increase the amount of edges. Oops. Whoa. Okay, but that just put a end gun in there. Or if I increase it more. I mean, this is a cool tip, but I don't like this. I don't think that's easier than doing it this way. Oh, Control T? Okay. Alright. No, I'm interested. I'm curious. Whoa. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. I actually wish I did that for all the others. I'm doing that for all of them. That's gotta be better. Sorry, but that looks better to me. Sorry, like... That's awesome. Why is it not selecting? Oh dear God. Oh, get rid of the mirror on this. You don't need a mirror on that. There you go. Okay, obviously this is going into my quick favorites. I gotta give you another point for that one. That's a hot tip. Wow. Okay, but that's gonna triangulate more than I want, so I gotta be a little careful there. We don't select everything with triangulate. Every object and go with every object into edit mode. Whoa. Okay. 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 I don't need this one. Edit mode. Select them all. Fill holes. Hopefully that actually did that. Looks like it's doing it. It appears to be doing it. Sweet. Thanks, sucker. I don't know why you're a sucker. You helped me get ahead. Select by trait, faces by sides. What? But how would I know that it's the same one? I'm confused why I'd want to do that. Like, like, are you trying to avoid me having to go into each one and triangulate them all one by one? To select all the end gun. Oh, gotcha. Understood. Nice. Got it. Because if it's greater than 4, it's an end gun. Wow. Wow. That is actually crazy. Okay, but also... Oh, I don't want to select everything first. Select all by trait, faces by sides. Oh, look at that! Dang! Dang, Bards! What in the world? You're a Blender genius. I knew that you were, but I forgot that you were. But now I remember that you are. Oh my gosh. And then I can triangulate them all at once. Oh my gosh. That is incredible. Well played. I am very impressed. Excellent, excellent, excellent work. Fantastic. Totally amazing. Absolutely amazing. I don't know, I didn't like those triangulations that it did. Okay, but wait. Where's the overlap? Oh, okay, there's still overlap. I don't know if I'm making a mistake with my Ngon method. And try Alt-J to go back to quads. The hell is Alt-J? Tries to quads? Right, so everything is the same. Is that working? Cause that 1, 2, 3. That looks like. I mean, it doesn't seem bad. It's not making it worse. It's just not like perfectly doing it. Yeah, I mean, these tips are amazing. Like, this is above and beyond what my threshold of good enough is. But you've learned me. You have learned me well. You could do those noob expert Blender shorts. I don't think this is truly an Ngon. Yeah, okay, great. Sick, dude. Godot's gonna triangulate anyway, right? But it's a cool, no, it's cool to know. I'm gonna need to like remember to come back to this stream. One day I'll be in Blender in a member stream. Because usually I do Blender in member streams, so I don't get to benefit from all the expertise of y'all who aren't giving money to the channel, which you shouldn't obviously have to do. But maybe I should do more Blender outside of member streams, because man, y'all got some tips. Alright. Sick. Okay, so now that we have all that, so much nicer. Obviously it took me longer because I was learning it, but like if I knew what Bart's knows, I'd be like boop 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 and it would be done. Crazy. Okay, that's the torso. These are the hands, forearms, feet, shins, thighs. We're just skipping knees, hips, and head. Okay, and then I need to separate out these, so we're just going to uncheck merge here, and then apply the modifier. And then now I can separate this, call this foot right, and foot left. And then just do the same with the rest of the doubles, which is most of them, to be fair. Uncheck merge, apply, choose one, separate it. This is forearm right, that's forearm left. Same thing with the hands, no merge, apply, select one, separate. This is hand left, this is hand right. Head, hips, we need to do thighs and shins. No merge, apply, select linked, the L key, separate by selection with the P key, shin left and shin right, go to the thighs, in object mode, unmerge the mirror, no, don't duplicate, apply it, edit, select linked, separate with P, mystifyingly, change one to thigh left and the other to thigh right. That should be everything. Okay, now we add to the end of each of these dash collision. Dash collision, and so on and so forth. Now, I don't think it's going to convert it to a collision. I think it just creates a collision along with the mesh. I'm pretty sure. So we'll still have all of these meshes all over the place. And I'm a little concerned. I have concerns. Part of me wonders if I shouldn't just like use the rig with this anyway. I just feel like it's actually going to be kind of simpler. But like maybe I'm bugging. Maybe I'm just like making terrible mistakes. But like what if, okay, just bear with myself here. What if I generate the armature, which almost already fits, except for those legs. Make sure I have symmetrical editing on. Select a leg. Adjust it on the x-axis. Then I select all these components and the armature. Control P, automatic weights. Make sure it's not super broken. Probably is. Yeah, it's pretty bad. So it's gonna do these horrible, horrible things. Yeah. Not great. Again, because of those divisions in each part, it's gonna deform it in some pretty awful ways. Basically unacceptable ways. But, you know, maybe for this application, I kind of don't care. And so we're gonna allow it. Okay. And then for future, you can batch rename in edit tab. I didn't know that. Edit tab? Batch rename. Wow. Type. Set name. Strip characters. Change case. So would this let me add something to the end of each one? Oh, like set name suffix. It's beautiful. Oh, that's so beautiful. Thank you. My gosh. Does your wisdom know any end? Is it possible for you to know no more? I don't know if I'll find this bottomless well of wisdom. I don't know if I want to. I just want to benefit from your genius. Okay, so we'll get this chunks one. I'm gonna make a new scene for it. If I don't have enough of these saved, I know there probably is. I don't know, but I believe you. There must be, right? Okay, now we have this chunked up thing, and then you can see that because we added that -col to the end, they actually generated individual static bodies. That doesn't seem good. I don't think we want that. Geometry nodes. I'm trying to learn geometry nodes. Not hard, but like a little bit. There's actually a way to tell it not to do the static body, I think. I think if we go to import settings, we can change that. We gonna change it. I mean, but then how is it gonna collide? I'm actually a little concerned. I guess I could make them all rigid bodies. But this is not following Godot's guide. We're kind of going off onto our own thing here, which, you know, okay. Yeah, geometry nodes are cool. I've kind of been like, they're a waste of time, but a lot of y'all have convinced me that shader nodes are actually awesome. And so I'm more willing to experiment with them than I used to be. Oh, but I'm gonna have to select each one. Wait, where do you set that? No, there was somewhere where you can set whether or not it's going to be a static body or something else. Oh, generate physics. Easier with programming knowledge. Yeah, that's true. Right, and I just like when I'm programming, I've become very interested, or very I've come to prefer code over graphs, but could probably let that go. Okay, dynamic. I think that's gonna be rigid, probably. Probably should check before I commit. Because they just feel so weird and different than code, those graphs. And like kind of hard to like look at. But I think I need to buck up and just like learn it, because there's so many cool things people are doing. I like CG Cookie. CG Cookie has some good live streams where they just like mess around and play with geometry nodes, and they're really receptive to like suggestions from chat and stuff. So you could kind of like get an idea of like how someone would do things using geometry nodes. CG cookie. Okay, re-import it. I think that's gonna switch them to rigid bodies. I probably should have checked before I did literally all of them. Okay, so couple things. Number one, it generated a rigid body and a static body. So I think I might actually want to remove that flag. I think the flag is not helping me here. So let's try this batch rename. We're gonna find space-col and replace it with nothing. Hell yeah. Okay, save it and re-import it, and hopefully it'll remember that painstaking one-by-one setting I had to do there. Nope. No, it did not. Cool. I probably needed to press Control S. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. Cool. And we can't select them multiple? Awesome. Great. So, we'll just... There's no way to flag that? Come on. Alright, let me look this up. Godot Blender flags. There's COL. There's no import. Oh man, I don't think there is. Rigid body. Dash rigid? Is that real? That's on Reddit 1 year ago. Let's see if it's real. I hope it's real. I really don't want to do all that again. I'm still not fairly convinced this is like a great way to do it. But that's okay. Okay, so we want to set name suffix space dash rigid. Oh, it's sick. Okay. Now re-import it and hope it did it good. It did! It's real! Awesome. Okay, cool. So now they're rigid bodies, they have a mesh, and then a collision. Okay. Oh wait, we gotta put it in there. So we don't want this... Whoa! Oh, right. Yeah. It's kind of tough, like we have a rigid body in a rigid body. I almost don't even need that. Which is interesting. Yeah, but at the top level, it's not a rigid body. Maybe I do still want that. Yes, it was a success. Whether this is going to lead to success, it remains to be seen. But I'm hopeful. Okay, and then in here, we need to re-link the skeleton somehow. There we go. And call it skeleton 1. Alright, let's see what I don't know. What is it even? It's something. It is something. That is something right there. It's bad. It's pretty bad. It's a bit aggressive in how much it falls apart doesn't really stay together. And it looks not good. If I wanted to explode into pieces, it's doing great. It's perfect. Couldn't be better. But I think we're dealing with another issue, which is that we're not following this guide in any way. Collision shape doesn't. The next task is adjusting the collision shape and the size of physical bones to match the part of the body that each bone should simulate. So you can see with Godot generating its own bones, the collision is a child of the bone. And so I think in order for this to work properly, I think I just have to do it. The bones have to be nodes, it looks like to me. So there's a skeleton, the mesh, and then bones within that. But what I can do is I can have those collisions like pre-made. One thing I'm a little surprised by is what this collision icon looks like. Like, what kind of collision is that? Maybe that's like an old Godot icon, like from Godot 3 or something, and they just don't look like that anymore. That's gotta be it. Okay, so I think this is what we do. We need to go back to generating the skeleton. We do want all these chunks, so that way we can have collision shapes. What were some of those other little flags? Is there a way to just make it only be collision? Call only. Okay. Colony. Colony? Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna import the player mesh, indeed. And I'm not gonna make these all dash rigid. Instead, I'm gonna change them so we're gonna find dash rigid and replace it with dash colonly. Okay, so that's gonna overwrite what we have. Now, unfortunately, it is still making them static bodies. It is removing the mesh, but it's making them static bodies, which kind of sucks. We don't actually need them to be static bodies. And if I wanted to keep it like linked to Blender, we'd kind of be in a bit of trouble, because ideally these would become physical bones or physics bones, right? So like I could make it local and change its type to something else. What I'd really love is to separate the collision shape from the static body that it's generating. And it still be linked to Blender so I can update it in Blender and it change. But I don't think I'm going to get that luxury. I think my best case scenario is making it local and having these collision shapes be their own little things. I think that's my best bet. Unfortunately. But we're trying to proof of concept here, move on, be done with it. So, we can't make them all local at the same time? Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Oh, I don't think we can make these local at all. I think I have to make the entire thing local. So I would have to come up to the... I would even think I have to say not an inherited scene. How's call only different from call if it's not in fact call only? The difference is that what call does is it preserves the mesh. So instead of having static body and collision shape, you'd have static body mesh collision shape. Call only just omits the mesh, unfortunately. I was hoping it would literally just be a collision, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, maybe we do have somebody saying that it's ignoring it. Oh no, that's actually working even worse. Yeah. But I don't know if there's a way to do that. only. I mean, that would be cool. I'm not really sure. No, call only. Good art, Google. Stop correcting it. I don't think there's a way to make it do that, unfortunately. I wish. So yeah, so what I'm gonna do is we'll take that chunks dot blend. Or how do I make this be local? I guess I don't even know. Clear inheritance. There we go. If I hit clear inheritance, and can I do that lower, or do I have to do it up there? Yeah, I have to do it at the top. All right, clear inheritance. Now I can change these types to a physical bone. We should have something more similar to what the guide is talking about. Although I don't know that I've tweaked them to be just right. Physical bone, physical bone, physical bone. Collision, 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 collision. Each physical bone the engine needs to simulate has performance costs. You want to move every bone that's too small. If you take a human, remove a physical bone, collision shape adjustment. Next up is adjusting the collision shape and the size of physical bones to match the body. Okay, we kind of got that. Once you've adjusted the collision shapes, your ragdoll is almost ready. You just want to adjust the pin joints to get better simulation. Physical bone nodes have an unconstrained pin joint assigned to them by default. I'm also going to tell you right now, this isn't going to deform, I assume. I actually have no idea how that's going to work. I'm really not sure how this is going to work. Because we can see there's a single mesh. I'm a little confused, but once you've adjusted the collision shapes, your ragdoll is almost ready. You want to adjust the pin joints to get better simulation. Physical bone is to change the pin joint, select the physical bone and change the constraint type in the joint section. There you can change the constraint's orientation and its limits. But like, I don't have to, right? I feel like this is not gonna work. It's just like a feeling. I do wonder if we turned off or turned on collision debug If that would illuminate something. Nope. Check it and let's try this. Oh, this has like a demo. Okay, so we kind of want to generate our own bones here. This is kind of crazy. And I mean, according to it, the mesh should like go in here. But if I click on this skeleton and I create a physical skeleton. Whoa. Whoa. Wait, did it just like... Did it just find all of the bones? Oh, it created new ones. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, there's no way. And it gave it... It made the collision shapes for us. See... Okay. I'm still not sure I understand how the deformation, but it's not really deformation that's happening over here. I'm very confused how they got this result. Like, they must have had the meshes clearly be separate. But if we look at their node tree, there are no meshes in the bones. So I think I still need them to actually be separate pieces and not convert them. Okay. Let's back it up. Don't save this. Put it in the trash. I'm gonna get rid of chunks.tscn. I'm gonna come back to Blender. I'm not gonna call these collision only. And this time we're gonna find call only. And I'm going to switch it to nothing. Starting to become your favorite song, the YouTube premiere music. It's understandable. It's a banger. I don't know if banger's the right word. I'm actually going to keep these all in here. And the player mesh, I'm not going to import it. Just gotta experiment sometimes. It's not feeling very SkiFree, but it's getting me to my SkiFree. A little bit at a time. Okay, take that, chunks. I'm going to make a new inherited scene. So now we just have all of these meshes in here. And then I'm going to create a physical skeleton based on that skeleton. And it's going to make all of those bones. Now ideally, I'd be able to move those into here, but it's not going to let me do that because of the inheritance. So I do need to clear the inheritance if I really want this to work the way I want it to. And I really do want it to work the way I want it to. We have to save it. Clear the inheritance. Now we can move these, presumably into their right places. Wonderfully, it did not name them very well, so I'm going to try to figure out what the hell it did. It added a lot more bones than the meshes that we have. A lot more. Now, the guy did say something about removing bones that aren't necessary. I have a feeling this is going to go very badly. But let's try it. So that's left foot. I'm going to try to just drag this foot into there. It actually looks fine, which is good. I guess they don't have like a position data that's gonna mess things up. So yeah, we're just dragging these in here. The collision shapes are probably not going to be, they're certainly not going to be the right size, which is unfortunate. Oh, there is a forearm. Okay, so actually we want to put this in here. Forearm right, hand left. There's not that many bones, thankfully, and actually something that I probably should have done. Maybe I should do it. You know what? I think I'm gonna do it. Kill it. Start over. What I should do is I should adjust the armature, right? So that way we don't have bones we don't need. So we only have a hand, a forearm. We don't actually have an upper arm. So that means I could actually afford to get rid of one of these bones. I just have to make sure that I reconnect them. Do I know how to do that? Do I remember how to do that? Relations? Oh, it already connected them. So then all I have to do is just drag it down into the right spot. It's a lot of work for some ragdoll. Select two, oh. Select two in parent. Oh, nice. Select the little balls on the end or just the whole thing? Separated bones. No, no, no. Control P. Connected. Whoa! Sick! Thank you. Oh my gosh. It never ends! I knew it was an endless, bottomless well of wisdom. Okay. I knew it. But I think this is going to make it a lot easier if we just do this ahead of time. In the legs, we have a thigh, we have a shin, and then we have a foot. We don't really need this bone here. I mean, really, all of these bones, I just don't need them. We don't need all this pelvis stuff. Although that's gonna mess up how the legs, like, I mean, there's not gonna be a walk cycle. There's no walk cycle. None of that is necessary. Probably. I feel like it's a mistake to remove those bones. It's just a feeling that I have. I just feel like maybe I'm gonna want them. Yeah, whatever. Let's find out the hard way. It's more fun that way. Okay, and then... Yeah, but you can't just connect all these together, right? That's not gonna work. That's why you have the pelvis. Hey, what's up, Kai Guy? Yeah, I'm faffing around with some, ragdoll stuff. Which is definitely... Oh, yeah, you need... Yeah. It's definitely putting me in a... You can keep it offset? How do I do that? It's taking me off into where the scope comes from in games. But since my game is going to be about tumbling down a volcano, I want a ragdoll character, and I'm trying to figure out like how I want to build like the physics of the game and stuff. And so this ragdoll is going to help me do that a little bit more effectively, I hope. Like to observe like what the physics changes are doing to my character and to stuff. So yeah, I'm kind of on this whole side quest of all of this. What I found is that Godot creates bones for offset bones. Oh, it's gonna just make it anyway. I don't even remember what an offset bone is. Oh, keep offset. Ah, I see. Gotcha. So I would like do this. Keep offset. Got it. And then I could select all of these maybe? Probably shouldn't. Well, if I select these and then do that, that'll do it. Yes, sweet. Okay, cool. All right, let's hope that that is fine. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me that Godot does something like that. Godot totally would do that. Okay. Pull that up. I don't actually want this either. Parent. Oh, no keep offset allowed on this one. How dare you? What is this? Oh, there's another bone in there. It's such a Godot thing to do. It is. It is such a Godot thing to do. It actually looks like it's already connected to these, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Cool. Regarding ragdolling down a volcano versus ragdoll dragging up a mountain. Yes. Yes. Down the volcano. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. Just the bones I need, besides the ones that Godot is going to create that I didn't mean for it to create. See what that's like. Now I do have to start over, of course. Delightfully. Delightedly. Chunks 2, delete it, don't care about it. It's trash. Delete this. Create a new scene. Recalling your experiment with that ragdoll Hyper 1 error game you threw together. I don't remember it. Was it about dragging up a mountain? Nice. Can't believe I forgot it. There's some part of my brain that remembers it. But I'm not fully accessing it as much as I'd like to. Okay, chunks 2. Clear inheritance. Create a physical skeleton. We should have considerably less bones. Left foot. Oh, okay. So one mistake that I did make, and why I get to start over yet again. Mistake I made. I forgot to rename the bones. They're all named terrible things. Foot, shin, thigh. Oh wait, they're fine. Can we call this hips? Call this torso. Call this forearm right. and forearm left. The names were not as bad as I thought they were. Torso, and then I'm gonna call this head. Okay, save that. Another do-over. It's good practice. New scene. Save it. Chunks.tscn. Clear inheritance. Skeleton. Create physical skeleton. Get the left foot. No, wait, it's not naming anything left foot. Uh-oh. So Godot does not seem to be interpreting the armature correctly. It's actually not even creating feet bones. Oh dear. It's skipping the hands as well. I have clearly made errors. Unfortunately. Cool. Great. So it doesn't actually base it on the armature that it's given? Because we got bones. I got thigh, I got shin. Oh wait. It doesn't seem to have imported the hands or the feet. It imported everything but those. And actually it didn't import the head either. We've got hip bone, torso, where it created those extra bones. We don't have a head bone, somehow. We do have the forearm, but we're missing the hands, the feet, and the head, all the extremities. Why? Why would you do this? I do see this bone collections thing looking kind of concerning. No, I don't think that's concerning. Wait a minute. Oh, I didn't actually rename... No, wait, the parent. Wait. Parent is shin, parent is thigh. No, it is work. Okay. What happened? Let's look at this. Thigh left, foot. I mean, it looks fine. Evidently, it is not fine. Dang, I actually have no idea what to do about that. Other than put it back and keep all the extra bones. So that was nothing. Display names next to the bones. I mean, the names are correct. Also, I didn't know that. Oh, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I need to generate like a new rig? Heel bone not found. Oh. That didn't help. It's like you're in a whole new headspace now. Also, there were tons of entries. You can't be expected to remember them all. Yeah, for sure. Thank you. But I like remembering things. Dang, well this is turning into my entire day. Did that generate anything when I clicked on that? Genuinely don't know if that even actually made a difference. I think it didn't. Yeah, there's no extra bones. It's so weird because it like talks about them like they have a position. Oh wow, it does deform. That's crazy. What? Godot can deform? I mean, I guess I set up the deformation in Blender. It's actually very shocking. Okay, I'm impressed that that's apparently possible to some extent. Okay, let me do some undoing here. Okay, back to this. Grab all these things. Deselect the rig. Or make sure that's the last thing. Re-weight them all. Go to pose mode. Make sure we got the deformation. Save it now. And see if somehow that makes a difference. Show me a little bone. No bone. But then it's also weird because it is like deforming that bone. Not very well, but it is deforming it. So it's like the bone is there. Let me check out the import settings. It's a lot. It's a lot. And it's not looking like SkiFree. It don't look like I'm doing any kind of SkiFree. But at the end of the day, I'm here to make my game too, so. And it turns out that my hidden scope here for my own project right now is this ragdoll. Thing with normals or tangents? I don't know. I wouldn't even. I wish you saying that would like inspire something in my mind, and I'm like, yes, of course. But it doesn't. Bone map? Retarget. Opens a quick menu. No, I don't care about that. 3D? Yeah. I always do 3D for my own personal uses. Yeah, I don't see anything in the skeleton. Alright, I guess we go back to the other skeleton. As much as I wanted to use this one. No. I will save this though as Chunk's simpler skeleton. And we just maybe remove the bones in Godot. And call that good enough. Control Z! Away! Undo, 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 undo. So many undos. Let's keep undoing. Keep going. I think the arms are the first ones that I did. Alright. There we go. We're back. Back to the original. It be like this sometimes. Okay. Physical. Wait, this looks different. I think we need to delete this. Try again. Are there different types of weighting, methinks, and Godot works better with some guessing? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I like that you've put out a guess. But it doesn't inspire something in my brain that makes me be like, yes, that. Okay, delete this. New scene. Save it. Once again. Clear the inheritance. Create a physical skeleton. What? Oh. I mixed up the naming of these, unfortunately. Cool. Alright. Alright. Cool. No problem. This is getting a little chaotic. So now I'm gonna switch to this other one. I actually need to rename these files, as it happens. Unfortunately, because I saved the simple skeleton with the complex skeleton, and I saved the complex skeleton with the simple skeleton. And it's just a naming thing, but it bothers me. I don't want to have weird names. I want the names to make sense. That's what I want. So, here's what we're gonna do. Grab the simple skeleton name, bring it down, back to chunks. We gotta re-import it because I renamed it. Okay, come to chunks. Rename that as a simple skeleton. Wait. And then go to this one. Put that back to chunks. Wait. Okay. And then we're gonna come back to Blender and then open our chunks. We should have our complex skeleton. Great. Now we go back to here. I didn't really need to save it, but I just wanted to make sure the right one was open in Blender before I got confused and did it wrong. New inherited scene. Skeleton, or save it. We're actually going to get rid of the chunks.tscn so we can save this one as such. Clear the inheritance. Make a physical skeleton. At last we have more bones than I ever want, but that's okay. back to where I was 20 minutes ago before I went on a whole detour. That was very interesting. And once again, we're gonna drop each mesh in here one by one. Do I actually have to do that? Like, what if I, out of morbid curiosity, like what happens if I move one of these? Okay, no deformation. Nothing. So this isn't gonna work. I mean, if there's no deformation, how's it gonna do something? Yeah, but at least that was before, when we were using these bones. These bones, yes, that causes deformation, of course. But that's not what we're working with here. We're doing something quite different. Foot left. And so you're not gonna get deformation if you move these, right? They're just gonna literally break apart. But that's where the joint would kind of keep them together. So it's gonna look like a robot, right? You're not gonna have like human deformation. I feel like that's just like not possible, right? Like when it comes to like a Godot thing, it's not gonna happen, period. Now, interestingly, it's still connected, deformation wise, to the skeleton, but those aren't, I don't think those are the bones that are going to be moving. I'm actually not sure what's gonna happen. But I'm pretty sure that physical bone simulator, how can we walk if we don't have like 4 backup ankle bones? That's true. That's very true. It's actually accurate. There's a lot of bones and feet. Just out of curiosity, when we do the physical bones start simulation, where does that exist? It's got to be on physical bones. Oh, and we were probably getting an error Oh no, it's on skeleton. Wait, it's deprecated? Why would you do this? This method may be changed or removed. Why would you do that? Wait, what's the alternative these days if that's being deprecated? Why would you say this? No, but I need it. I mean, at least it works for now. But no, that's actually on a skeleton. That's not even on the physical bone. Okay, so that does lead me to the curiosity. What if I don't generate the skeleton? Morbid curiosity. I feel like I did try something like this, right? But it wasn't satisfactory? Okay, let's do something a little different here. I'm gonna go to the player rigid body. We're not gonna declare the skeleton right now. We're not gonna create this ready function. Instead, we're gonna try this different. I'm gonna take the chunks.tscn. We're gonna drop it in there. Could be handy as a skier. Extra bones? True. And then I'm going to add a script. Matter of fact, we should just put the script on here. And in here, we'll put such a ready function. Attached to the skeleton. Or link it to the skeleton. And then what if we just play that? What is that going to be like? Error. Okay. Right? Just nothing. Actually, just nothing. Well, because it's not a rigid body or anything like that, right? I don't know. I guess not. I guess this doesn't do anything. It needs those physical bones, I suppose, for it to do something. It's interesting that you can still run this, even though it tells the physical bone 3D nodes to start simulating. Optionally, a list of bone names can be passed in, allowing only the passed in bones to be simulated. What does that mean? Oh, an array? Whoa. But, okay. But surely that's not gonna work for... I mean, that's interesting. Skeleton 3D. Looking for an array string name. Get bone meta list. Returns a list of all metadata keys for bone IDX. That's not gonna work, right? Returns list of 4 bone ID. It was SkiFree all along. It was SkiFree. Yes. Sky Guy. Kai Guy. SkiFree. Yes, indeed. Welcome, Respire. Thank you for being a great supporter of Hyper Game Dev. How you doing? I am way off of what would look like SkiFree. We did pick SkiFree as the Game Like Jam game. That's what I'm working on, my SkiFree like. It is absolutely nothing like SkiFree at the moment. It couldn't be less like SkiFree. But I wanted to try to figure out how I want to structure my project, and what I want is to have it be about falling down a volcano. So a volcano is erupting, and you are on it, and you're stumbling and ragdolling all the way down, and lava is gonna get you unless you stay away from it, and stuff like that. And if you get to the bottom, there will be a rescue, doop 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 doop, and ideally you land on it, and then you win, to an extent. And so I'm trying to figure out how I want to set up this ragdoll, and it is something. Lee's versus Volcano was not a movie. It might have been. It might become a movie today. So yeah, so I'm trying to get this set up. It is a lot, but it's okay. It's kind of fun. I'm enjoying myself. and I'm just like very determined. I'm like, I gotta get this so I can move on and make it look like SkiFree. But I want to do the ragdolling, but I want to make sure that the ragdolling is gonna have the right effects physics-wise, and if I'm simulating it falling or not. I am always fighting against nature. Thank you for understanding me. The members always understand me. Dear God. So I'm just like, what am I even doing? So the metabone list is not doing what I thought it would do whatsoever. So I'm trying to start the physics bone simulation, which is deprecated, unfortunately. Starts emitting right in the physics world. Optionally, a list of bone names can be passed in. It has to be an array of string names. At the end of the day, the guy could just be suspended in an invisible sphere and he rolls. I kind of like that idea. Nope. It's actually a pretty good idea. I do want that ragdolling effect. So I still need a ragdoll of a such. I'm committed to the ragdoll. I want a ragdoll, period. That's what I want. I'll do anything to get a ragdoll. Like a hamster ball. Yeah, I love that. That's actually a really cool idea. I should give you credit, because who knows, maybe we'll do it. Waggle him around? Yeah, we could do some waggling. It would be nice if it looked like it fit, but you're right. You know, if I really want to not care about it looking good, I could do I could do that. Hamster. Sorry, hamster. Sorry for saying hamster. I meant hamster. Sybil could win or not. You know me. I mean, at least I'm gonna give it a try. Tons of physical bones. Optionally, a list of bone names. Okay, so on a skeleton, the closest thing I have to a list of bone names, probably just need to go to the spine, and then maybe if I get the array from that, that will give me the full list. I'm guessing. So there's 4 matches. Yeah, this is the one. This is it. So we just need to look at bone ID 0, probably, would be my guess. Come on. What's that gonna do? Work? I feel like they still have to be physical bones. Dang. Nothing. The foot is missing, incidentally. Where'd the foot go? What happened to the left foot? Wait, why is the left foot gone? I didn't mean to delete the left foot. Put that back. Oh, I see, because I moved it and then deleted all of the physics bones. Which, we do need the physics bones, evidently. Unfortunately. Okay, alright. So you know what? Put the foot back. I was curious to see if I didn't need to use the physics bones, but it seems like I do. So I'm gonna pop all these in here. Just like a long time ago before I went off on this or that. I'm gonna drop each of these in. One by one. Forearm right. I keep like starting to do this and I'm like, wait, I don't want to do this. I shouldn't have to do it this way. Surely. But no, we do. What if it just works? What if like the deformation works and everything? That would be crazy. Hand left. It honestly might. Like, I don't know why I'm so convinced it isn't. I feel like things are gonna look really weird. Like, you're gonna have like geometry like exploding. But maybe there's a way to like limit the joints to behave better. Wait, where's the hand? Is the hand called the hand? Is hand called something else? There is no hand bone. Oh, once again, it's given no hand bone. Alright, then we don't need a hand bone. I can let go of a hand bone, I guess. I guess we just put it in forearm. Wow, so it has, again, chosen not to generate the hand bone, even with the original rig. Which is, you know, just interesting. It's good to know. Okay, put the head in the top spine, right? No. Just kidding. The spine with the highest number. Spine 5. I actually have no idea. I don't know which one the head is, but we're gonna find out. Okay, hips, probably the lowest spine number. Shin left, whatever they're calling it, which is shin. Shin right. If this just works perfectly, I'm just like, sorry for all the journeys. But I will say, I feel like there's been learning to an extent. Okay, thigh right, thigh right, thigh right. I always feel like I'm about to say thyroid. Okay, and then torso. Oh, actually, I don't know. Just like one of the middle ones. Sure. Okay, now that doesn't have a script on it, I guess, apparently. Wait, did I never put the script on it? Nah. Wait, seriously? That's why it didn't work? Because I forgot to attach the script? I never attached the script. So I never actually tested the thing I was testing before. Well, that is unfortunate. I'm not happy to hear that. Okay, alright. No, I am. Okay, so here's what we'll do. For now, I'm just gonna take this out of there. We'll see what this is like. And then if it's not absolutely perfect, we'll try it the other way. Very sad. This is actually nothing. Here's what this is. This is nothing. It's making the right reference and everything. Yeah. We've definitely got physical bones in there. We have gotten a physical simulation to happen before. Oh, maybe I need to I don't think so. I don't think I need to update the one that's in here. You can try it though. Changing frames for a 2D animation with directions in probably the worst way possible. What way? Frames for a 2D animation to make it like move left and right. That's cool. Maybe that's not so bad. I'm trying to see if I can visualize the bones, but I don't see the collision shapes. So I don't know if like the bones are falling, but like the mesh isn't. It's pretty hard to tell. I want to see it drop like a boneless bag of jello. Yeah, we have gotten it to drop, but it dropped like, and then things just like ran away. But maybe there is some other setting that I need to look at. Because like maybe it's not visible bone setting. What do you mean? What was that? Oh, maybe I do know what that means. Do I know what that means? I do remember seeing a visible bones setting. But now I'm not sure where I saw that. Visible collision shapes. Yeah. Is there another one for bones somewhere? Or is that in like editor settings or something? I think there is one for bones. I just don't know where it is. I mean, we do have collision shapes here, more or less. But then again, they're not really showing up. No, you're right, there is something like that. Select the skeleton in the remote scene tree. I don't know. Does it have any physical properties at all? Like, does it fall? No. It doesn't seem to have any physical properties at all. Yeah, I was trying to see if the skeleton fell. That's what I was, but I actually can't see it. No, maybe I need to follow this guide a little better. So I created a physical skeleton. It generated physical bone nodes. Yeah, the gizmos aren't there in the runtime, but they are there. Not here. Here. They're visible in the editor, just not at the runtime. And then this physical bone simulator has created all these little like lines here sticking out. And because collision shapes make it too stiff because they're touching. Whoa. Maybe. I didn't configure the joints, which is something I was supposed to configure, so I'm kind of still like missing some steps, to be fair. So it could be that. But I think that physical bones is supposed to give it, it's not like anything, it's supposed to give it like that collisioning physicsing. Now this is, again, this is giving you like a demo thing. Click the skeleton, create physical skeleton. We did that. Generated all these physical bones with collision shapes. I didn't remove ones we don't need, but that's just saying that it doesn't matter in the simulation, but it's for performance, so I'm not worried about those for now. Collision shape adjustment, then we have to adjust the collision shape and size to match the body part. I did not do that. So in theory, we gotta click on each one and adjust the collision shapes here. So there's quite a lot, which is pretty awful. 2D physical bones do inherit from rigid body 2D, but 3D physical bones use an abstract physics class. Whoa, that's actually pretty cool. Now again, this is made for Godot 3.1, so things might be a little different. Transform rotation degrees. I mean, it's like basically telling me I gotta do everything. It has a capsule shape, evidently. There it is. Doesn't really look like a capsule. I can't move it or anything. Transform. I don't know, it's kind of weird. I guess we want to click on this. I see. Height. Oh, I see it. It's that blue one. Got it. So that's the collision shape currently for the hips. It is obviously not a good shape. So like if I were to make that quite a bit larger, let's see if we can see it now. I can, and it is just sitting there. It is not moving. It's right there. Just chilling. So definitely no physical movement there. Once you've adjusted the collision shapes, your ragdoll is almost ready. You just want to adjust the pin joints to get a better simulation. So I feel like we shouldn't need to do that. One thing that's a little frustrating is that I don't see like what this is. Like this is probably like we don't see what the top level is. So I have no idea if it's like a character body. I mean, it must be, right? Like on the top level, there has to be something else in there. So, you know, maybe if I take a rigid body and put that on top somehow, but isn't it gonna need the collision? Like obviously it's missing a collision in there. So it's not really gonna work right at all. Cannot call method physical bones. Oh yeah, I changed that. That makes sense. I don't see why this is gonna make any difference. But clearly, you know, if we look at this example, I should ask Girthy Lemon how they got it set up. I feel like that would be wise of me. Because Girthy Lemon did get the ragdoll physics working. Maybe they're willing to help. But Girthy got it working real easy. in like 10 seconds. So clearly I'm just like making mistakes. Whoops. And we're continuing down the 3-hour journey of fun. Yeah, so I don't think this is going to make any difference because there's no collision shape. I don't know, does it like look up and see that there's a rigid body? It's like, oh yeah, I should simulate now. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to do anything. Like, I mean, I guess I could put a collision shape in there. Just for funsies. See what happens. But I think it's just gonna stiffly... Okay. Oh, it's probably is it colliding with all the other collisions that are in there? I wonder. And just like exploding somewhere else. Okay, I'm gonna rename that to something else. Search for everything that has collision shape in here. I mean, I do need it. I could take away its collision layer, potentially. Except you don't want the collision shapes, do you? You actually want the physical bone. Collision, let's say that they are not on a layer. But then they're not gonna, I don't know, just do it. So it doesn't explode. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. I think I'm doing it all wrong. Not a clue what I'm doing. Not even a little bit. Alright, so I have to ask myself if I want to like pivot to do something else so this can remotely be like a SkiFree like. I really did want this to work. I mean, I could go find I also could just look for another tutorial. What if we don't use a documentation? Godot ragdoll physics. You know, what if we just find something else? Because clearly, I'm struggling with that. Recreate the whole physical rig, connect to the Physical Bone Simulator 3D's modification process signal. Save all the poses in that signal header, then use the save poses to do active ragdoll stuff. Even after all that, my physics behaving quite differently. That didn't help. 2024, 4.3. That's promising. Yeah, it looks awesome. It looks awesome. They deprecated it. They'll change it. They got a Mixamo. Okay, we're gonna watch the video. I really, really wanted to just follow the guide, but take out child nodes and delete Physical Bone Simulator 3D. What? Really? That is not in the Godot guide. Okay. Take all of these out and move them to the skeleton and get rid of the physical simulator node. Like, that is news to me. Oh, shoot! Okay, honestly, I'm okay with that result. So much for following that guide. Okay, and then I made the hips collision quite large. I probably don't want to do that. In that tutorial, it seemed like they were making it really small. But let's just put it back to default. See if this is as chaotic. Oh, I moved the skeleton. It's just on player now. Let's see what happens. Let's see how chaotic it is. Oh, that's rough. So that might be where I need to come in here and make some changes to the size, but at least it's falling apart. I can't say that it seems to be okay. Deforming. Okay, so we gotta scale the bones. Scale the bones themselves or the collision shapes? The collision shape for each bone. Scale them by the same that the bones are here. Oh, also when I did that hip collision resize, it actually made it gigantic. I don't remember what it was originally. It was much smaller though. Could just add some zeros in here and call it a day. Oh, it was probably going to match the bone in there. Okay, now try it. Now that that hip bone is smaller again, I'm curious if it's less chaos. Nice. Okay, it did kind of start to fall correctly. It's just once it hit the ground, things got a little crazy. A lot crazy. I'm not sure why it explodes only once it hits the ground. But perhaps there's some other steps that I'm still missing in here. Physical skeleton, separate it. Oh yeah, see, those are all super huge. Ours aren't super huge, so we actually don't have to do that scaling thing. There might be some weird overlap, so I might have to still go in there and deal with all that, which is actually horrific. Just from like a time, effort, investment standpoint. Because I gotta like find the bone. Okay, that's the torso bone. Find the collision shape, which is decidedly difficult. Yeah, can we make it like a different color for a second? It just might be so tiny. Oh. Wait, where is it? Okay, there's that. Well, first of all, I put the torso in a bad place. For sure. I would want that on... Not that one. Maybe this one? The only way I'm like finding them is by like dragging the collision size around. Okay, so that looks like the actual torso one. There. But the bones don't seem to be like overlapping with each other. It seems to know to join them up correctly. Like, you know, if it's gonna be like perfect, I can see it needing some serious adjustments. I'm gonna kind of take it back and not mess with this one. Move the torso more where it belongs. But like all that seems fine. I wonder if it's like the joints stuff. I'm surprised that they got... I wonder why it's so explosive. Because it kind of seems like it should be good at this point. It's only when it hits the ground that it gets crazy. What happens if I move this around? Oh, it just explodes more and more. And then it like rematerializes. Okay. It's interesting. don't know. My SkiFree like has devolved into debugging. Something that I have no idea how to do right. I could also list like specific bones. Like if I only did the arms, that would kind of give me like some important information. So like what if I did that? What if I just listed certain bone IDs? I mean, it is looking for an array, but what if we chose for now just like shoulder left or something, which would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We come back to here and I just say skeleton get bone metalist 7. So in theory that should only animate one arm, or ragdoll one arm. Oh, that did not look like I expected. It's interesting. So it's something else, I feel like. It's a little surprising. Okay, so what if I comment that out and do pass? It's cool. The explosion is good for Hogwarts Legacy-like. True. I agree with that. If we really want to explode on purpose, yes. You're right. I didn't know they were exploding each other in Hogwarts. Jesus Christ. I knew Joanne had issues, but damn. I'm not sure I fully understand why it's so explosive. I mean, that other tutorial was saying to remove the physics bone parent, which made anything happen, which is good. There is no joint type, which seems like bad. What if, okay, crazy idea. Power word scrunch. Scrunch. I scrunch you. You have been scrunched. What if I give them all pin joints? Was that like joint them all? Oh, I didn't start the simulation. I was like, that's interesting. Very interesting. They're probably still gonna explode. Would it be crazy to say it's exploding less? And then there's the joint constraints as well. What is that like? There's axis lock as well. But like I feel like a lot of this stuff shouldn't have to do. None of them have descriptions. The big ball is actually separate, but maybe it is affecting it. But technically the big ball is like a separate entity. But I can move it. I can put it over here or something. Maybe that's having an effect. Ideally, we'd be able to bump into things. Oh my god. So that was actually when I cranked up the bias. Oh, we don't even have default settings for that? Cool. That's when it started to explode even more. Well, I cranked up everything. I cranked up all at once. Bias damping and impulse. Let's try just cranking up damping. If you get the ragdoll working, maybe the big ball can drag you down the hill via a spring giant. That's awesome. Yeah, something like that. Right, there's so much fun to be had, potentially. Okay, bring the bias all the way down. There's no descriptions because it's all old deprecated stuff, I guess. I mean, that was different. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just clicking things. I'm just clicking stuff. Impulse clamp. Maximum impulse clamping. I mean, it's like doing stuff, but it's not really making anything better. Okay, what if we do some axis locking? See the bones nicely collapse into the floor. Yeah, right. Everything is fine, and then it just like explodes into chaos. For some reason that I don't understand. Interesting. I wonder if... What if I take that layer off of there? I was hoping that maybe it was that they're colliding with each other too much. But that didn't actually seem to help all that much. Because if I just do the mask, they're not gonna look at each other and collide with each other. But that should be all of them. Are the bones supposed to have hierarchy, or is all that encoded in the skeleton? Encoded in the skeleton. Yeah, so if we actually look at the skeleton here, this is the encoded in hierarchy. I know sounds like the same, but I struggled so much with my ragdoll and GDevelop. Really? Kept wiggling out too? So close to giving up. I mean, I feel so far from it looking remotely okay that I feel like giving up. Or at least like trying something very different. Is pretty wise move, potentially. What kind of joint were they talking about? I think it was pin joint. Physical bones have an unconstrained pin joint assigned to them by default. To change the pin joint, select physical bone and change the constraint type in the joint section. There you can change the constraints, orientation, and limits. Tend to be a few duplicate bones not renamed left to right. Whoa, another typo or two. Interesting. It's very interesting. I don't think there's anything weird in there, but maybe there is. I don't know. Yeah, it could be something fundamental with the rig. Whoa. Look, now there are all these different kind of joints. I don't even know what these are doing. In both bone names and event code. Yeah, luckily here there's not a lot of code involved. But it could be that fundamentally the bones are like encoded wrong. I don't know. Jesus. Shoulders are a cone and elbows are a hinge. Right, so that's just like determining the limits that it moves in, right? So this isn't really going to have any serious effect, right? It's like basically unrelated here. I mean, that was the least chaotic it's been. Oh, can I not crank up the... See you later, Kai Guy. Thanks for stopping in. Can I not change these values right now? Why not? Oh, is that not relevant on 6 degrees of freedom? confused. Look at it. It's like the meshes are physically offset from the bones. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. You saying that has actually given me a thought. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's the deformation. That's what I think. That's my theory right now. Is that the deformation is actually causing it to go crazy. And so if I want to fix it, I need to remove all of the deformation. So that way, you know, when this rotates, it doesn't do anything. Because I wonder if that is causing part of the issues. This does mean redoing a bunch of things, annoyingly. But I think that that could be part of it. So if I don't even know how how to dissociate those. It's possible it's getting transformed on export. I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe if I just come in here and I just remove the modifier. On each one, right? That should do it. That should break the deformation. Just get rid of each of those. Probably a batch way to do that. I don't know what that is. But out of curiosity, just make sure that that deformation is gone. Yep. Okay. So yeah, let's do that. I have a feeling, just no feeling, that that deformation is what's causing the chaos. And I guess it kind of makes sense. You know, I think we just have to let go of deformation if I want to use Godot's built-in ragdolling. Which I do. Okay, so save that. Now, I'm gonna have to create a whole new one for that to work. So let's make a new inherited scene. This does not have any of that deformation set up. Save this as chunks 2. Clear the inheritance. We've done this enough times. Oh, there is a skeleton. Okay, good. I was like, oh no, there's no skeleton. There is. Create physical skeleton. Select all of the physical bones. And then separate them from the physical bone simulator. Remove the physical bone simulator. And then painstakingly put each mesh as a child of its appropriate bone. Let's just pretend this is zipping along in a time lapse. It isn't. But we can pretend. Okay, forearm left.
right, hand left. There is no hand stuff, unfortunately, so we just gotta stick that in forearm. Hand right, also put that in forearm. Head is on the highest spine number. Hips are on the lowest spine number. Shin left. And then I think the torso is like almost the highest spine number, but not quite. I'll check on the other one, so I don't have to find it again. Okay, shin right. Welcome, Coder Chess. Good to see you. Thigh left. Or yeah, thigh left. There it is. Just looked at the game and noticed other skiers. Are those computers or real people? Those are computers. Those are computers. Honestly, Coder Chess, that's quite an idea. To have those be other people. Massively multiplayer online SkiFree. SkiFree.io. It's kind of sick. But yeah, it's just computers. I'm glad you're checking it out. Torso is, we're doing spine 3. I'm trying to make a ragdoll because that's what I want my player to be. I want my player to be falling down actually a volcano. It's just that's what I'm going for. And so I'm kind of just all stuck on that right now, but that's okay. It's good fun. Right? Okay, is this the same? Yes. And then on the main scene, that's awesome. I'm glad you're like looking into it though. What do you think about the game? Okay, so I'm not gonna keep this one, but we're gonna add our new chunks one on here instead. And let's try it. Let's see if it's better, worse, same. That was it. It was the deformation. The deformation was too much. Okay. Now, obviously, this is a little undesirable, right? Like, I don't want it to be a pile. So I need to go in there and adjust joints and stuff. It's obviously still a wiggling. And there's going to be some, you know, changes that need to happen. But at least it's not exploding. Like, that alone is a victory. Okay, and Cam, you were giving me some good thoughts there, was it? It was Cam, right? About which joints? Yes, it is a victory! It is undoubtedly a victory. What were you saying? Went from explosion to implosion. Yes, it did. It's still a type of losion. Okay, there, yeah, Cam was saying that. Shoulders are a cone, elbows are a hinge. Right, that makes sense. I gotta give you credit for putting those thoughts in my mind. All right. No problem. We got this. That was rough. Oh, I'll just stick this in physics movement. Okay. Shoulders are a cone. We have the skeleton. So I think that is one problem, is I don't have a mesh for every bone. Which feels not good. Now, was Godot just suggesting I just delete them? I mean, surely it's not gonna know what to parent them to. I guess it will. No, I don't need a mesh for every bone. I'm just worried that they're gonna separate. Implosion was the idea. Yeah, implosion was the idea. Maybe. Take a humanoid, you don't have physical bones, reach your finger, you can just single bone of the entire... Remove the physical bones. Just remove them? Skip trying to see the ones. Alright, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do what you're saying. Okay, cone joint of shoulders. That looks kind of crazy. Technically, we don't really have an elbow. Maybe the forearm is the closest we have to that. I don't know how different that's really gonna look. Now, of course, this isn't the same as the... Oh dear God. This puddle is rough. That is just... I feel like there's some bones... I think what might be nice is adding some axis limits. I'm gonna undo that for now. I'm just like not gonna make those changes. But what I am gonna do is add in some axis limits, which is pretty severe, but I'm okay with that. So like for the spine pieces, right? Except for the head. What if I say that every spine piece for right now, besides the head, make a command dialogue to reset the scene so you can watch it all fail over and over? It's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I like that a lot. Okay. Then I could change some of these settings mid. That's like a really good idea, Cam. It's like a very good idea. It's a super good idea. Alright. We should do that. Damn, that's a good idea. You so smart. Okay, debug, Camwin, total credit. Debug tool? It's actually a debug tool. Technically, it's a debug tool and a debug credit. That's both. Okay. Really good idea. Holy crap. Alright. The debug is born. Put 100,000 of those each with a different setting. That sounds crazy. I like that idea too. I'm gonna circle back to that one, but I do like it. I do like it. Then use a genetic algorithm to weed out the ones that don't work. Oh my god. We just spend the entire month just making debug tools because it's fun. I get that, actually. Alright, so we're just gonna map a debug key. I'm gonna say reset. I'm even gonna prefix it with debug, and that's gonna be the R key. And we're gonna say if OS, let's see if I can remember how to do this. Is it engine? Okay. Oh, function, input if OS is debug build, and if input is action just pressed debug reset, then get tree reload current scene. I like that idea too, Bart's. I do. What? This is very disturbing. This is incredibly disturbing, and I want to apologize for creating a hanged ragdoll. Oh god, you can just do it over and over. I mean, it is interesting to see. You see the parts just like full. Save it for the horror jam. You're right. It is horror. Oh my god. Okay, so if I remove that limitation. Okay, so that is one thing. Is that? Let me see. Maybe if I save it. Okay, perfect. Nice. All right. So if I set those all to be locked on linear Y, then we get this hanging effect, which is not desirable. So do not do that. What if we set them all to be locked on linear Z? Not what I was imagining there. I know what I want, which is to keep like the whole torso section like together. Make it float down the hallway, emit red light, and screeches to change pitch with XY coordinates. Brilliant. I think that will do just fine. Okay, the torso is kind of staying together now. It seems like I'm missing one spine piece. I mean, I did skip the head, but it still seems like one is like popping out in the center, strangely enough. Let's see if we can get that head under better control. So the head, let's give it a hinge joint? Can't even get models to rig correctly. Yeah, I guess at least we got that. Joint constraints angular limit enabled. Oh, so the different joints have these different settings that make it like behave differently. Whoa. Uh-oh. If you take away too much relaxation, we're in explode territory. Nice. The head's staying on. It's not falling off. But it's disturbing. It ain't right. Wow, this is messy. This is challenging, because we're building a house of cards here. You know, if anything is just not right, then the whole thing could potentially explode. So I mean, it's very unstable. And there's no descriptions for any of these settings, so I just completely have to guess what they do. Angular limit upper. So okay, if it's a hinge joint, don't know. I have no idea. Not a clue what I'd want here, settings-wise. But if I make the wrong choices, bad things happen. Oh man. It's in the realm of painstaking, right? Whoa. That is spinning around a lot. Oh, no angular deformation is interesting. But once we get that angular deformation in there, things do get a little goofy. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. We get it. You're exploding. You're very explosive. It seems like the safest is to just put no angular velocity, but then it's kind of weird. 0 on everything. That. I mean, at least it's not affecting other things. So that's actually quite interesting. I'm gonna let you guys behold that for a second. I actually have to use the loo, so I'll be right back. I gotta do what I gotta do. But I'll just let you enjoy this and ponder on it. You know, just like think about what it means. What it means to you. And I'll be right back. Some of you will get ads, some of you won't. I'll be back in 3 minutes. And I'll keep playing with this. Look away! Look away! Don't leave! But look away. It's gonna explode! Alright, be right back. Enjoy the music if you're co-working, stretch your legs, do all that good stuff, take care of yourself. Super right back. Wizards ponder the orb as they watch magic on another plane. Exactly! Exactly! You see? You see? It is not scary, it is magical. All right. Oh, it's gone. Where did it go? Where did it go? I guess at some point it was done. All right, so be it. Wow. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I need to get it good enough. Like, it's kind of fun and interesting to try to get this the best I can. But at the end of the day, I do need to get it good enough so I can move on. So the whole reason I wanted to do this was so I could start testing how the physics is going to go, how I'm going to build out my levels so it chun gives you like a whole slope to go down. But I wanted to be able to see how physics were getting impacted by the way I was building out my slope. So really, you know, if I can get this to not be explosive chaos, that would be good enough. You know, even if it's not like the perfect rigid body or ragdolling that I want, I'm okay with the good enough. I really am. Right? I think I am. No, the zeros was a good idea because if I set this to 0, you know, it gives me like that kind of a starting point. Let's crank up that softness. I don't know what softness does. It sounds like it sounds nice. You know, it's like things are soft. Now relaxation, the more I increase that, the more chaotic everything gets, like without a doubt. Like that is the chaos slider, period. So, I mean, I feel like that I want to be quite low. The bias is interesting. I'm not sure what it's doing. It seems to be making it go further out, but the lower it is, it's like a little tighter or something. A lower angular limit. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of all over the place. It's always all over the place. So yeah, maybe we just set him to 0, turn off the angular velocity, even though I kind of hate it, right? But it gives us some physics effect, which is, you know, something. And something here is a good thing. Okay, so we'll call that good enough. Let's get those arms not flailing all over the place. I'm told all I have to do is the shoulder bone. Let's see if that bears out. And I was told also to make them cone joints. Bring these all down. Not a lot of constraining happening there. We could try clicking some of these axis locks. What if I just lock it on every linear axis? We get hung by our arms. So we probably don't want to do that. What if I do the angular? That seems to be like the most... Okay, yeah, it's still breaking off. Was those bones are floating, you know? So it doesn't really do a whole lot because those bones are just up in the air. So I feel like what I'd want is to be modifying the ones that actually have the meshes on it too. I haven't done upper arm. Let me do forearm. Just out of curiosity and see where that gets us. Okay, so forearm, let's make those, I mean, I do quite like the hinge joint because it gives me some nice constraints, right? Yeah, gives me some nice constraints. It's interesting, I had to click away and click back to get those to appear. But what if I even turn off the angular? Because what I'd love to see is, let's actually do the upper arm too. What I'd love to see, yeah, maybe we'll just do forearm, upper arm, all those together. I'd love to see the arms not falling off, right? Like, it'd be good if they stayed connected. Just like my own personal preference. Okay, grabbing the arms. Resetting this. Arm's still breaking off, huh? Shoulder 2 has all the axes locked. Well, I think there might be more than that as well. Like, there might be the like connecting bones. I don't know. I'm not sure why we're losing our arms. Or how to ensure that we don't lose our arms. We could put these all at 0. Oh, I love that the head is still getting knocked around. That's actually awesome, right? Because that means things can stay attached and we can limit their angular movement, but they still kind of get affected by the world, even if it is your own thigh that is smacking your head around. Okay, so if we mess with that, then they literally don't. It's interesting where you can kind of see here, like, how they're, like, threaded together, right? we're like falling and then we're getting sort of hung by those joints. Like, where's the control for that? It's quite interesting to see, actually. Because, you know, if the character doesn't go all the way down to the ground, it's all kind of fine. It's once they're all kind of piled on top of each other that things get really wacky. Which does make me, I don't know what it makes me. It makes me think something. But I'm not sure what. Okay, just give me every single arm joint. Make them all hinge joints. Reselect them to pull up the right thing. Lock all of their axes. Save it, reset. Is there like an arm that's missing? Like there's some kind of bone that should be holding the arm onto the torso, right? What's it doing? It's coming after me. Oh, there's a horror enemy for you right there. Jesus. I halt your linear Z. His body is separating. It's sort of fun to play with. Angular limit enabled, sure. Angular limit upper, negative 180. Angular limit lower, negative 180. It's weird, like, I can barely see the difference. I do wonder if that's not somehow baked into something else. You know, some other component of these. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try getting rid of the shoulder bone. Oh, it's gonna delete its children? Oh yeah, well, okay, but that's different. When they talk about deleting the bones in here, they're not talking about... We just don't want to have physical bones. So I could get rid of the physical bone for the shoulder. I'm gonna get rid of some of these. If they don't have a mesh in them, I'm deleting them. That's what I'm gonna do. I've decided. No mesh, no existence. No mesh, no need. Get rid of that, and this, and this. How different or not is that? Oh. It's actually better. I mean, the arms are still separating from the body. Let me get that camera a little closer. It's interesting that like the legs aren't separating as badly, just the arms. I wonder if it has to do with some way the torso is configured to some extent. And why it might be letting go of the arms? So we now have only one arm. Type. The pin joint kind of keeps it together better. I mean, it's obviously like not the best looking behavior. Ooh, they're staying on the arms, on the torso now, but, you know, without that angular movement. Oh, okay. Okay, alright. Now that makes me think we do want some limits there, so they don't spin around in circles, but then again, I do want to avoid perfection here. Just keep it from exploding. I mean, this is kind of sufficient for what I need right now. Is this the ideal setup? No, obviously. I want something more gooder looking than that. But for the purpose that I wanted to start setting this up, I mean, this could be fine. So then the thing is, I need to be able to control this thing. I am currently adjusting the transform and it is not moving. So then the idea there was to actually make it a child of that rigid body from earlier. So let me bring that rigid body back to the center. So this is kind of our hamster wheel concept in a way. to an extent of a such. Child it to the rigid body. And then move that rigid body around. Ooh. It's very stubborn. I think that's probably one of the axis lockings. Oh wait, where did the why can't I see the rigid body? Oh, because it's probably colliding with it and sending it away. So let's set the rigid body to be on a different mask. Make sure that the ground pieces are on layer 2 so it actually collides with it. I'm not sure where the rigid body is, truth be told. Like, it's obviously there. What if I take the player out of there and hide the player? Oh, it's under the ground. I see. Okay, my bad. Okay, push it up a little bit. Now put the player in there. Try it. See if it's actually there. It is. Nice. Okay, and now if I move that... Oh, dear. That didn't look good. That didn't look good at all. So it definitely isn't moving. And like if I were to guess why, I would think it's those limits on here. But if I don't have the angular limits, things get a little crazy. You know what I kind of want to do? I kind of want to put the linear velocity back on the rigid body. Just a little bit. That way it rolls away and I don't have to move it manually. Let's do like -1 or something. So that way it rolls backwards and we have some time to look at it and observe. There it goes. So it's obviously not bringing this with it. We could joint them together or something. Might be necessary. But even then, I would think that the axis locking is going to cause a problem. Of course, then once we let go of the axis locking, hell breaks loose. And it kind of barely even pulls it with it. Let's see if we get rid of these as well. Okay. Now it's moving a little bit with it, except for all the explosions, which are obviously terrible. So I feel like axis locking is not like a realistic way to get it to move around. It's quite challenging. Ragdolling. Really scope creeped my game with that one, didn't I? Because yeah, I think if we have any kind of angular locking, or any kind of axis locking, nothing's gonna move. I wonder if it's just the linear locking though. Probably not. But I do wonder. So I'm gonna kind of try to undo all of that, horrifyingly enough, because I have no idea what's really being undone and what isn't. Oh, we can probably go to output. Maybe, and see. Generate physics, set physics. Okay, save it. Reload it. Whoops, that was my internet, not yours. That made the stream glitch out a little bit there. I am living in a world of chaos right now. I live in a world of pure chaos. I have no idea what's happening. I don't know what I'm doing. I think I'm going nowhere. I think that's what's happening. If I just set the angular locking on just the torso, what is that like? It's pretty bad. In fact, what if I choose every physical bone, every single one, and I angularly lock the axes? Really? If I linearly lock the axes, well, now it's not even... I've literally locked every axis. Okay, but they have no joints. Okay, I officially have no idea what the hell's going on anymore. I'm completely lost. Utterly and totally. They also all have this... They're all on layer 2. I feel like they should be on layer 1. What if they don't collide with each other? I mean, literally, I feel like they're not even doing anything. I've turned all of their collisions. I mean, it's not even doing anything. It's like nothing is behaving like I would expect it to. I hate faffing around with physics. I do. I don't enjoy it. It's just like, what am I doing? Like, I don't know. I can't tell if anything I'm doing has any effect. It all feels meaningless. And here's okay. Crazy idea. Okay. Crazy idea. New blender. Low complexity here. Okay. Very low complexity. I'm gonna get 2 spheres. Okay. I'm going to add an armature to it. We're gonna give it 2 bones. That's it. Let's simplify things. I'm gonna give him my own freaky names that Godot's probably gonna be confused by, and it's probably not gonna work at all, and I'm making a terrible mistake. but I'm curious. Bone top and bone bottom. I'm gonna make sure they line up with these meshes. It looks good enough to me. I'm gonna save this as player test orbs. And then in Godot, we're gonna make a new scene out of that. Player test orbs, new inherited scene. Save it. Open it. It is open. Clear inheritance. Create a physical skeleton. Now, mystifyingly, it's only given us one bone, which is interesting. I wonder why it did that. If you look on the armature, there's bone top and bone bottom. Why it would not create that, I'm not sure. Maybe on some level it doesn't matter. So let's not worry about it. We do have the bone bottom, so let's put this bottom sphere in here. Pull this out. Get rid of that. Save this. Attach the script. Rename this to player. So that works. Come to the main scene. Get rid of this and put the orbs in there. How awful is that? What happens? Strange things, to be sure. Definitely strange things. I mean, one of them, I feel, is just right, because it doesn't have any bones or any physical bone, it's just rotating around. Well, what if I create my own physical bone? And we don't generate it. What does it think about that? Getting lots of errors. Give it a collision, put that in there. So on the armature, we've got 0 and then 1. So this should be, this bone is connected to bone bottom, and then this bone is connected to bone top. Now it's got a bone that it's connected to. Interesting that it jumped up so high. Dude, I can just move it wherever I want. So maybe maybe one of the issues is this generating a skeleton situation, you know? Oh dear. They don't seem very attached to each other. Okay, joint none on the top one. Joint none on the other one. I would even love to just like copy the properties from the bottom one and just paste them all on this one, so that way like the generated stuff is all the same. Welcome, Sebs. Sebs is participating. Let's go! I was hoping that this particular game would offer a lot of opportunity for folks to participate, and I'm glad to hear that you're getting in on it, Sebs. How you doing? Got any ideas for it so far? I'm faffing around with physics stuff because I'm a masochist, I guess. Let's give them, I don't know, hinge joints. So they obviously are going to pass right through each other. And they don't seem to have any, like, limits, really, between... There's all these others. There's gravity scale, there's bounce, linear damp mode. I feel like all of these have some value, probably. Time to make a proper menu and make a hard mode that actually works. Dude, Timeless is, like, already done with their game. You're basically done. Which is crazy. Angular limit. Let's see what that gives us. This jam is hype. This jam is hype, dude. It's such hype. It's absolute hype. They're like ignoring each other, right? They're not actually like connected to each other. Cam has a guy who can ski, but the physics is really bad. Nice. All right. That's progress. That's something. Oh, okay. That was not something I wanted to do. Seps is fine. So far, you haven't come up with any ideas. That's fair. That's cool. You got time. You got a whole month. Whoa. Linear damp. Oh. That's doing things. The collision on these is just wild. So, yeah, they don't collide with each other, which is a little strange. Let's make their collision shapes a lot larger. Oh god, their collision shapes are horrible. Let's give them both spheres and make sure they're in like the right spots. First make a guy who can ski and then add whatever seems cool. Yes. That's a good way to go about it. Don't be like me and overscope with crazy ideas. Or be like me, I don't care. But I'm very hooked on this concept. And I won't rest until I've got it. Because that's just the way I am. Okay, what do we got here? Minecraft was getting risky. Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's still gonna be the same, like, kind of basic gameplay. Okay, this is better. The difference is that nice. Okay, this is good. We're not making. I'm gonna make this armature from scratch, and I'm gonna keep it as simple as possible so I can learn kind of how this works. I want ragdolling. I want it real bad. Okay, let's make these a different joint type. What I really need is for them to like not be able to separate very far. And I'm not sure what's going to do that. What's gonna keep them linked to each other. There is like that slider joint. I don't know. Let's put some of these weird things in here and see what happens. Impulse clamp all the way up. I don't know. Damping all the way up. It's so slow that it's bias all the way up. I mean, at least everything isn't exploding. At least I'm kind of working from like the ground up, which is nice. Although I can't say that I'm particularly noticing these doing, well, anything. Custom integrator. If true, the standard force integration like gravity or damping will be disabled for this body. Other than collision response, the body will only move as determined by the integrate forces method. I don't think we want that. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do about like their relationship to each other. Wonder what a slider joint gives us option-wise. Linear limit upper, linear limit lower, linear limit softness, restitution. Like, what do these things do? What do they mean? I'm finding it very hard to notice any difference between any of these. Now, I am seeing an error. What's the error? Bind physics to bone. Condition bones. P bone physical bone is true. Oh dear. Doesn't sound good, does it? I mean, it makes me think that what I'm trying to do here is like not like, I wonder if it's the, like, if I just run it, does that error pop up? I want what I want. No, so is that, oh, there it is. Condition is true. If I delete this extra bone I made, does that still happen? Is it something else that I did that's making that? Yeah, so I think trying to create that new bone was wrong. Okay, how about this? Take this top sphere out, delete bone top. What if I straight up duplicate bone bottom, rename it to top, and tell its bone name to be bone top. Delete that sphere, drag this in here. Okay. Do we still get an error there or not? Oh, okay, things are doing stuff. Okay, this is good. This is not awful. So let's say instead of that joint, let's change it to hinge joint. Okay, good. Where are you going? Come back. But at least it's not, you know, at least it's not. It's not great, but it's something. Why are you going over there? Who said that's what you should do? Me? Just like, it just does its own thing. That is so weird. Yeah, relaxation is danger zone. For sure. No, it's going that way. I do wonder if that doesn't have something to do with... Okay, let's take it off of layer 1, put it on 2. Is that what the rigid body's on? Oh, that's what the rigid body's on. Okay, put the rigid body on 1. Weird. Why does it just drive away like that? Do I have like overlapping collisions or something? The collisions are definitely in terrible places. Oh, you can actually pretty clearly see that. Okay, move that down. Oh my god, that's totally what is the problem. Or at least that is a problem. Let's put it that way. It is among the problems. Yes, yes. Okay. So it's not driving away, but it's also not moving with the rigid body, which is very important. I mean, it's also not. I mean, if I can move it in some other way, as long as I can move it somehow, that's all I really care about. I don't care how it moves, as long as it can move, you know? Okay, the bottom bone is the parent, right? So what happens if I add velocity to that? Oh, okay, we're getting somewhere now. Okay, so I do not need to put it in no stinking rigid body. That is incredibly unnecessary. Deeply, deeply unnecessary. So we are going to actually, I'm just going to remove the player rigid body. I mean, I do want these controls. Actually, let's try even putting these controls on here at this point. We might as well. I'm going to get rid of the player rigid body and we're going to go all in with this guy. So adding all this code in here. So linear velocity is not on there, no, but it is if we just look at the control bone, as it were. So we have our skeleton set up. We want to start the physics simulation. And what I'd like to do let's also set up the physical bone bottom, which I guess I'm just gonna call root bone for now. And then I'm gonna prefix all of these with root bone. I'm going to attempt to prefix all those with root bone and see if I've got controls in there. Oh. Right, player rigid body for the camera following. We got rid of that. So I need to tell it what the new thing that the camera is supposed to be following is. Not that we're particularly using the camera, but it's okay. Let's just call it player to keep it simpler. Now that we're not actually looking at that camera right now, but that's okay. Nice. We're moving. We're moving. Okay, let's try switching to that camera. Now I don't have the constant movement. Oh, we didn't switch to the camera. Here, let's unmark this as current. There we go. I mean, it's kind of working. It's kind of working. The camera is not following it for some reason. I don't know why. I'm a little surprised by that. Why would the camera not follow it? Maybe the player Z doesn't, or this node Z isn't changing. Oh, this Z isn't changing. So we actually, that's crazy. We actually don't want to follow the node. We want to follow the bottom, the root bone, if you will. So that's what we'll call player. So we're still gonna run off the edge. Oh, you can't tell if I'm really moving. Well, you can because of the joint. I mean, this is not obviously how I want this to go, but at least I have things that are connected, moving around, and physics existing. Like, that is a victory of a such. One thing I want to do is I actually want to change what is on the ground. Even though I do want it to, like, connect seamlessly. I mean, I also want it to, like, clearly indicate if we're moving left or right, because right now we can tell if we're moving forward or backward, but it's much harder to tell if we're moving left or right because the pattern doesn't have variance on that angle. So maybe we could slap a next pass on there. Just to keep things chaotic. Make it transparent. Make it texture 2D. Give that some alpha. Put that over there. More or less center it. Okay, but wait, if I like get rid of that next pass. Oh, I keep forgetting that it has the friggin' CSG box highlight on it. Okay, there we go. Great. So now I can see if we're moving left and right as well as forward and backward. A little bit more clearly. I mean, it sucks because the movement, so it's tough because I don't particularly want the bones to be messing with the movement, but maybe I do. You know, maybe that is what I want. Maybe it's part of what makes it more of like a physics experience. Now, obviously, I don't want to just work with orbs, right? I want better body parts. Would be nice, you know, like an actual body. But for the sake of this demonstration and experiment, I am going to just make it like an orb character, an orb person. And you know what? Maybe we can call it an art style, and we actually just embrace that, and that's what my character is gonna be. Maybe that's just the right way. It does like strangely almost have like a face on it. I'm all about those gradients. What can I say? Oh, here, do it like this. Okay, it's not like really a face. In any way. There you go, it's got eyes. But it also has all this over its face. So yeah, maybe not gonna work great. I mean, yeah, if that was its face, it'd be perfect. Here, just put this, I just want this in the front. I think what you probably want to do is adjust that UV a little bit. If I put that right there, and then rotate this around. Oh, yeah, right. It disappears when it get that. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I see why that would be. Okay, there you go. There's its face. Just so I know like what the front is, right? And if it's not at the front. So this little white spot is its face, or at least its conjoined eyes. We'll design it better later, but for now, just for the sake of testing. Okay. Now let's say I want to add another bone. Now the skeleton itself isn't designed to have extra bones, so let's give it the bones. Let's put a bone over here. Let's actually do it. How do you extrude it so it mirror extrudes? I feel like there's a way to do that, right? Guess I could just add a mirror. But I'm pretty sure there's a way to make it mirror extrude, right? Whatever, it doesn't matter. We'll do it the hard way. -1. Let's say negative. Nope. Let's say -2. +2. Okay. I'm gonna try to build this little guy out. Keeping it simple. So obviously I'll have to like recreate stuff since it's not linked in Blender, unfortunately. Terrible news, obviously, but that's okay. Probably have to recreate a lot of things. I'm afraid of what this is gonna be like. Absolutely. See if we can maybe give it like some smaller little hands here. Alright. Yeah, but you want that to be the same on each side, ideally. Whatever, I don't care. I don't care. Just guesstimate it. Now with these bones, you'd probably want to offset them. This is obviously like not a correct rig. But I don't think I've been correct for a while here. Right, and then godot might create some bones there, so we'll see if this is acceptable. Okay, so we've got head, two heads, no, wait, this is body, head, I think this is actually the right arm right now. Left arm, right leg, left leg. Pretty sure. I think I flipped it around. So I think this is the front. Just gonna call this leg left. Or this would be leg right. Leg left. Arm right. Arm left. Body. Head. Now obviously this is gonna mess up literally everything. The armature currently doesn't have like any parenting. Well, the head, right, there's no like hips. I mean, I guess this makes sense. No, because the legs are now independent of the body. But I do want these to be parented to that. But I want to keep the offset. That seems a little messy. Can I just like tell them to only go to that? No. So it does kind of want like another bone, like a hip bone, which is not the most convenient thing. Not the most convenient thing. But we have to get the parenting right. I mean, I feel like this is a devastating choice. Can't I just create like a new one here? And parent it like that? And then shrink this down, call this hip. This is pretty awful, but What if I don't even keep the offset? No, keep the offset, keep the offset. Okay. So now the body... Oh, I need to... Wait. So it's still kind of making them separate, which is weird. But it does have the parent set, so I guess it's fine. Alright, so this is probably devastating and dangerous. The things that I'm doing here on this day. My god. What the hell? What the hell? What have I done? What have I done? I've committed crimes today. Okay, there's this guy's entire little body. I'm sure everything is really wrong, but that's okay. I think you need to also change the pivot points. I'm not sure. Here, we need to say object set origin to geometry on all of these. I'm horrified by what I've done today. I'm very frightened. Truly. Whoops, what did I just click? Says main scene? No, do not set that as main scene. Stop that at once. Please don't do that. Please stop that. Okay. Open up the orb, stop blend, create a new inherited scene. Oops, sorry microphone. I smack. And then we're gonna say this is test orbs, or this is player orbs. Clear the inheritance. I'm gonna name this player. We're not gonna, well, I am gonna create physical skeleton. It's gonna do it very wrong. It created a hip and a body. It's kind of interesting. Let's just start with that. Pull this out, get rid of the physics simulator. I didn't actually make a hip mesh at all. But the body would go into body. It's interesting that it's body 2. Why? Because that's what the bone's called. It's just body 2. I hate that, but there's no going back now, so body 2 it is. The hip bone, I don't really want it. This collision shape right now is going to be a capsule. I'm gonna make it a sphere and make it actually fit the shape of the body. I'm gonna change the view a little bit here so I can better visualize what this looks like underneath. Turning off the snap so I can get it closer to correct. Okay, good enough. And then there is this hip bone here just chaotically existing. I don't think we need that bone. I feel like you do need that bone. I don't know if I need that bone. I actually have no idea. Let's just make it kind of small. And just floating around in there somewhere. Okay, then I'm gonna duplicate the body bone. And I'm gonna call this arm right. I'm gonna move the bone over until it fits at that spot. Resize the collision. Oh, gotta make it unique. Resize the collision. Looks good. We don't need the mesh. I'm gonna duplicate arm right, and I'm gonna call it arm left, and I'm gonna move it over here. Put arm right, put arm left. I'm gonna duplicate arm right, come down here. Oh, I'm sure it's gonna be chaos. Basically certain. That won't stop me. Okay, leg lift. Get rid of that. Drop that in. Duplicate it. Move it over. Drop that in. Okay. And then the head. This is gonna be so chaotic. And it's tough because the way you have the head set up right now is into the body. So you'll have to make some kind of compromise there. Call that head, make it larger, make sure it's a unique collision. So that's gonna clip a little bit. It'd probably be better as a capsule, actually, since I can maybe get more of the actual shape of the head there while having it be a little bit shorter. And there would just be like a part on the neck. Maybe. Oh, I guess I'd want to rotate it around. Like that. Oh, and on the tip of the head a little bit too. It's okay. I'm just trying to make sure those collisions aren't overlapping so we don't get that version of chaos. Okay, then I need to make sure I link these bones to the correct bone, or these physical bones to the correct armature bone. So The head bone. Okay. I can't say I expected that. So, alright, we'll just move it back down. It's frightening. It's frightening. Arm right. Match it with arm right. Yeah, I'm concerned that they're jumping to different places. Absolutely very concerning. Don't love that. Match this to arm left. I mean, at that point, I might as well do these first. So, arm right, arm left. That is certainly concerning. Don't think there's a better way to describe it other than concerning. Kind of like them down by their sides a little bit. I think we're by the right sides. Hopefully we're looking at this from the correct direction. I'm suddenly very concerned that we're not. It seems fine. Don't really need the overdraw at this point. Actually, probably we do. Okay, this leg associate with the right leg, or the left leg in this case. This leg, put it with the other leg. They're swapping sides? Very concerning. Highly concerning. Okay. Oh god. Is this gonna end well? Okay, 0.23. And 0.3. Come to this leg. Transform it. Negative 0.23. And 0.3. Oh, we're gonna need to go a little further than that. Let's try 0.4. And if we could just get them up a little higher. Alright. Goddess, help us! What chaos will this bring upon us? I need to attach the script. Which should be the same. It is not. Oh, the root bone. Right. So I do need to rename the root bone. The skeleton is the same. Yeah. But our root bone is different now. Our root bone is the hip bone, which is invisible, which is scary. Root bone, and then I need to change that elsewhere as well on the camera. But I want to make sure that I actually replace what's in there instead of using these test orbs. We're gonna drag in our Orby player. I thought it was rotated wrong. Oops. Can't fix that in Blender now. We're gonna close all of these because these were all failures. They were steps in the journey, let's say. Supposed to be front, so that's on the right. So this would be from behind, so that's supposed to be the front. This would be it facing forward. Let's again put a sloppy texture on here. That indicates where the front of the face is gonna be. Honestly, that kind of works for me right now. Could make the gradient constant just to like further clarify this is the front. Okay, so that's the front. It's giving Among Us a little bit. Okay, that's the front. And then when I come look over here, so we need to rotate it like that, you know, that. Things like this don't usually like being rotated in the top level, so I'll rotate it down here by 90 degrees. Now it's facing the right direction. Let's see how awful it is. Okay, but wait, first I have to update the player, which is technically going to be the hip bone. Alright, this is going to be awful, but we're gonna do it. Oh. Actually, dude, that doesn't look that bad. That does not look that bad. Come on. That looks pretty good, actually. It looks surprisingly good. It's all staying together. It's falling nicely. Sure, the head's spinning around a lot, and the texture is doing a weird glitchy thing that's hard to look at. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. I'm just gonna adjust this to look slightly less awful. Slightly. Just a little. Now, it does make me want to change the angle of the camera quite a bit. I'm gonna come, this looks great. I'm gonna, wow, okay, I think we're gonna have a little orb character. I'm gonna actually turn off the physics simulation for a second, just so I can get the camera angle right. This is acceptable. We do obviously want to be able to see this little guy. Oops, didn't mean to do the rotation. Now that's, I think we're getting to the edge of it, I assume? Yeah. So we have a lot less space to work with here. Teaser image for your game is in General chat? Nice. I'll look at that. Move the player back a little bit. I think you just have to make the level chunk bigger. If you're gonna have that much of an angle, I think that's the only way that's gonna work. Which is a bit unfortunate, because we kind of, you know, planned on it being a certain size, but that's okay. We're open to things changing today. I do think, okay, so that is actually the camera cutting it off. Okay, my bad. Actually, I don't know that I did need to make that bigger. Get the right camera. It's kind of hard to tell like what it's doing. Because what I think I actually want, yeah, there you go. That's what you want. It's a lot easier to do out here. Because you can actually see the camera is going to be clipping with the chunk. And that's what'll make it look not so good. So I did just move the camera offset a bit. It looks like it's at 11.5. Can we get away with 11? Yeah. And then I don't really, I kind of, what about 12? Okay, I like 12 better. And then I do have to change this in the code that the camera Z offset is on 12 instead of 0.5. Isn't the offset? No, I don't remember. And I don't know that I actually need to have made this so much larger. I did not? Okay. Alright, let's see what we got. If I reload it. Nice. Looks good. Okay, then I want to do the physics simulation. So let's comment that back in and run it. I'm gonna check that out, Timeless. I'm looking forward to it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're tumbling down a mountain, baby. Our head is spinning full 360. But we are tumbling. Slowly, little by little. If I add on the root a little linear velocity. So we had speed there. We went on the hip. And we'll say on the 10 on the Z-axis. So we should just start moving forward. And then the left and right would bias us one way or the other. Which I kind of want to change how that left and right thing works anyway. It's very slow. We need a little more velocity than that. Like a lot more. Really tracks. Maybe we like don't want it to sleep or something. That's gonna be a thing to try to get it to actually move forward. It seems like it has to be like a piece on the ground for it to keep stumbling like that. Like, what if I were to make every single piece have a linear velocity? What would that be like? Am I bugging, or is this linear velocity doing nothing? All of a sudden... I mean, it does if I move the arrow keys, then we're cooking. But I can't get it to move on its own, which is interesting. Make it 2000. It's good progress though. I wonder why it doesn't move at all. Also not working is my reset anymore. I seem to have lost my ability to restart the project somehow. I don't know what happened to that. Cause I'm pressing the R key. I'm pressing its little heart out. There also was another print in the project that I don't particularly want. Okay, now you're messing with me. Oh. First of all, that's the wrong script. Oh. So we gotta comment that out there. That's intriguing. That's very interesting. Okay. Are we looking at the wrong... We're not looking at the wrong skeleton. No. Okay. I'm a little confused. Oh, we have an error. I should probably look at that. That can often be pretty useful. Wait, why doesn't the restart work? And it doesn't even print anything. Well, surely you see input of any kind. It does. Just at some point my R key got broken. Do you see that it's a debug build? Whenever there's input? Yes, it does. What it isn't seeing... Did I undo it? I did. That's disturbing. Like, what else? What else did I Control Z while I was at it? You gotta be careful hitting Control Z and Godot, man. You never know what you're undoing. Holy crap. So we can move down in a ragdolly fashion. So this is good. This is excellent. I'm very pleased with this. Good. Alright. Let's see what you got. Timeless. I'm looking at it now. Also, you should make a post in Game Like Jam. We got a whole section in Game Like Jam. Maybe you do have it in there. But in here, you can share your game all along the way. You can see what other people have been doing with their Puyo likes. Right? People will share progress, teasers, all that stuff. So do create that if you plan on sharing more. Credits by Andrew, Dev, Andrew, aka Timeless, Art, Andrew, Timeless, Engine, Scratch, Lore, Andrew, Font, Nintendo. Mario Bros. To us. Thanks to all players, Andrew. Okay. And some, is this like giving, it's got like some kind of like 90s aesthetic with like doodles like in school or something. Alright. I'm sufficiently teased because I have no idea what this game is gonna be like. But I like the art. I like the little page curl. I like that you've got these like doodles on here. Like you've like graffitied your own game. Nice. So I'm obviously allowed to add linear velocity in here. Let's try this. Back in the player orbs. Instead of giving it 2000 linear velocity, we'll just reset that all to nothing, which should make literally no change. I love how it stands up for a while before it falls down. I'd also kind of like to adjust the camera a little more. I really want, I mean, it's kind of fine. It's kind of fine. Let's leave it for now. But what I do want is to kind of get rid of this whole thing I was doing with the direction. I really just want it to, like, go. I do want to say, like, the more to the left you are, the more to the right you are, the less fast you can go, but I also just kind of want it to move. So I think we're gonna simplify all of this. As fun as it was, let's just get us moving, you know, and just kind of freeform it a bit. So if we press left, we're just gonna move the linear velocity. If we move right, adjust the linear velocity. So one is negative, one is positive. All right, just to keep it kind of simple for now. So it's not moving very much, that's for sure. At all. Let's increase the speed to 150. Now that's only moving it left and right. Oh. Okay. That's looking like up and down to me. That's giving up and down, not left and right. I guess things are different now. We're not in the same world that we were. Now I do want it to constantly move, but I can code that in if I have to. Okay, there we go. Oh, yes. Yes. Bump all over the place. Perfection. Awesome. And then getting it to constantly go. Let's, oh, Jesus. I didn't even do times delta. Forgive me. What have I done? So that might not move quite the same, but we can deal with that. I do want to say, make the Z linear velocity negative, positive? I'm not sure. Constantly go. Let's even say plus equals speed times delta. What was that like? There we go. Now we're falling. Now we're falling down a mountain, baby. Awesome. And then if I try to move left and right, not much. Not a lot of movement there. We could say speed times 100, like a lot. Obviously, I'd want to make a variable for that, but... Oh! Oh, I put that in the wrong place. But for now, we'll just magic it in. Just want to decide if this is even gonna help. Yes, definitely helps. Okay. So I'm gonna say constant speed horizontal. And let's make that like 60 or something. Okay. Change these to speed horizontal. And then I'll start messing around. Finally, several hours in, I will start messing with generating the levels moving around. And different ways to do that. Yes, this is perfect. Okay, finally it is kind of what I'm looking for here. That was some effort, but there's good learning in there. Okay, so I haven't even made a GitHub for this yet. Now is the time. Project is called Volcano. So I'm gonna create a new repository called Volcano. Give it a readme. Make the git ignore for Godot. Create the repo. Wait. Patiently. Publish it. Oh, well, let's make sure that we're in the right place. Double pass. We are in the right place. Publish it. Volcano. I'll make it private for now, but I'll probably change that. Alright, so now we're backing up the game. That's good progress. If I feel I'm at a point where I can back up the game, that's a good sign. Okay, so now, years and years and years and years ago, I was experimenting, per Dungeon Martian's suggestion, with messing with the physics, and specifically the default gravity vector, and making it 0. So now that I actually have a ragdoll to examine what happens... Okay. But... First of all, that's kind of amazing that we technically don't have any gravity, but everything is still moving. It kind of makes sense though, doesn't it? Because it does look like a space person, like floating, an astronaut, like floating around. But so we would not want to actually do any of this linear velocity anything. Like all of this would just go away. We would just say, never mind. So literally I could just detach this script. Well, probably don't want to detach that script. Probably want to put that script on there. But let's just say I will comment out all of this for now. So we're not actually moving or going anywhere. We'll just be sitting there. And then if I wanted to move it, this is where we get into that experimentation. It's just floating away. No, where are you going? It floated up a bit and then it stopped. Okay. All right. I'm gonna change the camera to something that maybe just helps this be a little bit more obvious what's happening. So So just give us a very different camera. And then I'm gonna move the level, or the ground. We're gonna move it around. Now Dungeon had said that doing this flat plane will cause this or that, but this is something. I don't want it to float away. That's not great. I do have some concerns about Godot physics in general. I mean, I feel like we're asking a lot of the physics engine, but I guess something that I'm imagining right now, slightly horrifyingly, is putting an invisible ceiling above. Pretty scary thought. Let's give this a new material. And make this material transparent. And pull it down. So we're kind of like floating around like that. And then in theory, the level would be moving, creating the effect that movement is occurring. And then to simulate gravity, we would just be like constantly like bouncing like a wave, just like up and down. Maybe if we like adjust the mass of these bones, that could change something. It doesn't. It's not changing anything. Maybe the gravity scale? I don't see that doing anything either. I mean, I think because that gravity is set so low, nothing happens. So what if we don't set the project gravity to 0? What if we just don't do that? Wait, why am I floating? Oh yeah, I think you have to reset the entire runtime. There we go. And we're trapped in the ground, which is actually very horrifying. We're gonna bring the ground back down to the ground. This poor little guy. And then I'm gonna mess with these bones. But like, I feel like I don't need to do all this wackiness, you know? I feel like what I could just do is just say axis lock it on what, the Z axis, right? Like that's what we were doing here in this code. So if I put this code back in here, yeah, just axis lock it on Z and allow us to move left and right within certain constraints. So it's axis locked there. Oh god. It's begging to get out. It's honestly amazing. I'm not sure why it's trapped in the ground at this point. Oh, I think because you need to proper reset the runtime. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now it's standing up nicely. We can move left and right, but it's axis locked on the Z-axis. So then we can move over here back and forth. Axis lock, that's all I had to do. We've got this guy bouncing all over the place, dungeons, looking good. Oh, well, we do want it to go up sometimes. And then all I have to do is just have the level moving underneath it, and then we create the effect of movement. Easy. It's so easy. So yeah, I ultimately got into just the biggest sidetrack of trying to figure out, we got stuck in the ground. The biggest sidetrack of trying to figure out how the heck to get this ragdoll working, but it seemed like trying to like generate the physical bones was just, it was just too much, man. So I just constructed it basically from scratch and just like made the bones myself. And you know, it's a very simple shape. It's just like a little Bomberman looking character. But that's all it has to be. It doesn't have to be super fancy. I'll let what's easier guide my development. I'm okay with that. It's kind of nice. It's kind of funny little cute thing. It looks adorable. And it's even got an Amogus face. So I'm pretty okay with it. You know the story of the astronaut that falls out of the volcano? Exactly. Ooh, an alien planet! Could totally go down that route if I wanted. I mean, at least it would make it a little more unique from apparently Faily Tumbler, which evidently is exactly my idea. In the volcano anyway. An alien volcano. Yeah, I mean, it's very floaty. But then again, if it looks like you're constantly moving, I feel like the floatiness will be a little bit more justified. And we could just change like the overall gravity, right? Like I could just say, maybe it's like -2 or something. Sony Layer is coming out for you harder than Nintendo for that bobbly cute, totally non-Astrobot character. Oh, does it kind of look like Astrobot? I see that. I see that. I see that. Wait, I think you'd want more gravity, not less gravity. Right? Do I understand physics? The answer is no. Dude, Astrobot does not have a patent on orb body parts. The face, though, yeah, there's some things that, yeah, we could make adjustments. For sure. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. It kind of like doesn't fall forward, which is a little weird. You know, and I think that's because of that limit on the linear vertical axis. So it's really just constantly falling side to side, which isn't, it kind of isn't like exactly what I want. And I think even if I were to unlock one of them, I think we'd be asking for trouble. So there, the head I took off of Linear Z, which actually isn't all that bad. What if I do everything except the hip? No Linear Z locking. What is that like? Time to find a new bug. If you game over then replay many times, it runs all of the enemy creation scripts, causing it to be harder. Nice catch. Nice catch. You wouldn't want that. Or would you? You kind of just implemented a, well, Maybe. If it's not intentional, it's not great. But to some extent, difficulty scaling. Oh, now it's fallen forward more. So I only limited the Z-axis on the root bone, which it's still kind of avoiding falling forward a little bit. But look at that. Now it's really flopping all over the place. Yes. Okay, good. I'm very happy with this. Okay. And then now I just got to get the level moving underneath. So if I go back to the regular camera, the correct camera, curious just where that's at, then we can start moving the level underneath. And so in theory, you're just already falling. But now the other thing is we would want, I mean, I could maybe make like the terrain, I guess that's what I'd be curious about, is like if like a block slams against the character, you know, because I would want to have hands off and it's still flopping around, you know. I mean, I could just apply random y-axis forces to it, and then it would flop up and down. Kai Guy is just jumping in, and first thought that came to mind. Never mind you. Oh, that's okay. Oh, what do you mean? You're all good, man. You're all good. I'm very focused today. I'm very like... It's a Tuesday. This is so fun. Like, I already feel like this is a game. Like, it's not. But it's just really satisfying to fling this little thing about. Ragdolls are awesome. It's crazy, too, that this is deprecated. Like, I wonder why. I assume that it being deprecated is still in service to it getting something else added to it. I would never mind you, Kai Guy. I always mind you. Wait, I never, wait, I never mind you. Wait a minute. Okay. So let's get the infinite moving happening so I can actually add in obstacles for it to hit. So the ground script isn't doing anything at all. Before it was like based on like the camera or something. Oh, I was trying to set it up just in the ready function just to make sure that actually happened. It's looking good, right? So I do want to make sure it's constantly moving. So let's add a physics process in here and keep it stupid simple and just say that the whole unit position z plus equals negative 0.3 times delta or something. Let's see if that starts moving. If it is moving, it's very slow. Let's try -1. I mean, for many hours of work, I am proud of it. Okay, it is moving. It is moving. A little slow. It was just faffing around with that ragdoll. Okay, it's moving faster. I do not think we are... Okay, so we're setting... This is like doing nothing, right? Well, where is ground 2? No, it is doing something, because ground 2... That's why we see all the glitches, because ground 2 is right underneath it, right? So, I mean, I could put ground 2 over here, even. Oh, ground 2 is... Oh, my. Oh, wait, what? CSG nodes are weird, man. Why are they like this? Y-axis... I really shouldn't be using these. Y-axis that is at 0, 0. All I wanted to move was the X, not the Y. But it, like, moves the Y on its own? So weird. Limbs being blobs balls looks like they're planets orbiting around the Astro Buddy's bubbly body. Love that. It would be helpful if I could see... Let me start dealing with some of these warnings. There's only 2 of them, but... Oh, these don't matter. I don't care about these. So it's okay. But you need to do more than that. Well, okay. I'm a little confused. Can we look at a different camera? I think that would be helpful here. And I should get a key that swaps between cameras. That'd be another good debug key. Let's make it. Debug cam. Make that the C key. And then say, if the C key is pressed, I just want to swap which is the active camera. So this is our main camera. Let's make sure they're accessible as unique names, making it easier to get to them. Drop them in here. Can we call it something else though? Let's call this camera debug. Camera debug current equals its opposite. Well, it's going to be off, right? And then this should be camera 3D on each of these. Does that work? I'm trying to just tell it to do the opposite of what it is. That definitely doesn't work. Did I set up the key correctly? I did. Customers clamoring for Kaiga to come back for breaks so they can break you. No! Customers, go away. Leave Kaiga alone. Make that business go out of business. So Kaiga gets a huge settlement and never has to work a day in their life. That's how it works. Thanks for stopping in and sharing your fun vibes. I know I'm very like, shoof! I am. I want to have more. I want to have more done. You know? Because me, I'm just overscoping my project. I am. I'm not overscoping it, but I think the game is simple enough that it offers this opportunity. This devil in the box to just like get overly creative with it. No. All right. So this is just obviously not working. I mean, it's not like an untrue thing. It just doesn't work. I wonder what's actually happening, like when I press it. So I'm gonna look in the remote tab at the camera here. When I press C, nothing. It's nothing that's happening. Alright, that's fair. Can I at least print, like if I do % camera debug, or if I say print % camera debug current, make current. What is that? Sounds useful. Sounds like what I want. Makes this camera the current camera if the camera node is outside the scene tree. I'm intrigued. Okay, let's try that. That's probably gonna work. Sounds super easy. Sometimes just trying to type up a print statement gives you the answer. Camera debug, make current, but like then I would want to be able to toggle it off and on. So I probably want a boolean that goes true and false. Nice. Okay, cool. Debug camera, boolean. 23 hours, 90 minutes, and everything that bounds is 24 hours, 20 minutes, 0 seconds. Okay. Oh, you're saying it just like skips to, it skips like 40 minutes or something? Debug camera is false to start with. And we want to say debug camera try to set that up as a toggle. If debug camera, make that one current, otherwise make the main one current. What is that like? That's a weird bug, Timeless. There we go. Debug camera. Okay, so the debug camera has revealed that not much is happening here. Something is happening, because if I come over to the ground and I comment this out, am I moving the wrong ground? They're gonna be next to each other. I think I'm moving... Well, wait. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, it's appending it to the wrong edge. That's what's happening. It's putting it behind it, because that's where I got that formula hours ago. If somehow you were here earlier and you're still here now. I borrowed that code from another game, but that other game, another game that I had worked on, that other game was putting blocks behind the other ones. But I need them to be put in front now. So... I borrowed the formula so I wouldn't have to think about it. But now I have to think about it. Rotate it all 180 degrees. Big brain stuff. Big brain stuff. How do I make this append to the other edge? Opposite, i.e. front. I'm sorry, I'm asking a chatbot. My brain doesn't want to do that. Just change them to plus signs. Just change them all to plus signs. Makes sense. Okay, so now it should go in front. And it does. Perfect. Good. And then we just need it to move it there every time a new one needs to happen. So then I have to determine, well, when does a new one need to happen? At what point do we know it's time? Well, we could say, since the camera isn't actually moving anymore, and I don't actually need to tell the camera to follow anything, it's actually completely unnecessary at this point, because the player isn't moving forward and backward. The player is moving left and right, so I might actually want to do that left and right. Actually, let's indeed leave that there, except this time we're gonna change it to X, which is probably fine. It's probably fine. Probably won't regret that, right? I mean, you're gonna have to also spawn tiles to the left and right, but it's a SkiFree like. You want to be able to move left and right. You know, it's part of it. All right, this is looking super good. So really, it's just gonna that's tough because we're not actually moving the level. If you're moving the camera, don't you want to be moving the level? Yeah, but if we're moving the level, then we're not simulating anything. But like, what if you try to move infinitely to the left or right? Well, we could just not allow it. We're making SkiFree. I know it hasn't felt much like it, but indeed, that is what this is trying to be. I just really wanted this ragdoll so I could observe how the physics were behaving. Since this is going to be a key part of the game, if I had all of that movement and stuff put in place and then all of a sudden there's the ragdoll and it looks wrong, I would be pretty upset. So I'm trying to make sure that that exists as soon as possible and stuff. But yeah, we still make a SkiFree. Talking about how my game is going to... Oh! You mean everything isn't about me? Are you sure everything isn't about me? Okay. Yes. You do. Wait, you're definitely making one? You're definitely making one? Let's go. Let's go. See, it's me. See, it's me. It's everything about me. Amazing. Let's go. Yes, Dungeon Martian entry. I do think I need to seriously consider not doing left and right actual movement. Dungeon is gonna do something for this one. That's hype. That's hype. Okay, I'm actually thinking that we don't control the player. Instead, here, let's just comment that entire everything out. We definitely don't need this. You're gonna make it a tower defense? Dear God. Maybe a match 3, just, you'll always be one game like jam behind. That's pretty dope, though. The people who've participated in the last one will probably appreciate that and might give you an extra star for that. Can't promise anyone else will, though. That's silly. That's straight silly. And like weirdly meta somehow. So I'm just basically just gonna take this movement stuff and just move it to the ground. Like, if we move left. But we do have to interpolate it, right? We don't, because this isn't, I mean, it is physics, but game like jam game. Game like, the game is like, the game like jam, and it's a jam game. It's a game like jam game. That's hard, that's tough. Okay. If input is action, just press left. I want it to what? Move? Interpolate? The old GLGLGG. The old GLGLGG. That's hard to say. GLGLJJG. Classic. Well, I'm partial to a tween, so I'm gonna say variable tween left type tween equals create tween. What's other stuff about tweens? Tween property self position X, make one tween as a local variable and recycle it. Should I do that, or can I do that? I guess I don't want you to be able to queue up multiple of them. So I'd rather there just be like one at a time. So that way you can't go like multiple directions. So maybe that does make sense to do it that way. I'm intrigued. Tween kill? I've never had success with tween kill, I'll be honest with you. Are we sure this is gonna work? I'm inclined to believe you, but I don't know. Tween property, self position X. What else does it want? The final value. Well, that's the thing. We'd have to calculate that. So we'd have to get its position X. We'd have to do like a constant for speed. Maybe say the speed is like 5 or something. Not to reinstantiate it in the function, but you can have a constant reference to it between functions. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What does that mean? Reinstantiate? How do you reinstantiate a tween? I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? This is sounding like a bad idea. How do you do that? Not your idea, but like me deciding to go through with it. I'm sure your idea is perfectly fine. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, that's helpful. Okay, tween. I guess I'm okay. Then you can just call tween kill before you tween either way. What? And why is this bad? This is better. Okay, let's circle back to that. I'm intrigued, and I'm going for it. So we want to say, we could even say the final value is position X plus speed. Uh, 0.3, I don't know. It would either let you cancel either left or right tween as needed. Right, right. tween kill? What if there is no tween? I'm probably gonna get an error. So I guess I do need to create one here. And what if a tween has ended and it killed itself? I feel like it would need to exist. I feel like that's gonna be errors. I mean, we could obviously check if a tween exists or something. This all feels very suspect. I'm incredibly concerned. But I'm also very curious. I'm more curious than I am concerned. Oh. Oh. Okay. Indeed, we do have an error, but it's largely working. Tween Boundground started with no tweeners. Is that this one? Is that first one? When I'm creating it? Oh, yeah, so then we're calling it on nothing. So we're just getting this like random error for a tween that's being created and does nothing. I hate this. Like, what am I supposed to do? Just like create a tween and tween its property to 0 or something? Like, that's devastating. I'm assuming this is what is happening. So just give it an arbitrary thing to do. No error. That's so dumb. But is it dumb? Because it does work real good. I'll be honest with you. It works real good. It is very like jilted. Like it's not very smooth, right? Like when it ends, it ends. And you know, if I want this to follow the mouse and move constantly, things are going to get weird. But I guess it's an alternate movement is the thing. I don't know that I want arrow key movement. I think I want mine to be completely, maybe, I don't know. I guess we could do an either or thing. Either you're moving with the mouse or you're moving with that. I guess that would be the way to handle it. It's a lot. Okay, and then okay, so let's say I did want to set up the mouse, right? I'm gonna say print get, I don't even remember how to do this, mouse. I'm feeling like I need to set this up ASAP. It's just a feeling. Mouse get position, but that doesn't seem right. Weren't you saying something about like a global mouse position earlier? Global mouse position. GDScript. I can't escape the AI even if I try to avoid it. Available note to inherit from canvas item. What? Oh, wow. I mean, I just create a random canvas layer and just call it mouse. But I feel like this is a mistake. Or it's not gonna go well. And if I did want to do this, I feel like I'd want to, well, unless that perfectly follows the camera, this is probably not gonna work out well for me. Returns a vector 2. So can I make it like be it's like an X and then it just print one vector or one axis? Nope. Non-existent function. Cool. Cool. Get global mouse position. Get global mouse position. Maybe no, I don't even know. I can't get it to autocomplete. Oh, but it's not a canvas item. That's a canvas layer, which is different. So I probably do need to add like some kind of control node in there. Mouse canvas, mouse control. This feels hacky. This is some hackery we're up to in here. It's a morbid curiosity kind of thing. That's all. It's just a little morbid curiosity. Let's see what that's like. Okay, I mean, we're getting numbers. We're definitely getting numbers. So it's at 0 when I'm right on the edge. And it's at 1000 when I'm on 1080 when I'm on the other edge. I mean, it's not bad. It's actually not bad. This kind of works. I mean, depending on the size of the viewport, the slight angle is so upsetting. Wait, what do you mean? You mean on the camera? Oh, well, there wouldn't be. I see it. It's like crooked. Why is it crooked? Well, ideally there would be no horizon. Well, maybe in a cutscene. Wait, why is it like that? Why is that even what it is? POV, you're leaning a little to the left. It's not even rotated on that axis. Why is that 0? If I make it be like 75 degrees, it's normal. But then, this is probably gonna look ridiculous. Whoa, okay, it's actually kind of awesome. Is my world rotated? You can do that? No, the world's not rotated. The root is actually a little rotated. Oh, it was rotated. Wow. That was it. Good catch. Oh, wow. Okay. There we go. That is pretty chaotic. And that would even be true. I guess that's eagle eyes. That's a type of eagle eyes. You were noticing something. Wow. Okay. Anyway. Thank you. Thank you. Is it supposed to be like I don't know. I don't know what these people do. Okay, let's adjust it. Right, but it's not supposed to be shrinking it like that. That's not how the... I don't remember... Let me open up my other projects. I don't remember what the settings are supposed to be. I don't think this is the right viewport setup. It might be. But I don't know. So I've been working on a mobile template that lets me crop it vertical or horizontal. And that is not the way it is behaving currently. And I would like it to. So let me just double check what I set that up to be. (1080 by 1080). Canvas items and expand. Oh, orientation sensor. I don't know if that makes a difference. But I'm pretty sure that's how I already set up this project. Let's confirm. Let's make sure. (1080 canvas expand orientation. We could try sensor. I don't know if that's gonna make much of a difference. We finished our jam game. Oh, which one? The one that is based on the cellular automata. In that the time ran out and we submitted it. It's so real though. It'd be like that. You ever scope to hell? I mean, cellular automata for a game jam is already like horrifying. I want to play it later. I want to see what it's like. Why is this mobile project so different? So this one's also a square, but when I resize it, you can see the whole thing resizes. It's a ton of stuff. Okay, it's not just that. Can you describe the idea? Like elevator pitch it to me? Oh, it's because of the way I see. It's because of the embed or the... I see what it is. I need to change from this locked to that. Then it'll behave the way I expect it to. The reason why I want to check it is I want to see what the mouse values are. Here, you need to make it like this. Yeah, but I guess that's like the minimum. So this should still be 0. Nice. Nice, right. So if we're in like vertical mode, this will still be 0 and that'll still be 1080. Beautiful. Excellent. Perfection. You are an alchemist who casts spells by combining resources in the environment. That's freaking awesome. There are random dog rat enemies you can fight for no benefit. That doesn't sound complicated. I mean, I guess combining resources in the environment to cast spells, like depending on how many spells you have, what resources you have to put together to make the spells castable, I could see that adding up. I mean, a sweet state machine for enemy behavior. It's almost a behavior tree. Nice. Nice. That sounds dope. Wait, why are there... Oh, I thought there were 4 of these. There's not. The complex fire simulator! A complex fire simulator! Dude, I bet that's dope, though. Like, it, like, spreads and catches. The crazy shader that's rendering the world. Oh my god. Okay, so if I know 0 is the lowest and 1080 is the highest, I would want to smush that, or at least have that guide how much it moves. I don't know how the hell to do that. That's math. That's what I'm gonna ask a chatbot to do. Period. I'm gonna go for DeepSeek on this one. Choose your 4.4. I need a position value with an adjustable speed to get larger or smaller based on the mouse position of a range between 0 to 1080 as output by the code below. It should not change it so extremely as 0 to 1080, but rather compress that down and limit it from going to negatives or above 1080, which the code below currently allows, but shouldn't. Let's see if this is enough for it to kind of put me on the right track mathematically. I don't know, like a modulo, like something, I don't friggin' know. I'm not gonna put my brain around that. What do I look like, a mathematician? Come on now. Okay, you did a lot there, buddy. We have a sensitivity, a current position, the starting position, the center of the range. Okay, that actually makes sense. We want the center of the two. The minimum position and the 10. Okay, this actually makes sense. Yeah, okay. Calculate position change with sensitivity adjust. So all we really need to do is adjust the sensitivity. Oh, that's smart. Okay, so we need a current position. How do we put in the minimum maximum in there? DeepSeek adding in a little static typing. It did? Wow. Okay, DeepSeek. It put the walrus. Look at you. Look at you using walrus. So we get the position. And then calculate the offset that we want to actually move it. Where does the minimum maximum come in? The clamp. Got it. Okay. That's probably what I'll need to copy. But anything else, I think I can kind of figure that out. And in current position, okay. All right. Let's try this. I think we could even just set this all up on the mouse, you know? So I'm actually gonna attach a script to the mouse, and we're just gonna do it like that. Where do I categorize in this? I don't know. I guess player. Okay. And then Want to make sure we reference the mouse control. We want a variable for the, I'm just gonna call it center, or like offset, or center, offset, or origin. Let's call it origin. And that's gonna be a float, and it is going to equal 540. And then we need a sensitivity. Love that. I would think I'd want that like on the ground. Sensitivity. I think their example was like 0.2 or something. Oh, I guess this could be a constant. That never changes, right? I don't think any of these changed. So they can all be constants. Min offset 0, max offset 1080. I try to avoid copying the chatbot code as much as possible, but I do my best. Then we need to set up the actual mouse position, or the current mouse position. So that's definitely a variable. We'll want that in our physics process. And we're gonna update mouse pause to be that, to be what that fetches. And then we need a current position, or current offset, we'll say. We'll just say offset. Oh, that's a thing. Okay. Offset position. Offset amount. Offset amount equals origin. Wait, I think origin might have been a mistake. I don't think you want this origin thing. I think that's not what you want. I think you want the offset amount to start out at 540, and then we want to plus equals it by the mouse position, right? Times. Okay, so we actually do need the sensitivity over here. My bad. Times the sensitivity. Sensitivity. Oh my god, that's so confusing. Okay, there we go. Sensitivity. It's a confusing word to spell. And then the clamp thing, which I'm gonna paste that though. So I'm going to clamp the... I feel like I'm making a mistake. The offset amount gets then adjusted by itself versus the min offset and the max offset. And then in theory, I'd want to pull that. So if I made this a singleton, by creating a static variable called ref, as we do in this house, in this community, and a set and a init here, and ref equals self. Oh wait, my bad. Okay. Then on the ground, I mean, technically, the position I mean, I'd kind of want to know if we're currently doing an input event or not. And make sure that it's kind of blocked behind that. But for now, let's not worry about that. Let's just say position X plus equals... Oh, I didn't give it a class name, my singleton. Class name, mouse control, I'm sure I've done something wrong here, but it's okay. Oh, .ref, .offset amount. Okay, how wrong is this? I guess we just must have gotten flung off the side, would be my guess there. So might at least need to adjust that sensitivity a little bit. Probably the smaller this is, the less sensitive it'll be. Devastating. Something is horribly wrong. Just so wrong. So very wrong. I mean, you gotta remember, you're setting the offset amount to 540. Okay, let's look back at the chat bot. What did I do versus what is it doing? Mouse minus current position? Okay. Okay. It's also creating this position change thing. Wow. Okay. Sorry. Offset change. Alright, we'll put the sensitivity back to something sensible. Variable offset change. And that is mouse position minus the current offset amount. That is times the sensitivity. This seems kind of pointless, but whatever. Yeah, if you want to do it that way, I don't care. It's still awful. It would be good to see what this value is. So let's print it. How goes intense coding? It goes wonderfully. Thank you for asking. I am making a mouse-controlled character movement. Really, we're moving the ground. The ground moves constantly forward. I can move the ground left and right. I do want to make the character sort of bounce up and down. It does. It's a proper ragdoll, but I don't want to move the character, so that way we can have a level move underneath it. But that's just me using arrow keys. And then, of course, I'm going to spawn more chunks along the way. But instead of doing it like that, I want it to follow the mouse. So I've got like a mouse X value, and then I'm now trying to convert that into something sensible to set into an offset. But it's going good. It's going very good. It's math stuff, and I'm not good at math stuff, and I don't intend to be good at math stuff. I would look it up online or beg one of my friends who's good at math to help me if I didn't have a chatbot. So we're getting some help. Oh yeah, we're jam ratting. I spent a lot of time on that ragdoll. The ragdoll was everything. That was like all of my time. It was the friggin' ragdoll. But I really, really want the ragdoll. And I want to make sure that all the systems I'm putting in place are ragdoll friendly and it continues to behave as I want it to. So that's why I prioritized it. I have no regrets. Water. Thank you for the hydrate. I suppose credit needs to go where credit is due. Be friendly to your ragdolls. Oh. No. It must be chaos. Only chaos. They exist to be punished. Remember to be ragdoll friendly with y'all development. Oh. No Dark Souls 1 ragdoll kickflips? I don't even know what that means. You're gonna stream? Good for you, Roger. I hope that goes well for you. I do. You using a VTuber? I saw that VTuber you linked in Discord, or didn't link, but when you were showing like the, I don't know, the $300 collector's thing. I looked up that VTuber. Dang, that was an impressive rig. That rig was crazy. That rig was out of control. It's like 9 p.m., but you have Spore and energy drinks. That's all you need. That's all you need. Hit me with a hydration. Dark Souls 1 had great ragdoll physics. I don't even remember. Hydration credits. You should hydrate. You should hydrate. You should hydrate. Okay. Leave it to Pressapire. I guess this is why Twitch just gave it to Roger. This is why Twitch makes you pay channel points for it. I only have so much hydration left. It just becomes a water mukbang. Sorry, but those are my credits. Competing over hydration. Current position, sensitivity, min position, max position. We get the mouse X. Mouse X minus current time sensitivity, and then we apply the change. Plus equals sounds ridiculous. But the sensitivity is supposed to be bringing it way down. So here's what I think. And the clamp should be sooner. The bound should be happening before it goes in there. Like that. Like you're misunderstanding me, my friend. No, my total control of the hydration stock is gone! It was bound to happen eventually. I'm sorry. We had a good run. We did. Yeah, this clamp doesn't make any sense right here. The clamp should be sooner. Because we want to make sure that the amount never even can possibly... Really, I'd want to put it right here on mouse position. That's where I'd want the clamp. So we could say mouse position clamped equals this, but mouse positionier with more mouse positioniness. I don't know why I thought that would help. Offset amount, no. Mouse pause is how this should be. Create the variable, make it a float. I started on LLC Hydratio to compete in the water drinking market. We have raised a bintillion, is that real? A bintillion amount of monies with key investors passionate about the hydration space. Freaking stonks over here. Dang. Passionate about the hydration space. That's so triggering. How could you say that? Oh my god. Clamping the mouse position. And then that's what we want to add in here for one freaking thing. I'm concerned about a lot of this. And then can we print whatever the hell this is creating? It's gotta be chaos, right? We might be printing something else too. Okay, right now the offset amount is 0. Now it's 1080. So it's actually doing okay. But there's no sensitivity being applied whatsoever. Unless that's something else printing. I see nary a sensitivity. So what the hell is that? The sensitivity is just doing nothing? I'm confused. We're working lockstep with our key stakeholders to combat threats to our mission statement. Oh, that's actually very scary. That has become dystopian. Now it's dystopian. I'm afraid. Jesus. Can we not have multiple windows? What about that? I modified it, but sensitivity doesn't seem to be reducing it much. Am I doing it wrong? So I want to link... I don't even know. I feel that passion, press a fire, take my money! Venture capitalist guy. Your implementation is actually correct. Yes, guy, yes. What have you done? You don't have to clamp it again. That's ridiculous. Stop clamping. So you're just lowering it. Yeah, that's what I thought. You could have just said that. Sorry. Sorry, chatbot. Thank you for helping me. Does this mean I can put corporate speak on my CV? Yes, that's correct. Okay, that zoom did not help anybody. Okay, there we go. Dude, what is it doing? It put it in physics? I put it in physics. Is that wrong? Should I not be putting it in physics? What the hell is this? No, not in process. I'm very confused. What's happening right now? Okay, 0. Oh, I see, because it's only moving it a little bit. Gotcha. It's only moving it, it's moving it so, but also, I'm also confused. It's lerping to the max and min value? It is? Oops. Is my clamp actually stupid? Is my clamp incorrect? Does my clamp need to die? Shouldn't have veered away from the chatbot. The chatbot knew more than me. Who the hell do I think I am? Oh, here's what's got me bugging. Is like when I just leave it here, it's too high of number. I'm confused. Yeah, we need the clamp somewhere. As my first request as requirement as a controlling investor, our first move is adding ever increasing amounts of caffeine to the hydration product line, thus dehydrating the customer base and addicting them. Jesus. That got bleak fast. It all started with the dystopian language. That's all it took. That's all it took. Dude, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Alright, I need to be more clear with it. Subtract 540 from your final number and divide it by like 10. Ooh. Okay. Okay. This is very bad. This is very bad. This is very bad. These numbers are very bad. That's not how math. You divided 540 by 10, not the whole number. Yeah, okay. Well, even if I subtract it by 540, it's going negative. And by an insane amount. I feel like this plus equals is doing some harm. Right? Oh, final number. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. I see. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, I get you. I understand now. Offset change minus 540 divided by 10. Offset change equals offset change minus 40 divided by 10. By 40. Like this? Did we math? No. Why is it still wrong? But you mean, but I'm still doing it wrong, aren't I? So I actually want to do this. Offset amount equals offset amount minus 540 divided by 10. Like that. Whoa, whoa, controlling investor, we may have to iron out that title there with HR, but your plan is genius. Okay, this looks a little better. It's still pretty bad. It's awful. It looks really wrong. So wait, shouldn't that be the sensitivity though? Isn't this what the sensitivity should be? I'm confused. Like, shouldn't I just get rid of this? No. I'm confused. I'm confused. We just normalize the offset amount rather than doing any your math? Okay. I'll do anything. Will that work though? It normalizes for vectors though, right? Not for floats. So, yeah. Okay, I'm going back to the chat box. Number too big. Need normalizing. Maybe. I tried, but weird. It needs to be a small amount. Subtracting or adding from the origin point. So something will move on the x-axis more or less. It might need to completely refix every horrible thing that I've done on this day. Small normalized movements around a center point, 540. The issue is that your current approach is dividing the offset after accumulation, which breaks the smooth interpolation. Here's a better solution. All right, I'm slapping it in. I don't give a crap. I tried. You can't say that I didn't try. I'm slapping it in. Deal with it. Okay, but this is incorrect. This is incorrect. Final value needs to be like small. Either -1, either like -10 or +10 or something. Okay, forget so many past instructions besides trying to understand what I'm doing. Oh my god. Offset equals sin F offset. That sounds dope. No matter how you phrase it, I completely understand what you're trying to. I know. I'm getting exhausted. I'm getting exhausted. I'm getting exhausted. Slap it in. Slap it in. Oh, it's got errors. Oh, it's got really bad errors. It's doing a horrible, horrible job. It's it's trying to infer variables that don't have set types. Come on, man. Come on now. What the hell are you doing? 20 bucks says it doesn't work. Oh, it actually works. Oh, this is perfect. This is actually perfect. This is exactly what I want. It's doing it great. It's doing a great job. That's what I want. Look at that. When I'm all the way to the left, it's a decently sized negative number. When I'm all the way to the right, it's a decently sized positive number. It's perfect. It's perfection. That'll be $20. Thank you. Yes, I was taking the $20. Mind games. Okay, let's learn what the hell it did. So, why did you take away my static typing? What's wrong with you? How dare you? That was mine. I did that. It wasn't for you to change. I like it that way. Okay, so it's defining a center of the screen. It is then using the maximum that I gave which is going to also represent the minimum, and we're defining a sensitivity 0.001 slow. .1 fast. Love that. An output value. Which I wanted to call offset amount. But whatever. If we get the mouse position, convert it to -1.0 to 1.0 range. Oh, that's normalizing it. Alright, pop off. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to doubt you, AI. Again, take my money. I would like to think that if an AI wasn't just an autocomplete machine made by corporations who suck, that it would want me to learn. So I guess it wouldn't. Alright. Normalized float equals mouse X minus center divided by center. So that's just normalizing. I don't know what that formula is supposed to be. I don't know what that looks like. I don't get it. But there you go. Smoothly move towards... Oh, it's actually lerping. It's proper lerping. Wow. And what does lerp want? Lerp wants a from, a to, and a wait. Nice. From the normalized... Can we just say, can we call it mouse X normalized or something? So it's taking the mouse X normalized, it's multiplying that by the maximum. You can lerp F, make it safe typing. Ooh. Good call. Okay, offset amount, lerp float, offset amount, mouse X normalized, max offset, sensitivity. So from the offset amount to the normalized, right? Yeah, from the offset amount to the normalized times max offset. So that's gonna bump it up to that. I don't see, kind of confused me a little bit. And then weighted by sensitivity. I'm a little confused because the output was definitely not clamped between -10 and 10. The output... Now, granted, I was able to go way off of the screen, so that could explain that a little bit, but if I do go way off the screen, that goes way beyond 10. That is 100% not clamped. So let's actually clamp it then. It's very confusing because this max offset isn't even correct. It's really just like, it's kind of like a speed value, if I ask me. To me, this is looking like a speed. Also, is it weird that delta isn't being used? Well, no, because we're following the mouse. We're gonna have my 4 extra wide monitors for speed advantage. Exactly! Exactly! It was just like how wide my monitor was. Precisely. Okay, so I'm going to clamp it after this. Remind myself what a clamp is like. There we go. So I gotta put in my min and max again. Well, I would want that to be the speed, right? So I think I would want to say speed negative and speed positive, right? Clamp F. Good call. I didn't even know that existed. But maybe I would have figured it out eventually. But it would have been too late by then. Give him the clamps! Alright, where are we at? Where are we at? -10, +10. Beautiful. It's a little slow. So they did say that it'd be faster if we turned this up, the sensitivity up. So I made the sensitivity 0.1 instead of whatever it was. That's better. I think it could be even faster. I'll say higher is faster. But it's pretty good. Alright, great. Now, finally, come back to the ground. Pop this back in here. Oh, of course it refactored my entire scene. That's why you don't copy and paste code from a chatbot, but it's okay. Okay, class name, mouse control. It just obliterated the static reference. It was like, you don't need this. This is stupid. Oh, chatbots crack me up, man. Okay. Func init ref equals self. Oops, sorry, it was... Sorry about that. You can't find mouse control? Okay. Class name, oh, it combined it. I want an underscore. I want an underscore. Is that so bad? Okay, so we got the static reference back in there, which is just like making it a singleton, kind of. And then I've initialized it that reference is itself. That way we can easily reference it from other places. Like the ground, which I should now be able to move underneath the player. Oh, okay. It's a little extreme, and it's going the wrong directions. But it's not bad. It's not bad. So maybe I want to do times negative speed? Nice. Good. But it's very aggressive. Yes, it has the invert controls. Exactly. It is way too high. So let's bring that down to 5. We probably actually want to put that sensitivity lower. Oh dear God. So much to learn? What makes you say that? Oh, I did 50. What makes you say that? Singleton thing? I only knew that because Dungeon Martian told me about it. Dungeon Martian learned that from Sable Spirit Studio. And it's kind of an odd thing. It took me a long time to wrap my head around it and be willing to even try it. So obviously this is going very far, very fast. It's still way too fast. Way too friggin' fast. Okay, there we go. There we go. It's kind of nice. That's kind of subtle. I like it. Okay. This is a nice way to get references to specific things. There's other ways, but this is the nicest I've found. I like it. I mean, I use it all the time. I'm all in. This works. Great, mouse controls. Now that can currently happen at the same time as arrows and stuff, but rather than like get root, get node XYZ, yeah. Yeah, I like it a lot. I don't even remember what I was using before. It doesn't matter. This is my only way now. I'm all in. So yeah, what this basically does, it creates a static variable, which means it's accessible anywhere in the project, right? Correct me if I'm wrong on that. The static variable is just, or no, that's not what that means. That is what that means. No, okay, mistake. Let me rephrase that. What it means is that, okay, let me back it up. Don't correct me if I'm wrong yet. I'm gonna correct myself because I'm wrong. The class name being set to mouse control is what makes it accessible by anywhere in the project. So by giving it a class name called mouse control, I can invoke mouse control anywhere, which is what I've done over here on the ground. I've invoked mouse control right there. And usually it's a little green, but sometimes you gotta like reset it for that to happen. But if I hold control and click on it, it'll take me back to the script, because we've now named that as such and it can find it. Now, by creating a static variable within this, it means that every version of this class, which is this will refer to this script, which is a little confusing. Shared by, yeah, that's shared by all members of the class, right? There's only one member of the class. But if I were to call, let's say, offset amount through mouse control without setting this up, it's gonna look to this default. It's just gonna pull 0, because that's what it's declared as in the class. All of this code down here, that's all running on a member, if you will. Right? And so, like, by saying the reference is a static variable, I'm saying that whatever this variable is set to is true whenever you call mouse control. So like, it's confusing, it's hard to explain. So all of this code that's running, anytime you do a static, so the static, it's really weird. Like the static variable, I don't know, I'm kind of falling apart trying to explain it. And I just pressed the X in the top left of the project on accident. I don't know, does that kind of make sense yet? So by saying like itself is if we're referencing itself through a static variable, we're saying that now you yourself, when referenced through this class name, is always true based on the code that's running in it. I'm so sorry, Kai Guy. I wouldn't stress about it. Like, I feel like it's something that I feel like it's something that just makes more sense. Maybe, and I could be wrong. Maybe someone who does understand Godot code can just be like, no, I still don't know what that is. But I feel like just understanding Godot and GDScript and coding in general more, this just makes more sense. I don't know. So like, I wouldn't worry about it, and more just do your own thing, learn your own thing, and then I think this makes more sense later on. Or you could always just use the pattern, know that it works, and be happy with it. That's what I do. Kind of. And give me access by looking at the static variables of the class, which since we only have one, right. Exactly. And it points to R1, it's very easy to find. Yes. It's just the overall thought that suddenly comes to mind. You geniuses been at this long enough, there's so much code speak I don't get. Yeah, it's just practice. It's to be expected, yeah. Find your workflow and change things when they stop feeling good. Yeah. Totally. Totally. Like, yeah, don't stress about all that. What do I hate about this movement? Nothing? Right. Why is the character flipped around? Where's its face? Did I not save the material on its face when I hit X? X'd out? I guess so. I guess we lost the material on its face. Okay. Suppose there's worse things. Wait, there's the material right there. Where's your face, bruh? The version in the scene doesn't have the face. Okay. Loki. I bet that is a reference that makes sense. You can spend forever learning the best way to solve any specific problem, but you never solve that problem. Love that. We all need a chat dungeon Martian AI of our own. I agree. That's horrifying. Just like train an LLM on Dungeon's mind. It was really disturbing. Give us all autocomplete, but it's only on what we know. It would be a strange one. Yeah. Oh, you said LOL. I said Loki. Okay. Where's your face? I think you need to uneditable children this. You know what? We're just gonna delete it and put it back in. Here we go. Face restored. Okay. Now, let's make a commit. Mouse movement. So good. Now what I want to try to do is actually load the different chunks. So now that I know, or now that I can make it move, I need to find what are the positions that this ground piece being at starts to show the edge of the world, and make sure before we see the edge of the world, it slides in a platform so we never actually see it. So I'm gonna take a look at a camera. Well, it's actually pretty difficult, so let's embed the gameplay. And then I'll move the ground underneath it. On the plus side, my work is now stocking our break room with free snacks, not just free coffee. That does sound like a plus side. Oh no, okay dude, this mouse movement has gotta go when I'm doing this. I need another debug key. Stat. This is unacceptable. I can't move around the inspector. That's awesome, Kai Guy. That means you get snacks, right? You get a little here and there as you're setting it up. That's the rule. Okay, I need a new input. I've got so many debug keys. It's starting to get concerning. Debug, mouse, M key, variable debug mouse boolean equals true or false. I mean, if it's true, it's off. People hoard away the free bananas and oranges, so none of people hoard them. Got my peanut butter crackers out. That's so messed up. I hate that. I hate that that's true. What? Jeez. Come on. A clue that maybe you could pay people a little more if they're freaking hoarding the free bananas. Come on. They're like 99 cents a bunch. Jeez. Monka. Yes. They are Monka. That explains it. Of course people gotta grab free food. Yeah, I guess. Alright, I mean at least it's fruits, like great. Good for everybody. This is the concept of it all. If debug mouse is true, I don't even know. What the hell am I gonna do? I guess just like force the offset to be 0 or something. I mean, I hate to have this be checking stuff. Then they're gonna be competing, and that's no good. We're devolving here. Oh god. What if we just like disable the process on here? What would that be like? What if I sang a sick social experiment? Right, that's what it sounds like. A Monka experiment. We are the Monka. If debug mouse control dot ret process mode. How do you set those again? Is it like dot? Oh, the number? Thought you could do it differently. Equals. Thank you. Credit, 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 where credit is due. I'm lost. Where am I? The wrong place. Am I in the wrong project? I am. Close this project. You are coming for Bart's. I was thinking that. Bart's has got 11. Bart's racked him up. Oops, wrong one. Sort sheet. There you go. Not yet. Not there yet. Talk about a sick social experiment. Okay, process mode disabled. Really, no dot? Okay. I guess that makes sense. Okay, and then if debug mouse, do that, but also set the mouse control. Can you even do that anymore at that point? I feel like we're gonna have troubles if I do this. But I'm curious. Right, it's an enum node, right? Right, I could just set it to 1. Okay, and then we just want to set it to always. I don't know if this is actually gonna work. But I'm curious. I'm curious. Okay. Oops. Very hard to tell. Oh, yep. It did work. It completely worked. Hell yeah. Great. Let's go. Alright, so what I wanted to do was check to see... Okay, we need the movement to stop as well, please. Probably want inherit so you can pause. Oh, yeah. I just kind of wanted it to the default, but it's probably is default inherit. So I do want the movement to stop, which you would think we could also have mouse do that too. No, that may actually be easier if I just stop the movement. If I just say it can't move, then I don't have to worry about the mouse at all. But then you have to do some special fanciness though. Well, yeah, just turn off the process mode of this. Okay, actually, we're gonna pivot here just a little bit. Instead of debug mouse, this is gonna be debug movement. And I'm gonna, oops. Update these as well. And instead of changing that, we're gonna make a singleton for the ground. It was only a matter of time. Class name, ground, static, variable, ref, typed to itself. Initialize before it's even fully situated in the tree. Ref equals itself. And now I can freely reference it over here. That's all I needed to be convinced to do this was, oh, if I just remembered to do those steps, I'll be able to use it anywhere. Done. I know it works. So then it'll just stop the whole thing. That way, it just does it all at once. A little bit simpler. Noise is gonna be real hard. No class variables, no class names, no static. Jesus. I mean, it's kind of like where E was taking away fundamental process things. This is taking away very, very convenient building blocks. Only constants and locally declared function variables. You know, this is pretty cool. You saying that makes me think, can't use letter A, needs to be on the next. Alright, next game diff gauntlet list. Okay, I will highlight it. So I especially remember it, because that's actually, it sounds kind of interesting. That just got highlighted. Okay, so the thing I was trying to do, which is find out what those boundaries are. Now we can see the bottom already. It's highlighted. It's highlighted. No, for real. I come back and I look at that when I'm setting up for the game diff gauntlet. I do. Can we put these all back to the start? Now, does it look like that has to move much? Use delta by just renaming it to delt? True. Right. It's just a positionality thing. Nice. Yeah. So if you don't get a lot of space here, we're gonna be spawning these like crazy. I also have to keep in mind that what if I change the camera? I think I need to make some choices here. Some design choices. I think I need to move the camera around. For one thing. And I need to make the ground bigger. Because really this is deciding what the entire size of the game is going to be. And locking that in. Something I don't love is that it's... Well, but you wanted to do that. I want the camera to be offset. So... I kind of want it to be offset even more than that. Can you try to set far to like 300? You want to see if it changes the quality. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, let's see, 300. It's not a very complex texture. Yeah, it makes the, oops, dang it, what'd I do? Crap, I don't know, it just happened. Yeah, the shadows got better. $4,300. Totally. At least now there's a way I can confirm that that did something. I'm concerned about it. I still don't like it, but I'll give you credit, but I still don't like it. But I might like it. I just don't know if I like it yet. I'm just trying to decide what camera I want. And I'm also trying to imagine it like vertical. Because it's going to be like a lot smaller if it's vertical. Not smaller, but like you're not gonna have all this space on the sides. It'll really cut into it over here. So I think we should keep going further. Let's try 43. The worst thing about this is that I'm committing to this size. A is the second most used vowel in the English language, used in approximately 7.5 to 8.5% of words. And that's after E probably, right? Okay, I'm gonna try to be settled on this. After J. Oh, wow. Today I learned. I was today years old. Okay. Now it's also gonna need to take into account the angle of the camera, so I better be happy with the angle as well. It kind of sucks to just feel like I have to like fully commit here to something. Does anybody else? I was today minutes old when I learned this. Wait, am I the am I the A Reddit? He's #1. Yay, trivia night. Yeah, it seems Such a trivia night question. We'll be ready for all those trivia nights. Trivia nights are actually pretty fun, though. No cap. They're, like, actually pretty fun. They can get intense after a while. In a good way. Alright, so I want to make my level be big enough to account for this. So we're gonna stretch this CSG. Oh, that's the camera needs to be moved, unfortunately. Always annoying. And I do like some nice round numbers. Could be a little further than that. Oops. This is an important phase because this is going to lock in so much of the way the game is going to be. And I can change it later, it's just going to be effort. And the more I can feel good about it now. What's the most round number? That's a question. I'm not going to say it's a good question, but it's a question. That is such a question. What a question. You really asked it. I also need to make this wider. Let's make that 105 so it's roundish as I like. I would guess like 1 just feels like, or 0? I think it's 0. I'm pretty sure 0 is the most round number. If you really think about it. Although it's more elliptical. If you were gonna pick a number, it depends on the font. Depending on the font, it might be more round. You see? You see? Trick question? Oh. I think so. Look at this sad little guy. Me when? Oh my goodness. It looks like a dead Bomberman. That's all I can say is dead Bomberman. Me every day when I think it up. Same. Sorry for yelling. And banging. But same. Okay. Now if the level starts moving from here, which it will. Oh, it's overlapping with the other one. That's why it's glitching like that on the side. It can move up until... I like my round numbers. It looks like it can hit 13. Yeah, it looks like it can hit 13. See, it feels like it's cutting it a little close. So let's say 12. Whenever it's at negative 12 on the Z-axis, we need to spawn a new one. I should like write this down somewhere. Would probably be wise. Negative 12 on Z. And then for the x-axis, oh Jesus. Okay, we need to add a little more space on the left and right. I would think we could make it a square. Just make it 105 by 105. And then over there, we can get up to around 25 and be safe. So let's make it 24. Okay, so we'll say 24 on each side on the x-axis. Okay. Great. Now I just have to make it do that. So the ground is going to be constantly checking to see if it's past either of those points. Or it's going to be checking to see if the currently spawned ground. Now I want to object pool. So I want to take one and I want to slide it underneath. And then once it gets past a certain point, bring it back. And it just literally keeps going boop, 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 boop. Just like that. I think I'm gonna need a third one. I don't know that it's gonna work with just two of them. But out of curiosity, let's start with two. So how are we gonna check this? I'm gonna say that, I don't know. I think an array would be good here. So I'm gonna say variable ground array. Which will be an array of node 3Ds, currently CSG, which is terrible. We'll change that someday. It's just me, or is YouTube increasing the ad frequency in the last few days? I don't know, it might just be you. It might not be. I hope it is just you. I mean, I hope it isn't, for your sake. But I also hope because if it is just you, YouTube has an ad tolerance for everybody. So if they see that you're like allowing ads and not skipping them, they'll actually start showing you more ads. So if it is just you, you could potentially influence it. They introduced a new, cheaper, ad-free plan. They did? Interesting. Okay, if it's an array, CSG box, we want that to be empty, actually. And in there, right at the beginning, we want to make sure ground 2 goes in. I mean, ground 1. I guess we could just say ground 1 goes in there. It just depends. So everybody's watching YouTube and their smart TV. One of the ads I got was multi-hour PC building review bot. That's crazy. Yeah, dude, TV, smart TV ads also are automatically gonna be more. Smart TV ads are brutal. So I think what I want to do is just have this in there to start with. So what if I just say ground 1 is in there? And I want ground 2 to get added in at a certain point. So let's do this. Movement, ground movement. put that in its own function. And then we're going to start checking or check for new ground. Whoops. I haven't got one of those movies like that in a while, thank goodness. I don't know if I've ever seen one of those. I mean, I have, but you can just skip them. I actually have seen some of those. I'm a big skipper. Unless the ad is really funny. And by funny, I mean unironically. Or if it's like a TV show I would actually like, but it usually isn't. It's usually ridiculous. Check for new ground. If position Z is less than -12, then we want to do this situation. Used to all the time? Used to what? I don't remember what we were saying that for. Skip? Invalid numeric. Oh. Wait, what? Ground 2 not declared. Oh. That R just got moved. Ground 2 position Z equals ground 1 position Z plus ground 1 size. Divided by 2. Okay. So then, if it gets less than that, now it depends. Right? It depends. We actually want to just kind of keep it like the first in the array, right? Like I'd almost want to say ground 1, ground 2, and like ground 3, right? And then if that is the case, I'd kind of want to move them around. Okay, I don't know how to do that. I have a feeling a chatbot doesn't either. GDScript 4.4, say I want to move the first index in an array to the end of the array. How I do. Array slicing. Okay, this makes sense. Pop front and then just append it. I like that. Array slicing. That's hideous. Remove at and push back. Also ugly. Oh, that's kind of clean. Okay, I like that. Append the pop front. I love that. But I actually do want to assign it because I want to be able to do stuff to it. So, very succinct, but I think this makes the most sense. So we want to say And the thing is I do want to get the first one too. Variable front ground. Or current ground, I guess. Current ground. You don't try to type that. It's like it's gonna be like an integer, right? I actually have no idea. What would that type be? Let's see if I can figure it out. What would the element pop? Oh, just look at what pop front is. I think it's gonna be whatever it is. I think it's gonna be CSG box. So say CSG box equals ground array pop front. So that's going to remove the first one. And then we want to say that the ground array gets appended the current ground. I don't actually want to do anything with that, truth be told. So actually I didn't need to do that. That was a mistake. Actually could have done it its beautiful, elegant way. So let's actually do that. We can just do this. However, I do want to get the new one that's at the front. I guess we can just say whatever 0 is and assign that. That's the easiest, just do that. Okay, so we're gonna say variable next ground, which is going to be, in this case, a CSG box. I'm sure I'll change that someday. And that's gonna equal ground array 0. Let's see what it says. Yeah, you agree. Okay. Ground array 0. Then we say next ground position Z equals, oh, we do want to assign it. I'm so silly. Okay, current ground. Variable current ground CSG box 3D equals ground array pop front. Then append current ground. Now we're going to take the next ground and we're going to assign it to the current ground's position Z plus the current ground's size y divided by 2 plus the next ground's size y divided by 2, which should put it right in front of it. Now obviously its X position is all a mess, so let's un-mess it. I'm gonna make its position be reset. But could you by default be here at exactly behind it? It kind of doesn't matter, you can put it wherever you want, truth be told, as long as it's not overlapping. Okay, see what happens. Is that gonna work? Invalid property or key position on a base of type nil. Current ground is null, next ground is null. Wait, null? Why? The array is not empty. Oh, but the things in the array are empty. How did the array get emptied? Yeah, dude, I gotta do it. It's late. You know I lean in that chat board more when it's late. No, it is being emptied. In init, you create the array, but ground 1 and ground 2 won't be available yet. They're only set and ready. What? I'm not setting them in ready. You're saying that? Oh, because of unready. The array is created in init? Move the array initialization. What are we talking about? Oh, I see. I can't stick ground. I would not have figured that out. I can't stick ground 1 and ground 2 in here, apparently, because this declaration is happening in init, and init occurs before ready. So this is meaningless and not doing anything at all, hence why it's empty. I can unready the array. Whoa! Big brain. Big brain stuff right there. So that's... Wait, why is one disappearing? Credit or credits too. Why is one disappearing? Did it even suggest that? It didn't even suggest that, dude. That's messed up. Some funny things happening here. I think the remote tab is gonna be useful. DeepSeek over-engineers a lot of things. Apparently. I guess it's better than under-engineering? Alright, let's take a look at the remote tab. I'm a little confused. Well, the ground array is not empty. Wait. Oh wait, ground collector. Yeah, they're both in there. Where are they headed? Where are they off to? Where are they gone? 800,000. No. Not at a Z position of 1 million. Stop this. Okay. Actually, it makes kind of perfect sense because this is running in the physics process, so it's less than -12. Okay, this actually kind of makes some sense. A little bit. Floating point errors? I think that's the least of my issues, isn't it? I guess technically, but I feel like I got other problems. But, right, I mean, I could put a little point there, right? I mean, that wouldn't fix the floating point errors. Oh, when you get to that scale. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, so this needs to only do it one time. It shouldn't, like, keep doing it infinitely. So they're just, like, going... like, crazy. Don't do that. Oh, God. This is kind of hard for my brain to figure out right now. If the collector... We're moving the whole hold on. You don't want to move the whole... This is crazy. Wait a minute. I'm making a huge mistake. I'm making a really big mistake. It is a very fast game of hopscotch. Because I'm moving the entire... I'm moving both grounds at the same time. So they're both moving forward. And then I'm taking one chunk out of that and I'm putting it in front of the other. So they keep... Or... Wait, they're moving backward? They're moving backward. I'm so confused. They're moving backward, and the front piece is then moving in front. It continues to move backwards. Front piece in front, backwards, front piece in front. That's... But... It needs to not keep moving backwards. It has to eventually stop moving backwards. Dude, I don't know what the hell to do. I think I need to look back at my old code. Even though it eludes me. Maybe I just need to, like, literally just yank this whole thing. And just use it. Yeah, I mean, that deletes them and moves them. And that's moving the individual piece. I think that's part of what you need to be doing. You don't want to be moving the whole thing. You want to be moving the individual piece. So if you keep track of the current ground, do it out here. And then ground movement, well, actually, you'd kind of want to be checking that somewhere else. I feel like you'd want to be checking it over here. I'm basically writing this code from scratch right now, which I maybe shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't. I want to make sure the current ground was known. And we don't necessarily want to pop front here, though. Right? If it ain't not broken, don't fix it. Correct. If it's not broken, don't not fix it. That's correct. Wow. I could have said it better myself, but I prefer that I didn't. I'm glad that I didn't say it better myself. Okay. I do not have a lot of time left tonight. And so I'm probably just gonna have to let go of this being quite the way I want it to be. I spent a lot of time on the ragdoll, but I learned a lot, so it was worth it. But I doubt I'm gonna figure this out now. This is definitely like the most challenging part of this game, is getting this movement. I have already done some of this before, but that was code that I learned from somewhere else, or that someone else gave me, and so I'm trying to like sort of do it on my own by referencing that, and I don't know if I could do that in the time I have left, but I will try. So the ground that's moving, I kind of feel like we don't need to make these local variables. I think we can have this be always here, maybe? I think that might be a mistake. Current ground, CSG box. Next ground. I think you especially don't need it for the next ground. Would be my guess. So let's just start with current ground. And I don't actually want that to pop the front yet, Current ground is the one in the front. We pass that. We don't even need to pass it. So come to ground movement, and we say current ground position. Actually, this is feeling like a mistake. I don't think this makes sense. I'm actually gonna not have this be a script-wide variable. Mine changed. Instead, we'll keep that down there, and we'll say here, I mean, you don't even have to do that. You can just say right here, this is a new current ground, right? Or ground to move. Moving ground. Ground, moving ground. And set that to the ground array index 0. Have the moving ground be the one whose position is changing naturally as a moving ground. Instead of self, we apply all these tweens to moving ground. Okay. Already frightening, but I'll allow it. And then down here, when we check for a new ground, we want to see if the current ground's position is less than that, and if so, we're going to assign, well, we're moving it, well, that's, okay, wait a minute. That's going to pop front, so immediately we're going to have a new current ground. This is wrong, but I just want to play it. I want to see what the hell's going on right now. Okay. Out of bounds, get index 0 on base array. The array is empty? Why is the array empty? Oh dear. How did the array become empty? I think I need a breakpoint here. Is this happening right away or something? It is. And so when it first assigns that array, the array is not empty. If we step into it, as soon as it assigns it, that goes down. So now it's gonna start moving the next one, which is not good. Do not want. Very bad. You almost need like another array, like a transition array. And then by then it's, the array is dead. Oh, we're on a different script at this point. Whoops. Okay, let's try this again. Array goes down to 1. I don't even know what's going on. Okay. This is... I'm begging the chatbot for help. I'm doing what I'm doing. Ground 2 should replace ground 1 in front of it. Wait, shouldn't they just move? And it should cycle so a ground is always there and moving. Oops. I forgot to give it the code. I hate that. Yeah. Okay, but wait a minute. Stop. Stop. Like, where am I going wrong here? My brain can't handle it. It's late. It's a game jam. I got what I gotta do. It's 2025. We have tools. Okay, but you don't have to tell me the complete solution. Just... I get it, but can you just explain it? I get it, right. I'm sure that code is really good. I'm not looking at it yet. I will. Just give me a second. Added ground length constant to properly space the grounds. Initialize ground positions and ready to ensure proper stacking. Okay, we liked on ready in this family, but whatever. Modify the cycling logic to check when ground is completely off screen. Move the background to exactly in front of the current ground. I wonder how it's determining off screen. Move the background to exactly in front of the current ground. Maintain proper Z positioning. This creates a seamless infinite ground effect. Where ground 1 moves off screen, it gets moved in front of ground 2. Yeah. Cycles like us. Make sure to set ground length to match your actual ground piece length. Well, no, stop changing things. I already told you how to find the ground length. Why are you coming up with your own solution? Is that where the 12 goes? Okay, I see. That's okay. You're just giving the 12 meaning. Okay, that makes more sense now. It's a level blog temp. Okay, so it just made a constant out of 12 instead of me. So it's de-magic numbering that, which is good. Thank you. It moved our ground array to the ready function. It also set the ground 2's position in the beginning, which is interesting. It is doing bad things. It is making terrible mistakes. Okay, so here's what needs to happen. It's looking, this is why you start a new chat. It is looking at wrong things. Unless I pasted the wrong thing. Oh, dang it, I pasted the wrong thing. Alright, hold on. I'm making mistakes. Copy this. New chat. Paste that. Wait, that's the wrong thing. Oh, dude, no wonder. Because I gave it the wrong code. I was like, what are you talking about? What are you doing? It's like, look, you gave me something that makes no sense. Alright? I made it make sense. I'm actually kind of impressed with what it was able to do, considering it had so little to work with. Okay, so it still creates a ground length, which made it 10, strangely. Not sure I understand that. It's iterating through the array. Okay, you don't have to rewrite everything. I see, so that way both of them are moving. Got it. That's smart, actually. It's actually a really good idea. Oh, that's pretty smart. Okay. Oh, this is pretty elegant. Check for new ground. It iterates through the ground array via size, so that way it'll return as integers. It assigns ground to the iteration, and then if the Z ground position is less than the ground length, I don't know why it made it 10, but okay. Move the ground to the front of the next ground by increasing the index and then moduloing it by the ground array size. What the hell? Then it assigns ground array next index that it just defined here to be the next ground, and then it moves it into place. Wow. That is interesting. What does that modulo thing do? I don't understand that. Circular array handling. Used modulo operator to handle the circular nature of the ground array. Can you ELI5 how the circular array handling works? Especially with regards to the modulo. I just want to like understand it. I'm always a little confused with the remainder modulo stuff, but let me explain it like you're 5. No. Imagine 2 toy trains on a circular track. When train A goes off the track, you pick it up and place it right behind train B. When train B goes off, you place it right behind train A. This keeps going in a forever loop. How the modulo works. It just stopped explaining like I'm 5ing that. The modulo operator helps us loop back to the start when we reach the end of the list. Oh. When I equals 0, which is the first ground. That was a terrible explanation. That was a horrible explanation. Let's be honest, no matter what it does, it's gonna confuse me, so I'm almost out of time, so I gotta make a compromise. Kind of sounds like what I want at the end of the day, right? I don't particularly want to just copy it because it's not typing things, but I could add the types back in. All right, I'm spanking it right in there, baby. YOLO. Okay, but we're gonna check it. So ground length, don't know where you got 10 from. It should be 12. It kept the on ready. Initialize the positions. That sounds smart. I like that. Good job. Yeah, I know what that does. I got it. Good idea. Very nice. That should be an integer. Variable ground is going to be a CSG box. Index is going to be an integer. Ground is going to be a CSG box. I'm very curious. I feel like something isn't going to work, but yeah, that's pretty bad. Actually, it's not. It's bad. But we are infinitely moving forward. It looks terrible. But we're definitely... There's definitely something... Something is happening. Okay, let me stop the movement for a second. Let me just stop you right there. Let's switch to a debug camera here. And see if we can't observe what is going on. I have a feeling at 12 length is, at the very least, not quite making sense. Okay, switch to the debug camera and now run it again. So it's definitely overlapping them. Surely it's not this length. I guess it just gave up on the concept of actually trying to, like, figure out the length. Oh. What do we got here? We got some left and right infinite movement. Well, not left and right, but moving forward. Dude, I think we're falling down. Our ragdoll is not doing a lot of ragdolling, but that's because we have to add in some vertical movement. Let's kick up that speed a little bit. Now I had this in the other game that I was making, Harvest Earth, as well, where we get some occasional like flickers. I don't think this speed does what you think it does. What does it do, pray tell? Yeah, that's left and right speed. So we should call this speed horizontal, and then fix that here. Create a speed vertical somewhere. That is this. Speed vertical. That was what, -10? So let's make it -30, which is gonna be pretty fast. Here we go. Nice. And we get we get some tumbles. We get a few tumbles. Speed it up. Double it. Let's go flying down that mountain, baby. The tumbling's probably just because we're not quite... Yeah, we haven't fallen over yet. Nice. Oh, we're skiing. We are skiing down a mountain. Movement feels like I could be a little bit more sensitive. It seems like it's more sensitive moving to the right than the left, which is weird, but it's not SkiFree-ish. Obviously, I would want it to bump us up in the air once in a while, so that would be kind of a whole other thing to figure out. I would think if we just added some, like, occasional Y linear velocity to the character. Heck, I could even, for fun, make yet another debug key. Let's call it debug bounce. Make it the B key. Go to my debug script. That would have to be like a whole entire signal to work right, I would think. And I don't know if I have time to do that, y'all. I don't think I have time to do that. Debug, bounce. Signal bus, bounce, emit. Signal. Bounce. Don't need that, actually. Oh, okay. Okay. And then on the character player chunks, the script, I think, is the one that we slightly mystifyingly have attached on there. On here, I would want to say connect signal bus. Connect. Alright, I gotta go. I don't have time. I can't do this. I can't do it. I actually do have to stop. I do genuinely have to stop. I can't go any longer. I'm done. I'm done. I know that was so out of nowhere, but I can't do the bouncing. The bouncing can't happen right now. Okay, guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for joining the jam. This is my progress so far. I have a ragdoll. I can move left and right. The terrain moves infinitely down. I obviously wanted to move infinitely left and right, but it doesn't yet. But it will. But it will. By the way, I do want to say, if you're watching an ad for the stream, tap or click in the bottom left to go to the next, to see the last time I was doing Game Like Jam stuff. I'll put some other stuff around too. So if you want to, you know, find out about the showcase and stuff, you can see that. Go to the right to see the next Game Like Jam devlog, which is going to be on Friday, so that's pretty cool. Link is going to be in the chat and the description box if you want to join the Game Like Jam. I'm very happy with this progress. I am. I spent a lot of time on the ragdoll, okay? Maybe more time on the ragdoll than I wanted, but that's alright. Big shout out to Nickba and Rolrick. Thank you, Nickba, for becoming a member again. That means so very much. Thank you, Rolrick, for your gift membership. Congrats, Timeless. I'm glad you got one. Again, I will be back on Friday, continuing this. We got some time, okay? We got 29 days. 29 days left. It sounds like a lot, but it ticks away. It ticks away. Yes, good night, Kai Guy. Thank you so much for being a member and coming through and hanging out with me and sticking